Welcome back to the last monthly finals of the Brawl Stars Championship 2025. It's been one exciting season so far, filled with triumphs and upsets. We're all eager to see how this last monthly finals will unfold, but before that, let's look back at what happened last month. Shocking would be an understatement for the region of East Asia, as the quarterfinals brought us close games. A 3-2 victory for Navi over Rival Esports, and another 3-2 victory for Crazy Raccoon over the Titans Zeta Division.
And the ball stays firm! Sia have already gone and done it! Sia are back in business!
Navi then swiftly took a 3-0 victory over Crazy Raccoon, qualifying for the grand final.
In the modern meta, a final pull from Kuru, and Navi win the match. They're going on to the grand finals.
On the other side of the bracket, Reject took a steady and swift path to the grand final, only dropping one set to Frenzy Gaming.
Melty with the last bit of damage with the smoke.
And with that momentum, Reject was simply unstoppable, putting up a spectacular 3-0 victory over Navi, crowning them the July monthly final champions.
Reject have only gone and done it, and now they can reap the rewards.
This dominant victory, and with Zeta dropping out in the quarterfinals, allowed Reject to take that #1 spot in the region. Moving on to EMEA, we are greeted with exciting matches that showcase the talent of the region. Reply Totem won a well-fought 3-2 victory against Team Heretics, but fell short against the Brawl Cup champions Humble, losing to them 1-3.
Way and just survives. Semantic holds on to the gems, and that is brilliance from Humble.
On the other side of the bracket, SK Gaming and Novo Esports both took a convincing victory in the quarterfinals and gave us a spectacular performance in the semis.
SK Gaming are 3 members strong versus 2. Subeam falls next. Biso, the last one to go. And SK Gaming, they're going to the World Finals.
SK Gaming took that momentum into the grand final and faced their seemingly eternal rivals, Humble. And the outcome did not change, as SK Gaming took a 3-1 victory against them, winning them yet another monthly finals.
But it is a fruitless effort. Your monthly final champions in July, SK Gaming.
This victory has put SK Gaming in a commanding lead of 71 points ahead of Humble. With plenty of slots available for EMEA in the World Finals, we'll definitely see the high-level gameplay that we've witnessed online on the big stage. Speaking of big stages, the host region of the LCQ this year, South America, has been taking notes and taking names. Loud arrived at the grand final as expected, with swift 3-0s against Anotis and Alpha 7 Esports.
And it'll be Loud heading on to the grand finals. Alpha 7 Esports left in their wake.
On the other side of the bracket, SK Kalalas SA showed similar prowess, only dropping one set to Casa Brawl in the quarterfinals.
And Casa Brawl has been shut down in the quarterfinals.
With both teams riding off their 3-0 victories in the semi-finals, the grand final was poised to be amazing. But in the end, the better team last month was SK Kalalas SA, taking a 3-1 victory over the Brazilian Titans.
This is the Dino, and SKC have done it! They've been able to wipe out Loud. They are your July monthly final champions in South America!
This victory inched SK Kalalas SA closer to the top spot, and who knows how that might change this monthly finals. Moving on to the final region, North America, where things seem to have reverted to how they were. Elevate seem to have found their groove, taking up swift 3-0s against Pioneers and Eternal.
And going to the grand finals in wonderful, wonderful fashion.
Meanwhile, Tribe Gaming took a 3-0 against Team Electros, but stumbled pretty hard during their match against STMN.
And somehow, some way, Tribe Gaming have done it! And full reverse swept STMN!
The grand final was the stage for revenge in the eyes of Tribe Gaming. They came with a vengeance, and they served it cold, taking up an amazing 3-1 victory.
Puts the doubters to rest, and Tribe Gaming will hold on to be NA's #1.
Tribe Gaming is once again sitting comfortably at the top of the region, with a whopping 440 points. Yet another spot secured in the World Finals for the NA Titans. And that was the recap for July's monthly finals. Aside from the top positions being secured by the various regional titans, it'll be interesting to see how the double points will affect the teams in the middle of the leaderboards. So keep an eye out for that. We had a wild start to the year. First was the spring split that pushed every team to the limit, racing towards the Brawl Cup. Here, some regions surprised the world, while others fell short. But nothing's decided. Not yet. The next chapter begins now with the summer split. Starting now, the points are doubled. It's all or nothing. Every region, every match, every second counts.
Someone do it! He's got it! Won't be enough to get the kill! But
Who will qualify for the World Finals? Who will get a second chance in the last chance qualifiers? Here in the summer split is where you get those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl.
Final day of the regular season, final shot at glory. This is the EMEA August monthly finals. 2 world spots still up for grabs, the LCQ field close to being locked in, and every team here with something to prove before the fall. SK Gaming, Team Heretics and Humble are world bound, and the defending world champion is still chasing that elusive monthly final win over SK. Foot, Novo and Inner Circle are locked in a 3-way battle for the final world tickets, and for Papar, Supermassive and Krono, it's about sending a message before the LCQ. So let's get into it. Joining me are 3 of the sharpest minds with voices built for moments like these. It's Trev, Ark and Kenny. Gentlemen, happy to have you here with me today. With so much still on the line, which matches are you circling as a must-watch?
Yeah, happy to back. I mean, for me, 2 and 4 quarterfinals are the best by far. Going to be the closest, around 50-50. And honestly, my predictions, I'm still like questioning whether I should go back and change them now, but I'm locked in. And honestly, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I've got to agree. Matches 2 and 4, they are the big ones for me, the ones that can make the biggest impact on the LCQ and World. So I've got all eyes on those, and they are 50-50 predictions as far as I'm concerned.
I'm with you today. Predictions have never been tougher, really. It's a coin flip at this point. Let's have a look at where we are standing right now. Things can still change, as I mentioned, Trev. Only those top 3 slots are locked in.
Yeah, I mean, everything can still change, and we'll touch on that in just a second. But SK Gaming at the moment are sitting up top on 403. Humble can leapfrog them today, but it's going to have to be a rough day for SK and a very good one for Humble. Team Heretics, Novo Esports and Foot Esports all sitting in those world final spots at the moment. Still a bit of movement capable there. Inner Circle, Reply Totem, Papara, Supermassive and Experian NXT at present in those LCQ spots, but still so much can change.
SK, Humble and Team Heretics have already qualified for Worlds. That leaves 2 spots open for contention, Ark.
Exactly that. This is the battle, and it's such a close-knit one at that. SK, Team Heretics, and Humble locked in. But for Novo Esports, for Foot Esports, and Inner Circle, today is the day that counts. There are only 2 spots left. So as far as the LCQ is concerned, things can fluctuate there as well, as only 2 of those spots will go to the World Finals, and one of these 3 teams that are still in contention for the LCQ will be dropping down and just solidifying their spot for that. For Novo Esports, they've got to make the Worlds by beating Inner Circle today. For Foot Esports, they've got to beat Team Heretics, and for Inner Circle, they've got to make Worlds by making the grand final and go the distance, which is going to be a very tough ask. NXT are most likely locked in for LCQ, but there are some variables here. If Krono Esports go the distance and win the monthly final, then that can change. But for the most part, it's 99% certain for NXT for LCQ.
Well, for Krono to win the monthly finals, they first need to win against their first opponent in the quarterfinals, Trev. Let's have a look at the 4 first matches of the day.
Yeah, I've kind of got to question that run a little bit. Krono Esports not got the easiest matchup in quarterfinal number 1. They will be faced off with the number 1 seed at the moment, SK Gaming. Following that, Inner Circle versus Novo Esports was one of the games that me and Ark mentioned at the start. Will be a bit of a 50-50, and it means so much for both of those teams to get that win as well. Humble and Papara Supermassive, big game for both of those teams as well to get some points on the board. And then Foot Esports versus Heretics, a must-win for Foot Esports to get their run started.
Every single match today can have some different outcomes, and as we talked about it already, the predictions have been so tough this month, especially in EMEA again. Still, we all are on the same page as we see here. So why do you think those teams will move on into the semis, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. I really did expect us to be split on those quarterfinals 2 and 4.
Me too.
You know, like I was very surprised to see you guys predicting the exact same as me when we all submitted them. But You know, I just feel like SK going to win because they're the top seed in the region. Humble have been kind of like that eternal second when it comes to monthly finals. Well, they get it done on the big stage. And the other two, it was 50-50. But I think it was just, you know, the will of the world to shape it that, you know, we say it's a 50-50 and then all of us go the same way.
It's very funny, isn't it? Like, yeah, we say it's so close, and in the end, we choose the same ones. Well, we also tried to have a little temperature check with all of the teams. We head over to the socials and chose a couple of those. Semantic is tweeting, last monthly final of the year, our last chance to grab a victory this year. We need that win so we can follow the same pattern as last year. Good luck, everyone. They have been the eternal second. Never beat SK Gaming, despite both of them being in the finals 3 times already, Ark.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for Humble in that regard. I mean, it's been a very straightforward season, despite June, of course, they didn't qualify. We'll ignore that blip for now, but getting that monthly final win. Now, last year, it did come at the final hurdle. This year, big question mark. Are they going to be able to seal it today? Are they going to be able to finally get that grand finals win leading into those world finals?
Nob tweets top 2. Inner Circle has to make it to the grand finals in order for them to still qualify for Worlds. SK Gaming over here, they're the leading champions at the moment, coming out of July as the winner of the monthly final. SK Brawl Stars reporting for monthly final duty. And as far as I know, they're here in Berlin because they, organized a little watch party again. This time around, not in Cologne, but in Berlin. So everybody that lives there, have fun and join the fun in person. Trev, would you go watch that as well?
I wish I could. I really wish I could, to be honest with you. The little trip to Berlin wouldn't be a miss for me, to be honest. I'd very much like to go and see the SK guys in person, but hopefully we'll be seeing them in the postseason when they're being successful at World Finals.
I
hope at least for them it's not as hot as here in Switzerland right now. So yeah, hopefully they can focus on the gameplay. Let us know your predictions as well. Head over to event.brawlstars.com. You can still earn some Pro Pass XP towards the Possessed Dynamite skin and more in the second ever Pro Pass. We give you a little bit of time to lock in your predictions now. You still have some time before each of the matches too, so don't worry about that. You can also vote for the MVP, answer some trivia questions, and so on. I think now we are ready for our very first match of the day. It's SK Gaming versus Krono Esports. SK already qualified for Worlds after winning their 3rd monthly final last month. They're considered the best SK roster since 2021. And on the other side, we have Krono with the first monthly final appearance for all 3 of their players, still technically able to qualify for Worlds by winning a single monthly final. Trev, isn't that crazy?
I mean, it's ridiculous if you think about it. The first appearance for all of the players under this team, they're 20th in the region, and if they win it all, they can go to a postseason event, which is very surprising, but I'm not sure what the chances of them are doing it. You know, as we've said, this is their first monthly final, and they're against the absolute best in the region of SK.
Experian NXT had to win their match against Krono to make LCQ. And in the end, it was a blessing in disguise since Krono ended up beating both NXT and KDS, the other team eyeing that last LCQ slot. Arc.
Yeah, it's been definitely an interesting road for them. You know, a tough one. This year has been the toughest for me in the entire history of the BSC in EMEA. August monthly finals, of course, Krono caused some big upsets, and you know, knocking out NXT was definitely their biggest feat to date. But you know, prior to that, getting to monthly finals has not been at all an easy road for them. They've really struggled. This to be their first this year.
On the other side, as mentioned, SK Gaming, they need no introduction, and it's possibly the worst possible matchup for Krono, Trev.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough one for Krono Esports. SK Gaming coming into this one as the monthly final champions at present, and have another 2 in the bag as well. So 3 total throughout this year, and they kind of been one of those inevitables to be getting in the top 2. They have this thing where they get to the finals and win it all, or drop out in the quarters. I just don't think this is going to be one of the months where they'll be dropping out early on. You know, as much as I'd love Krono Esports to make this absolute miracle run and somehow get to the LCQ from 20th seed in 1 month, but I think SK are just too much of a Titan to go down against them.
And of course, as always, let's treat ourselves to some interviews, to Joker's reflections on Worlds and this current SK roster.
I mean, so first of all, we're really happy to be qualified for World Finals. It's a goal that we had since after the start of the year. Now we are already experienced for Worlds, so we know what we have to do. We will prepare really intense, like 1 month before World Finals, so that we can achieve our goal, and that's to win. And the 5 teams that I think will go to Worlds, besides, I mean, obviously SK, Humble, and Heretics. I think Foot and Novo are going to qualify, and I would also hope that they qualify because they're my friends. Yeah, I think it has been the best year so far for every one of us personally. I think we've never done better. So yeah, each month that passes, we feel like we know each other better and that we can perform even better every month.
They improve with every month, getting better and better. Yet still, we've seen in the past few months already that SK Gaming is kind of following a pattern. They either win the monthly finals or they drop out in the quarterfinals. And according to the pattern, they won in July. What does that mean for this month, Trev?
Listen, I'd love for that to be the case, Sonny. I know what you're getting at. You're going to say, you know, following the rules of the world, they're going to drop out in the quarterfinals, but I just can't see it happening. You know, they're a team who have won 3 monthly finals, and obviously the public can't either, with 94% to 6. Surprised they've even got 6, to be honest with you, but people just taking a bit of a Hail Mary, trying to get some points, I imagine. I just can't see them dropping out early. I think this is going to be a good month for them. I'd expect them to at least get to the grand finals and possibly even make it 4 wins this year.
Yeah, and spoiler alert, Krono Esports have not done many scrims. By comparison to SK, they are very much behind in that regard. You know, it was very good qualifiers for Krono, no doubt about it. Their best performance to date, like I say. But SK are just on another level at the moment. Just seemingly unstoppable. And even some of the quarterfinals exits were very close, especially that one against Inner Circle. We'll see more from them today. But for SK, I feel like this is them just on top of the world. But as we saw yesterday in East Asia, there is the question mark of have they taken their foot off the gas potentially because they have already locked in the World Finals. We'll have to wait and see. I don't think that is the case. I think they're going to be coming out the guns blazing.
Yesterday's 8th Division surprised reject usually are the top team in that region, kept that top seed at least until yesterday. Didn't play as strong as we know of them. So yeah, let's see if Ark is right and maybe SK Gaming has also lost some of their energy. We're heading over to our very first draft of the day. It's going to be Hard Rock Mine, a map that has been in the map pool ever since Brawl Stars exists, I feel. Bans are in, and it's pretty similar to yesterday as well. Very tanky meta at the moment still, with Kit now one of the top picks. He just received his hypercharge. Cordelius and Lilyband on the side of SK Gaming. Kit, Double Ban, Sandy, and Doc come out of Krono. And Krono is the first pick here. Is it still a Rico meta here, Trev? It used to be 3 years ago. Now, probably first pick, either Gem Carrier, could be Gus here, or something tanky.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Listen, I love Rico here, and I know for a fact Ark loves Rico everywhere and literally anybody playing it. But it's going to be Ruffs, which is honestly, in my opinion, like, you know, in that kind of matchup, it'd be worse than Rico. But they're starting things off. Obviously, they're going to go a pretty safe route against SK Gaming, I would imagine. You know, listen, I don't hate the Ruffs. It just hasn't been around much recently. It's usually paired in those comps on Knockout, where you sat with Buster at the back, powering them up. And I love that strategy. But I just can't really wrap my head around a first pick Ruffs on this map.
Potentially for Bonnie, it can have the sandbags to block all of that. That's an SK pick. Be pretty up there. Kenji's the first one. But Bonnie, Jan, and Tara, that's where I'm kind of looking for SK here. Picking up the Gus as well. That's normally a Krono Esports kind of idea, so I do quite like that for their mid. Going to be rolling out then that Gene as well, which could be on the eyes here of Krono in that regard. They would like to have got that Gus, so that would be a kind of way to take something else off the table. I think Hank here could still be an option for them as well, but look out for Tara. We saw some great moments yesterday in East Asia for it. It's one of these more map-specific brawlers, but it gets some great, consistent results.
I mean, give me a Tara near the week and I'll have a smile all the way across my face, ear to ear, every time it gets played. Because it's been, listen, yesterday it made some incredible plays as well, especially on Crystal Arcade. Shade's going to come rolling on in, and that's a bit more my speed. I like that brawler. It can really, you know, disrupt the rhythm that SK Gaming will have coming into this one as the heavy favorites. They'll probably be playing it quite calm, quite composed, just waiting for their moment. But Shade can turn around the game so fast, especially when you get these kind of late game resets. The ability to get out of that spawn with the super through the walls and back to your side is just unparalleled by so many brawlers.
You
Yeah,
can't
it's a
resist
solid
my
brawler
charm.
for sure. Charlie is the next one for Krono Esports. Again, a fantastic tank counter, so in the eventuality we see something alongside that Kenji, definitely helps the situation. I wonder whether SK might go Kaze. I mean, or maybe the Buzz. I mean, the Kaze could struggle a little bit here, but it's definitely in the hands of Joker, one of those most dangerous brawlers that SK really can bring out in that regard. But certainly, I mean, there's still very many options that they can bring in here. Still looking towards potentially Janet and Bonnie, but I think that the way they're going with this might be a run it down style comp. And the Kenji being their first pick shows that they're really prioritizing that brawler. There's the Tara. You're happy now, Trev.
Listen, you know I will be. As I said, incredible brawler, makes big game plays, kind of turnarounds are just absolutely incredible. And, you know, for me, you know, Hard Rock Mine's not my favorite Tara map, to be honest. I much prefer it on Double Swoosh, Crystal Arcade, as I mentioned before. It definitely can work, but there's just so many more walls to be caught on. The ability to mess up your pull is just heightened so much, being able to catch on these walls. So it's something they're going to have to be a little bit cautious of, but being the players that they are, I doubt they'll make those kind of mistakes.
OPE very much zenning out there, getting cool and collected prior to this match. I'm sure SK will be taking no prisoners and not underestimating their opposition. So far, so good. 2 gems in Yoshi's pockets. And Joker not going to overextend here. Choosing to come back away as the shape of the long arms gadget. Rule tries to find a connection. Nothing to be found. Joker's juking nicely here. Shield from Yoshi's great as well. Giving that additional healing along the way. Who wants to go on the aggressive?
Yeah, Joker going in now, making some huge plays. Gonna be going straight back to where he was. Might be able to pick up the shade here as well. A little double kill as he gets the gem carrier and the lane. Gonna allow Yoshi to swoop in and pick up these gems, making that 6 when they get the one from this side as well. And lovely stuff from SK so far. Joker just gonna be pinning Ray into this corner and keeping him there for now. But he's trying to make a move up the right, and Joker spots it and cuts it out.
Yeah, Joker wants that dash to try to bait out that cocoon of Danpei. Lucas taking some shots on the left-hand side. Ray coming in now on the right and getting a nice amount of aggression. Pushing back SK. Nice pickup as well from Dompe in the mid. Got hypercharge too. That could be very, very much an influential play if you can connect it to Yoshi. Those gems will spill. I'm sure SK will be taking things a little bit more cautiously now as the hypercharge from the shade comes in. Yoshi's shielded, goes down. Can Ray get out of this situation? That's the question. The cycle is there. It looks like he's going to be able to do it. What a daylight robbery steal from Krono.
I mean, that's absolutely huge. And I said before the game, the turnaround capabilities with that brawler are huge. The ability to get in and get out through those walls is absolutely unparalleled. And this is going to be a game going the way of Krono Esports after a whole lot of SK Gaming dominance. Massive stuff from them and a great way to start against a big rival.
The thing with this is that the whole game was SK until that moment. So, you know, against a team like SK, you don't tend to get them very often. Certainly not in this next game. I hope for their sake. Otherwise, they could be dropping a set. But it was a fantastic play. Krono really did utilize their utility at just the right time there. And that was a fantastic shade play. It really was. I think as well, the Charlie hypercharge just looming there was enough to then deter SK also. So a great use of just holding on to things until the right times. And SK, they've got to learn from that.
I mean, Tara did absolutely nothing, bear in mind. Really didn't see much from OP that game, and he's starting off pretty poor again on the right-hand side. Went for a swap and kind of ended up being against a brawler that he didn't want to lane once more. Joker remaining on this right-hand side now, and we're seeing the swap through the back lines as the shade rotates back to the right-hand side. And OP, yet again, not having a good time. Gems are even at the moment, but control seems to be with Krono at the moment. Joker goes forward and will go down. Feeds a cocoon to Dompe, and he's going to be pretty happy about having that as a defensive measure.
Ooh, nice block there from OPE with the shades. Ray still lurking, and Joker's going to really struggle, I feel, a little bit, because he's just feeding in a lot of that super to hand. And Ray on the aggressive, he's already seen. It's quite brutal. Long arms there for the gadget to seal Joker's fate. Now, SK pushed back yet again, but OPE does have the gravity. Can he find Ray potentially here before he dashes away? That's the question. Choosing to hold on to it. I don't mind it. Joker now taking a better position on his right-hand side. Trying to flank towards the action here, but again, hypercharge for Dompe. Ray going in as well, but there was OP holding it and reserving it. What's the play?
Yeah, really nice stuff from him. He could have either, you know, deal with the gem carrier when he comes forward, or wait for Ray to do the same with the shade and try to it then, and chose that route. But the hypercharge is available for Ray, which was the killing blow for SK Gaming last time. 10th gems on the floor, and there it is. Make that 10 as the countdown starts, but here comes Ray, and the danger with a big swing. He goes down though so fast. They burn through him instantly, and the hypercharge from Lucas is not going to make a connection onto Yoshi, and And this time, SK Gaming should hold on. I mean, Yoshi went very aggressive there with a Cocoon and a Hypercharge ready to go for Dompe, but that's just narrowly missed. And SK will hold on to even out the score.
Yeah, the yellow card there from OPE saying you get one and that's your lot. And they managed to evade it that time round. Question is, in this final game for this set, can SK do the same yet again? So, like I said, one of those things where if they drop the ball, they tend to pick themselves up pretty well with the amount of sheer experience under their belts. You kind of expect that from a team that's #1 in this region.
Gadget being used by Ray early on, and as you said, long arms. Very useful on a map like this when you're lunging into players. Yoshi, these spiders running down at him, but OP will deal with them quite well. And he seems to just be playing a lot more of a defensive Tara in these second 2 games, trying not to feed as much. Super and Joker starting off strong on a very aggressive push.
Going in as well, still aggressive, but despite the low HP, will go down now. Shielded and had damage gear rolling, but overstayed his welcome. Ray low as well as OP now, but OP does have what he needs to be able to defend the situation when SK get pushed back. Smilings, no issue for OPE. And a good tap there from Yoshi also. Oh, that's nice there, Cocoon from Dompe. And will they get the kill on the way out? Surely they will. Joker's shielded though. He's actually surviving a lot longer than I gave him credit for. Goes down now, but that was enough to be able to allow Yoshi to get a couple more gems from this mid. But now Ray has the hypercharge yet again. And this is why OP is in such a great spot, holding onto that gravity.
Yeah, he's just deterring Ray from coming forwards because he knows if he goes in, he's going to get Tara pulled and going to get taken down. Here it comes now with the hypercharge along with it. And there you go, yet again, the defensive Tara pull from OP. Choosing not to try and get the gem carry, but just playing and waiting for Ray to come in. Pops a very questionable hypercharge there, I will say. Doesn't even have Super and thought he was going to be able to get it. But Dompe just retreated nicely. Super comes in from Joker, gets some great heals. Might be able to get another one off here as well, but no connections were made and no heals came back to him.
I think OP just trying to get better positioning there. He got a few taps and still didn't get super, so I think that was the main idea there. But again, certainly not the most resourceful of hypercharges at all. Dompe has his, possibly looking for Joker. If he can get Yoshi, that would be the main ideal person, but Yoshi is far too savvy to it. Ray finds Joker there on the right-hand side, and again, OP holding on to that super as he needs to do to defend his team. 2 gems are in the mid, and Krono Esports are just hoping that SK go for the dash. Joker brings them in, not the ideal person for it. They're going to be split for that reason, and Joker now can't go on the aggressive, but it's now down to OP to do just that. Gets the kill, gets the cycle. Can he find another as well? Missed hypercharge there from Dompe, and missed super there from OPE, but with 5 seconds, SK should be safe and sound. Dompe's going to be out to earn it back and still connect it. Can they survive? SK do just that. They claim the set.
Close closing seconds there. We almost saw Krono get back into the SK spawn and get them down again, but the shield and a bit of help from the rest of the team kept them up. So really nice stuff from SK there. A disappointing first game where they dropped all the gems and kind of managed to lose it, but as you mentioned, they're a team who are going to bounce back from that. They're not going to be deterred by that 1-game loss early on, and they played the second 2 very, very well.
Still in the 3rd game, Krono even got to 8 gems themselves. It was closer than expected, honestly, considering only 6% have voted that Krono will take this one. What I especially liked is this Ruff's first pick, a daring pick, but Lucas made it work wonderfully, honestly. Even into OP and Joker that don't really have a bad matchup into a Ruff's usually. Lucas really made it work well. Ray on that shade, of course, also star player in the first one. So yeah, I like what I saw so far. I think we're gonna have some good matches even in that first one, even if it is or might be a little one-sided arc.
Yeah, I think a great draft from Krono Esports, honestly, all things considered. I think the Ruffs combined with the Shade definitely worked out well. But all credit to OPE, really. I mean, having those supers, being reserveful with them, and choosing to use them at just the right times and not fumbling in the bag in that regard, I think that was the difference maker. SK, again, adapting, learning from those mistakes, and not letting it just get in the way of what they need to achieve today.
It's all about the right timing, especially in gem grab, where we did see in the past some triple tank comps to just take away the gems in the last second, not really caring for them throughout the game. In Hot Zone, in Ring of Fire, things are a bit different. You need to be switched on from the very beginning. Also for the Straft, because it's already in. For Joker, with the first pick, they're going to go with Finks, a brawler we did see already yesterday. He didn't really get touched in the balance changes, yet still he's a lot more prevalent now, again, compared to last month. The bands Charlie, Crow, and Kit again. Pam is a brawler that SK Gaming love to play on this map. I feel like they picked her every single time she wasn't banned out. So very wise from Krono. They did their homework and banning her out. Bernie, I like it. Also, brawler that we see a lot more often this month, Trev.
Yeah, Bonnie's a great shout on Ring of Fire, and I do love the Finks as well. I feel like we saw it a couple of times yesterday in East Asia on this map, and it really did work well. I just love the fact that you can delay those supers, those loose supers coming in, going to be placed on the zone. Having that Finks super down, it just delays that, allows you to get into a bit more of a defensive position and stop the Lou from cycling out nicely. So I think it's really solid. They're going to pair that with a Bell on the other side. So a couple of long range then for Krono Esports. Obviously, Bonnie can jump in, go aggressive, but for the most part, going to be in that cannon form. So a couple of long ranges there, and they seem to be playing a bit of a different game to what we're used to nowadays.
Yeah, being Kaze now on the cards for SK for sure. Kaze to be able to really cause a problem for that Bonnie. I think the pairing of the two brawlers though for Krono was quite smart, because SK would have definitely picked the Bell to be able to counteract the Bonnie. So I like their thought process with regards to that as far as things are concerned.
No mercy,
Sometimes
no
Juju makes an
survivors.
appearance here for SK as well, which is a good map for it. We rarely see her, but this is the one place where I think that she is pretty viable. There is the Kaze, and again, it's such a dangerous brawler in the hands of SK, and Krono have got to be very cautious of it and landing those marks and having that support factor there, which can really distract from the objective massively. So I quite like where things are heading here in that regard. Let's see how they kind of feel about things. They want to have that long ranged approach for the mid. I mean, I'm assuming that things will be taking that role, so it could be another aggressor, maybe even a Kenji as well, but I feel like they might just Iron coming to come in, so they're going to be supporting that mid. Interesting.
Guaranteed.
Not expect that from their playstyle, but the Kaze should be enough in this regard. Depends what this final pick is though.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all from SK Gaming. I like that Byron pick because it's versatile. You know, healing up, playing at range, against the Bell, against the Bonnie when that happens. Has the splash for when Bonnie comes in as well. And the support that Kaze is going to get is really, really solid. Seeming like the Finks and the Kaze are going to be the ones going, not Finks, very aggressive, but playing on the front lines more than the Byron getting those heals. But we'll see what Krono bring in as their last pick, whether or not they'll go something that's going to be able to deal with Kaze a bit better, because I feel like that's the requirement they're going to need. Tara comes rolling on in, and listen, I'm living the dream here over these last couple of monthly finals, because so much Tara gameplay coming in.
Yeah, it's been a brawler that, again, has got like 100% win rate in East Asia yesterday, and so far today continues to do so. Back to back, like you said, Trav's absolute dream match already so far. But it makes a ton of sense, you know. The question is, you know, are they going to be as consistent as the SK were with being resourceful with it? That's the thing. Again, I'm assuming Joker on Kaze will be, and you know, I think that he really is up there with, you know, in East Asia Tensai. I think that he's like literally mantling this brawler so nicely. These Byron heals are needed though, go straight into the mid there, but I'm sure as time goes on he'll start to get some flanks as OP takes more of an affirming role in the mid.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Joker goes down, OP pivots to that kind of aggressive mindset, trying to play, getting some shots in rather than healing his teammates up. Down he goes. Nice play from both of them, but Joker definitely feeding supers quite heavily, which is kind of what you've got to do with Kaze. Just get in over and over again until you get your own. Nice play from Yoshi and a wonderful pinch onto Lucas now. Joker sliding in behind these walls. Going to need some heals, and yet again, not getting any.
Yeah, very small margins going on here, really. But these are the moments that count. You do have to land those heals, certainly so. OP's doing pretty well now. Supporting Yoshi, Joker clears up the right-hand side, and now popping Hypercharge as well, which, considering the position of where Dompe is, I think probably not going to go, going to go to waste there, but at the end of the world, you can circle them pretty nicely here as Lucas jumps in, does find one onto Yoshi, might continue his assault onto OP. He's going to be thinking twice a little bit here, but gets the heal off, but that was very, very close for a pick up for OP. Should get the piercing damage there, into Ray, that secures that takedown, and doing well, all things considered.
Yeah, that was really nice from OP there. Did a great job. And Yoshi as well has been on this zone for such a long amount of time. And that's what I said. He's going to be playing on those front lines or the mid lines whilst Joker goes really aggressive. And OP just spams heals into his back. And if he can continue getting these Fink supers, he's going to be able to evade this Tara super. He's going to be able to evade these supers coming in from the Bell. So really nice. I mean, they're getting up there now, 90%. And he's still holding this pull. Someone needs to go in at some point and get him off the zone. They were playing that so passively. And they've got up to 95% now. Krono around 50. So a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, Dompe's juking well, but this Hypercharge has got to connect. It finds Joker. Gets a little bit of bush as well, but it's going to burn down now to the poison of OPE. Yoshi just about staying alive there from the shades. Places down the time weapon. SK need 4% only, and Joker goes straight into the eye of the storm. Gets it done, and SK will take the game.
I mean, that was all Yoshi in the mid game, really, I feel. It was able to juke 3 players shooting it in once, and that was without the Time Warp even being there. So, really nice plays from him on that Finks, able to evade so many shots, and just gain 30% stood on the zone in 1 period was just lovely from him, I'd say.
Yeah, very, very clean there from SK. No first game set mistakes there this time round. They're going to go straight on the right-hand side. Going to feed over quite a lot of stuff over to Dompe in the process there, unfortunately. Shay's causing a problem there for OPE, but taken care of now. Raylo, and that's a great tap from OP. Despite the shielding, it should secure Ray's fate, and it does. But a third member from Krono still hasn't made an appearance yet, so I'm just kind of wondering where he might be. Coming in now off the spawn, it seems, but definitely a very late start there.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect a team of this caliber to be boot camping, so I'd have expected them to all be in the same spot, but I don't believe they are. So a little bit unfortunate that one of the members seem to have some issues there, but they are back now, and honestly, they're not far behind considering it was a 3v2 for the majority of the start of the game, and that's a missed pull from Dompe. He's really going to be sad about that, especially since Yoshi stays alive even with that, and Joker will as well, hypercharging in. Jump comes through from Lucas. I'm not sure if he's really going to get too much. Gets 1 shot in, or 1 kill, I should say, and gets Joker low. Now double super on the spot here, and Yoshi will still go down. A little bit too much for him to deal with, but they have a 30% lead now.
A good start from SK. Just shy of 50% now. Shade's coming out. Joker finds them and gets the kill on Dompe. Oh, that's lovely for him. Places down the Phantom Storm. And Ray's going to be stuck there. He can't leave it. He'll take the damage, so he has to go down one way or another. Hypercharge now available for Dompe. Finds Joker. Clears a little bit of his own coverage and bush, though. So that's the cost. But Joker being eradicated is quite key. Yoshi, though, they can get him down. They can take mid control, which they do. Hypercharge for Joker. The invisibility lurking. Finds one. Lucas is going to be forced to jump here. Gets the stun off on Joker, though. And gets the last laugh in that respect. Going to have to hang on to dear life, though, on this mid. Because Yoshi's coming in with a helping hand of those heals from OPE.
Yeah, I'm not sure that last laugh's going to last very long, to be honest with you, with SK Gaming securing this 100% and taking the set along with it. 2 very clean games from SK Gaming. Not bad gameplay from Krono, but I just don't think they're at the caliber of a team who's won 3 monthly finals this year in SK Gaming. So it's close, but it's just not close enough.
I can definitely see how Krono beats the 9th seed in the leaderboard currently, sitting at the 20th seed, still making it into the top 8 this month. I can see why. They have a good draft, they play mechanically really, really well, but yes, it's not on the same level as SK just yet. After all, SK is sitting at that top 1 seed, so no one else can do that either. It's not a huge surprise here. Joker with the most kills, Lucas with the most DPS. They have definitely pulled their weight in this match, but so did the others. Yoshi on the Finks, you mentioned it, Trev. Did super well in the first game.
I mean, it's just the fact that he can stay in the zone for so long, and the supers help. The supers really help, but it was the moments where he didn't have the super down and he's still evading 3 players' shots was just crazy to me. And some lovely team play there as well. Yoshi making a big kind of reversing time and teleporting back to where he was, and Joker making some big moves as well. Not saying that OP didn't do a lot, but that support was incredible also. So yeah, overall SK team just that step ahead of Krono at the moment, and kind of expected them to close this out in 3 on triple dribble.
I'm super glad we're seeing a bit more Finks. The survivability he brings with him, with both the super and the gadget. We saw it being used here by Yoshi to perfection. I feel like, yeah, he's perfect for a hot zone map like Ring of Fire specifically. We also see a lot of Terra. Trav is super happy about that. Is there any brawler you would like to see more of, Ark?
Certainly Riku, but since Kit now coming full force into the meta yet again, it's just so unlikely to happen. Except maybe with Team Heretics later, sometimes a final pick and Bell's Rock, stuff like that. It's sometimes an option, but it's just so squidgy and such a tanky meta, very hard to get much use out of it, and you have to see the big picture in terms of the draft to really make it a viable option. Piper, though, I'm kind of with Bobby's tweet from last month. I really want to see a sharpshooter meta start to make some comebacks and some new brawlers that have those capabilities. You know, Mandy had it a little bit, but not really too much, and it's kind of a bit of a slow and sluggish brawler, but something of a bit more of an assassination kind of hybrid would be so amazing to see in Brawl, but very overpowered as well. Moving to the next map, Triple Dribble, the band's about to come in here. Certainly surprised to see no Lumi yet today. Would like to see a bit more of her. Expecting a Willow ban as well, some Shade bans potentially even on this map would go a long way. It's going to be very kind of tough for throwers to make a mark when those brawlers are on the field, so banning them out is probably a good safe bet. Hank as well, Crow being banned out, Gene and Gray rather, I would say. I think those are brawlers to look out for here.
I don't think we're going to see a sharpshooter on this map, but maybe later on Bounty or Knockout you get your wish granted. SK Gaming loves to play Lumi and Shade on this map. You mentioned both of those already. Shade especially strong because it can make put those walls in mid to good use as well as the Hank. And the throwers we see here are mostly Willow and Larry and Lori, because those can also deal with the tanks that people like to play in a map like this one. Willow, the first pick here from SK Gaming. No surprise to me, therefore, Trev. What do you expect from Krono as an answer to the Willow? Are they gonna pick the Shade here? No, never mind, it's banned out. None of those brawlers. Jackie is the only one that can still make the walls work, even though she's a tank. Otherwise, they just have to go with the thrower themselves, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you got to question when they're going to bring the thrower in. Did they bring it in early? Do they bring it in a bit later? The Larry and Laurie's, the Barleys work on this map. There's a few throwers that are capable. They're going to go with the Kenji. That's another one that can kind of, you know, move about a lot, have a good time, be able to evade quite a lot of shots from a lot of brawlers. So I think that's one of the better tanks they could have gone for. Jackie, you know, it's okay. It's just a bit unpredictable at the moment. They're going to go with the berry, pair that along with it, and also have the kind of the opportunity to maybe go something a bit more tanky as that last pick, depending what SK Gaming go for. The Willow is a thrower who can shut down the tanks better than most, but with the overwhelming power of the heals from Berry, an assassin and a tank, might be a decent route to go for, especially when they're the underdogs.
SK are a team that like a bit of Meeple here as well, which is a brawler which has received some generous buffs, but hasn't really kind of made waves so far in terms of the Brawl Esports meta. Gus would be a pretty safe pair of hands. Charlie for that eventuality of any tanks making a final pick appearance. I think it's pretty smart option to go with here. Maybe no cool dignity, I'd imagine, because Ball's going to come in. Could be an option now for Krono to maybe, oh, they banned it out anyway, but I mean, Ball's a really bold pick. OP is going to be very strong with that kind of idea. They need a tank count now realistically here, because the best one's taken off the table. It's going to be quite tough for them in that regard to really handle this Ball. I think OP's looking pretty confident in that regard too, so I can see why. Definitely since the rework, been a big fan of this particular brawler, making waves suddenly in the esports scene. Such a viable option. Could have some potential tank counter still with Colette, but it's a very rare thing to see. They're going to come through, but you know, the question is this going to be working out too well? I just think there's probably a few better options of able to counteract it.
Yeah, I mean, I do like this from SK. I don't think Krono comp's bad by any means. The last pick I do question slightly. I liked what they had up until that point, but maybe this kind of bull pick from SK Gaming's convinced me a little bit more. I think it's a great shout, and we saw it yesterday played out in East Asian Brawl, but I think it might have been on one of the other maps rather than this, but it worked so well. So dangerous stuff, and especially with the Charlie shut down the Kenji as well.
Yoshi on Ball, nice to see some variety coming out from SK. And Joker on the Willow. I think with the mind control already in hand as well, Joker had a fantastic start there. If you can just find a connection, be able to get in a very early goal here. And that Kenji will provide a lot of HP, be able to walk such things in. There's a cocoon, nice stuff from Yoshi, from OP as well. Lucas low, and Yoshi goes in. Oh, that was a beautiful star power on the Meg. I mean, I was going to say prior to the match starting whether that was going to be enough to shut down the ball, and apparently it was.
Yeah, well, see the kill coming in as well with Lucas and Kenji pinching down. Yoshi and OP back into the mix now. Still, Bumpy has the hypercharge, can go forwards. OP brings out a hypercharge of his own, might wanted to go for the shot. Oh, gets it off! Just about picks him up in the cocoon with the hypercharge, and the ball slides in behind. Was very surprised to see that still go in when Krono seemed so switched on to the idea of it.
Yeah, it's definitely getting tough now. Could be the final set. Oh, Yoshi has the hypercharge as well. He's dangerous. He'll be invulnerable when he connects it as well. So Ray now under his control. Yoshi goes in with 2 shots, gets it. And that's a game match point already for SK.
I mean, I'm pretty sure at one point there, Kenji kind of went under the mind control, gave the ball to his own team, who then passed it back to him when he was still under mind control. So I'm not sure what kind of went on there, but maybe they thought it ran out and he was going to clear the ball or something, but then obviously gave the ball absolute free roam to do whatever he wanted to that berry, and it worked an absolute treat for SK Gaming. And as you said, match point coming up next. It feels so fast.
Yeah, it's dangerously slipping now for Krono, who had some commendable starting sets, but now really are under a lot of heavy fire and scrutiny. Nice heals there from Dompe. And now good positioning as well for Ray. And Yoshi's going to have to heal off to be able to counteract this Meg, as again, that heavy metal star power will pack a huge punch upon Meg coming out of mech. Joker needs to get this clear. Might even use mind control here and does, yeah, just to get the ball right up there. I don't think it's a goal scoring position, but just to be able to make that clearance, gain some space, some time to heal for his teammates, I think it was a good call.
Yeah, surprised to see he didn't just kind of mind control him straight into the Bull's hands after wasting all of his ammo, but kind of worked nonetheless, bringing him back. Nice dive down there from Joker to avoid the damage that Ray was going to be bringing in. Hypercharge forwards. What a move from Dompe. And he'll get the goal along with it. Krono Esports bouncing back, backs against the wall. And these kind of plays need to be made.
Yeah, much better from Krono. But that was one. We need to see much, much more because Yoshi all going in. Lucas just shut it down. Hypercharged himself, and that swipe will be fierce as well. Joker then with the mind control, bringing Lucas around the side, straight into an OP cocoon. Lovely synergy coming out here from SK, dealing with the threat at hand, but they are still a goal down, and they're almost having to be able to earn it within the next minute of play. But Yoshi has the hypercharge. Now he's got to go in on the aggressive and make something happen.
I mean, these are the times where it's going to happen. Yoshi going in with the hypercharge, gets another stun off as well. Going in once more, but can't find that stun again to slow them down and allow his team to get some work done. Cocooned up now, going to be bouncing out and maybe could have passed that forwards to Joker, who has a super of his own, still staying alive so well in this situation, pinned into one zone now and still living.
Insane. The survivability of Joker is nuts. If he gets a hypercharge, then he can even get out of this, but it goes down eventually to Dompe. Finally, so but SK are still on the ropes. They've got to find a goal in 35 seconds, and OP's left all alone now on his own in 1 versus 3. He has the hypercharge though as well. Gonna have to use it now. Surely he does. Dompe is giving him such aggression from behind though. Goes into the cocoon. Now SK have got to go. It's Joker with the mind control potentially here, but he's got to land it. He fires right. Can he get a goal in the time? Oh, it's bounced off for Dompe. Can he walk it? It's on the line. Yoshi gets some swipes, but it's still free. Oh, Joker falls as well. And Krono defend!
What a defense from Krono. Great knockback there from the berry to stop Ray from being able to walk that ball in whilst under the mind control. Lovely, lovely stuff from them. It just ran out in time, and SK are going to be devastated about that. But they remain on match point. Krono still got their backs against the wall, but that was much better than what we've seen from Krono.
I feel like SK may have fumbled it towards the end, potentially. That's normally a moment that they would be able to capitalize down on. As such, they're a game down in this set, but still on match point themselves, which is definitely a blessing here, but in danger of dropping a set. It's unlike them. Ray plays at the right-hand side. Joker goes down. Yoshi now under immense scrutiny. Has got super. Might have to go over gadget, but too late. The swipe from Lucas is there. The pass to Ray. Oh, mind control from Joker off the line. The ball bounces. It was in their hands. Unreal defense from Joker at just the right time as well. And Krono going to be kicking themselves for that.
Yeah, Yoshi trying to defend his teammate now, has a super of his own, and Joker trying to move this forwards. Yoshi not having the best of times against Dompe here on the berry. Just keeping these puddles of ice cream on the floor. Now, we've got quite a lot of kit there for SK Gaming, but remain pinned in the spawn at the moment. 1:45 on the clock still. Nope looking to try and cocoon Ray, but he does well of baiting that hypercharge out, and he's not going to get much use out of it at all.
Tough spot again for SK. Good connection from Ray. Yoshi gets some taps, but goes down himself, making it that 2 versus 3 now. And OP and Joker have got to defend this. The ball, though, will surely go in with the helping hand of the heals from Dompe. That's another goal for Krono. We're back to where we were in the last game with SK down, and now in peril.
Yeah, that hypercharge ready to go, though, for Ray. He's going to try and take out his own teammate, and he brings him out of mech. Big move there from Joker, but I'm sure he would have loved to use that whilst going forward to try and get a goal, as that's been the main goal-scoring kind of power for them at the moment. Stun's going to come through now. Lucas will go down, trying to find Yoshi. Might go through these walls to get a bit of a better pathway. Can he get the goal in? It's rolling through, and he finds it to equalize. One more needed for SK to take this in a sweep.
Lovely moves from Yoshi. Trickling over the line. You'll love to see it. And one more goal for SK, and they'll be going to the semi-finals. OP's got the hypercharge now, going to shut down Ray. Surely he does. Spiraling's going to be causing an issue here for Dompe somewhat. The heals are strong.
Joker.
Hypercharge from the Kenji as well. Joker dives into the ground. OP struggles here, but gets the cocoon off as well. And the ball should be just about clear.
He just missed point-blank mind control on someone who was just coming out of a cocoon. Really disappointing for Joker there, and might have cost him the game. It actually is going to. They slide the ball in, get the set back, and that should have not happened. Joker missing point-blank mind control on someone in a cocoon is not the way I'd have thought that set would have been closed out.
Who would have thought that we would see this end in something other than a sweep? SK now, 1 set down.
I'm really impressed with Krono so far. They take a game in set number 1, now even a whole set. It's a little unexpected, if we're honest here. And maybe, Ark, you were onto something when you compared SK to yesterday's reject. Maybe the power is just gone now at the end of the year. They're already qualified for World. It's very unlikely for them to still lose that top seed. Expect they do drop out in the quarterfinals, actually. So they need to be a little careful here.
Yeah, I think that it's still safe to say, at least in my opinion, that SK will bring this one back. I mean, they've got such huge support behind the scenes. You know, Pedro doing wondrous work in terms of the draft. I didn't see anything personally wrong with their draft here, either myself. I was quite surprised of the Meg's effectiveness. I think that was definitely an unexpected final pick that did serve a good purpose. And I think just some mistakes from SK really were what sealed it for them. That's unlike them. It's not really from nerves or anything at all, but maybe just having a slight bit of an off day. Like I said, the main bulk of their work this year is done, but SK are an organization that don't like to ever take days off. They want to end the season on a high, ideally winning the whole thing. Undoubtedly, they've been the best performing team in this region, and they want to be going to the World Finals looking like a real threat here.
Yeah, tough one for Krono still, but they have taken a set just now. They have prolonged it, and I feel like those 6% that have believed in them are very happy right now. It wasn't really what we expected, but I'm super happy for Krono. As always, my heart beats for the underdogs. Once again, it was Lucas, the star player on his roster. I already really liked him on the Rust and Hard Rock Mine. Now he showed off once again what he can do on the mech. Super impressed with him specifically, but with the whole squad. Really good what they're showing us so far. We're heading over to New Horizons. Ark is hoping for some snipers, some long-range shooters to come in. Trev, do you think he's getting lucky now?
I don't know. I feel like this is the map where it probably would happen, but we've seen some proper cheese comps in the past, and honestly, I'd love to see it Brawl again. I think, in my opinion, and I know Ark said it at the time, that Buster Ruffs composition, I can't remember where we saw it. I think it might have been here by Humble. That Ruffs Buster combination was the most disgusting draft I think I've ever seen, and it worked absolutely flawlessly. So that kind of combination coming in again, I wouldn't be opposed to it, as I loved seeing it when it was played.
We're knockout now. Bans are in already. Once again, very tanky brawlers out the way. Kid double ban. Kaze banned from SK Gaming. Jae Young as well. First pick is on the side of Krono. I just know the stats from SK here. They love to play the Doc. Combine it with some other tankier options. Maybe a Grey to bring him into action. And SK's most picked brawler is RT. So Krono, again, they definitely did their homework. They know exactly what SK likes to play. Try to ban out some of the brawlers that SK loves and pick them up themselves here, Ark.
Yeah, for sure. It's good. It's a well-spotted thing to see. I think Angelo's definitely an SK brawler pick here for sure. Maybe Tick as well, to be able to try to ensure that Krono Esports don't try to just keep hiding behind any of those walls. I think the ban's really quite key. Kit being banned a lot here today so far. No surprises there for me. But I mean, sometimes SK do bring some more sharpshooter style brawlers as well. Sometimes Piper. I think Grey here as well in the hands of SK is a very dangerous thing. Now with the kit, with the Tick on the map, if Krono do want to bring in a throw of their own, they might have that as the final pick hand, but certainly as well others to hand. I think Gene it is going to be quite a safe brawler to have at this stage of the draft, but yeah, Doug could be an option. I think now with the Tick, it's going to be going to a bit more of a control place to place.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. I think like Tick as a first pick is honestly surprising to me, but seeing the Doug come in, and honestly I quite like it. You know, it's one of those brawlers that's going to be so good when it comes to the late game. And to be fair, I don't know if this map's usually like much of a late game map, to be honest. Like, I don't know if I really see it playing out that much towards the later periods, but I guess these two teams expect it to be going that way, with the RT obviously dropping the legs and dealing damage. You know, Doug, same with that kind of like Jackie build, being able to kind of deal a lot of damage in a short amount of time in a surrounding area. So surprising to see these two picks from SK Gaming, but honestly I'm open to it.
Cordelius or Krono Esports. We've seen a big rise in Cordelius mainly because of Kit recently, but it's banned out. So interesting to see how they're going to make it work. Obviously trying to take the Doug out of the equation is an option, but I feel like for SK they could still go Gene and just utilize and double down on those heals. I mean, and just allow the Tick to really cycle in and maneuver around the map and not have to worry too much in that regard. But often this is a map where teams do like to sit behind these walls, and that's the brawler that can break them. So I don't mind the Brock coming in here for for Krono Esports. It's a brawler which SK sometimes pick, but majority of the time it is that RT, which again Krono already picked up. So let's see how they feel. Angelo's still available here if you do want to have that kind of range. That's definitely a brawler that in the hands of SK is so dangerous, but it might go against with this pick. It's a very interesting idea which SK tend to not go with. Again, that RT pairing is so important to this kind of comp. So let's see what the third and final pick is actually going to be and how they're going to be working around things. They're all going to come in for them. Again, it's a safe bet. It's going to have that range advantage, which they kind of are lacking currently in this comp. So it had to be something around that kind of idea. So I still kind of feel like the Krono Esports comp is quite nice for me, actually. And the Brock's to be able to break the RT as well with the hypercharge is just devastating. It leaves nowhere to hide. And I think SK for sure themselves know just the strengths of that very brawler. So out of their hands, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this SK draft. I like what Krono have brought to the table. The wall break's going to be able to take kind of both the Dug and the Tick out the equation down these lanes. And it's going to be very difficult for them to do too much. They're all staying together, but Brock's going to get some good value off that. Nice stats from Dompe as well. And instantly, SK pinned into the spawn. Took a lot of damage, but the heals kept them up at the moment.
That's what I'm worried about a little bit. Once Ray gets cooking as well, I'm assuming he's got jump to hand in terms of gadget choice. I mean, Lucas is breaking everything, and soon there's going to be nowhere to hide for SK. And depending so heavily upon these Dug heals, what happens when Dug's not available with the hot dog to be able to keep everyone in the mix? It's really all down to OPE, and those tick heads are going to be easily taken care of with 3 players on the map. So he needs to get that hypercharge ready. And now Joker's starting to tap to alleviate some pressure. Tick head goes out, but Ray takes swift care of it as well. And a missed mark from Joker. Is SK looking a little bit shaky?
Yeah, they are. OP's going to go down. Joker low. Yoshi low as well. Super comes out. Joker might be able to get that one, but I think he'll get refragged. And Yoshi just going to head into the smoke, take the damage and go down. Does have his super for the next round, but that was possibly the least convincing we've seen SK all day.
It just feels like this comp hasn't given them very much to play with. All the aggression's currently with Krono, and there's only so many heals that can come through, and if you make it a 2 versus 3, the whole thing is going to crumble so quickly. Hypercharge now for OP is a bit of a saving grace. Let's see whether they can find some value from it, but we need to see Joker start to really tap things in, get some well-placed marks as well. Here's the hypercharge from OP, but reserving that ticket for a very long time. Now it goes through, and they find Ray marked up as well from Joker. This is better. SK have got to keep this up.
Yeah, it's a lot better, and especially with Yoshi still got this super in hand as well. Going to be a huge thing for them. Little few bounces between Dompe and Lucas up top there as well. Ray down the bottom still remains marked up. Yoshi have a tough situation here as the hypercharge comes in. Heals come through. OP going to need some more for himself. The last chance comes in there for the Tick, and now Yoshi powering forwards with the hypercharge of his own. Going to use it. Moving forwards. Gets realmed by Ray beautifully. He will be coming back, though, straight out into the... Oh, that was a weird interaction. Into the Shadow Realm as well. Joker surely going to be able to get this kill to Ray, but it came close in the end. SK hold on and take this round. But Krono, honestly, looking very good. And look at the map as well.
Yeah, this is the problem with the Brock. And although not necessarily the strongest brawler in the meta, with the gadget cooldown, it does allow you to just keep, as time goes on, breaking everything open. Hypercharge for Joker, just find a lovely connection to Ray. Oh, what a reverse polarity gadget from Joker! That was a huge pickup, which might very well lead to a game now for SK. Oh, that was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, this is really nice from SK here. And now it's Krono pinned in the spawn. Still a winnable situation for them, don't get me wrong. They've got 2 brawlers and a hypercharge with the RT, which can do so much work. But Tick doing a great job of peppering him. He comes so low, but gets healed nicely by the Dug. And straight back to the situation of being pinned in spawn for Krono Esports. This is SK's dream situation, really, having them back here and just being able to kind of hold them down. Yoshi goes in, gets the kill. And Dompe, even with hypercharge, I'm not sure what his hopes are here. Yoshi's going to go in and kind of just go down, and it doesn't even matter. He doesn't even need to resurrect to be able to get this one done. It's back to match point for SK Gaming, but I still think Krono are in it.
Oh, very much so, yeah, for sure. I feel like just one single takedown at the early outset, is going to make a massive change to how things compare. I mean, and Joker being that ideal person to target, because, I mean, a Dug's going to keep healing a Tick, but ultimately it's just a Tick landing shots onto the map. Good starting gadget, again, with a reverse polarity there from Joker. But again, Lucas breaking this map, causing a real problem for SK. Yoshi pushing forwards, healing up along the way. Good taps there from Joker as well, but now being aggressed by Ray, and Ray finds it. And again, as I said, that's the ideal person to find in early doors.
Yeah, Yoshi gonna fall low and gonna go down. Krono back into a good position again. You know, it was surprising. It was the game, it was the rounds where the map was broken up and you'd expect SK to do worse where they did better. But surprised to see OP use a gadget there as well. I think he's trying to work for his super and stay alive a little bit longer, but really didn't manage to do that for very long. And Krono back in the lead in this game with a round in the hand.
Fed over so much utility as well to the Cordelius now. Hypercharge would be lovely for Ray if he can find it. Match point still. SK down and around. Dompe sitting back, trying to find some connections here. Ray maneuvering. Oh, nice jukes around that gadget as well, and the following shots too. But SK on the ropes, no doubt about that. Yoshi taking a lot of these shots, but it will help feed his utility, but he's going to stay alive to be able to use it. And he's low, 1,700. He's got to come back now. Surely his Joker does land a very important mark.
Yeah, Ray's going to go for the super here and actually gets Yoshi, his dream target, in the middle of all three of them. Gets around this wall, goes back in for some shots. He should come down and be traded out. And now, with the mark onto Dompe, I'm not sure who should win this. Obviously, they've got control, but OP, you're going to be using these walls pretty well in the late game. So Brock going to need some breaks. Head comes down now, and he hasn't really got the ammo to deal with it too well. 300 HP, and he's still taking the fight into Yoshi, and he's one shot now. That hypercharge used from Joker takes him down, helps it out, and Dompe only left with a super. SK come out on top.
Very clean towards the end for SK, despite a very tough circumstance. And Krono now are in real trouble. SK just need the one round here, and they proceed to the semi-finals. But Krono have not gone down without a fight. That's got to be said. Unreal from them so far against the #1 seed in this region. But it might be the end. But I feel like this comp can still work. Again, if they can just find an early pickup here, and an aggressive stance is already there. The hypercharge for OP, though, they've got to be cautious around it. Lucas got to break more of these walls. No connection there for Joker, trying to find things as OP now has got to decide left or right.
Yeah, hypercharge going to be dangerous that OP has. Yoshi with a super of his own as well. This is looking like a round that SK Gaming could win and take this game back and go to the semi-finals, which would kind of rule out Krono's chances of getting anywhere near this postseason. Okay, going to pop the hypercharge, go forwards. Should throw the super out last second and does. Has that hypercharge value, but not getting a lot back from it. And Yoshi trying to move in, has a super, evading well, but these follow-up shots, all three of them in one position, could be a real tough time. Now the slow comes in, along with that hypercharge from Ray. Yoshi still remains in the realm, going to be coming out straight on top of Dompe, but Dompe going in so close. It's Yoshi versus two, he's evading well. Tickhead gets through, and Yoshi, somehow with a bit of a help from lingering tick shots and a Tickhead, gets the job done for SK.
What a clutch finale! Unreal from SK, but possibly it shouldn't have been as close as it was. That's all credit to Krono. What a valiant attempt to take down the #1 seed. It just didn't quite end their way. It was so close, and I feel like that could have even gone to a fifth and final set, especially with that draft that SK somehow managed to make work.
It definitely would have been possible. Could we please get a close-up of that, by the way? I was not able to read that. But anyway, I'm so impressed with Krono. They really studied SK Gaming well. They knew that's going to be one of their toughest opponents today. Making it out of the quarterfinals would have been huge for them. It is, after all, their first monthly final appearance. The two brawlers that have worked the best for SK in scrims in this month, in this map, are RT and Dog. Krono knew SK likes those two brawlers. Pick away. They also were ready with that Brock pick to open up the map against the Dog that had to come in from the side of SK Gaming. So again, they were so ready with the draft. They played really well, but yeah, it's just not enough in the end to beat an SK Gaming. I feel like it would have been any other team. Maybe we would have seen them in the semis today, Trev.
Yeah, well, SK Gaming are going to advance. That's our first game of the day, and that was a 3-1. And honestly, that was one of the ones that we thought was going to be more clean cut. So SK Gaming advanced to the semi-finals. Up next is one of the ones me and Art mentioned at the start of the day, with going to pretty much be a 50-50 and a very tough one predicting Inner Circle versus Novo Esports. So it's going to be an exciting one next. If that was supposed to be the most clean cut of the day, I'm excited to see what the 50-50s are going to be like.
It's a 3-1 in the first quarterfinal that already promises to be a banger. Monthly final again. After all, it's the last one, so I'm happy to be able to say that. with that loss, it also means now that our top 9 in EMEA are locked in, and all of those places, the 5 World Final slots and the 4 LCQ slots, are now distributed amongst those 9 teams, Ark.
Yeah, NXT now will be definitely thankful for that one. There was a bit of a 1% opportunity if Krono went the whole distance to win the monthly final. They could have made the LCQ, but that now secures it an NXT despite not qualifying. All Reply Totem, who've also locked themselves in eventually because of their points. Yeah, they've been able to lock themselves in, so they'll be celebrating tonight for sure.
So congrats to Experian NXT for making LCQ. There's 1 more LCQ slot open right now and 2 more World Final slots. 2 of the teams that still have to fight to share those 3 slots between them are Novo and Inner Circle, our next quarter-final match. There's only about 40 points between them. For Novo, they only need to win this quarter-final and would be locked in for World Finals. Inner Circle has to make it to the Grand Finals in order for them to take that World slot. So those 2 teams, we're gonna see them at LCQ for certain. We only need to figure out who has the chance to go directly to Worlds. We're gonna find that out and also more after a quick break.
Hot potato. Ring of Fire. I don't know. I think New Horizon. Shooting Star.
We try to follow along with those maps. I hope you have been better than us 3. Welcome back, Kenny, and welcome back to all of you to the August monthly finals here in EMEA. Kenny, we just watched a match that many of us figured it would be a quick little thing for SK Gaming. After all, it's the top 1 seed versus the top 20, but Krono Esports did super well.
I was thoroughly impressed. Definitely not the direction that I thought that was going to go. I, like many, expected that to be a 3-0 number 1 seed versus the number 20 seed. It just makes sense. But despite that, in the biggest month of the season, underdog team still found a way to make things interesting.
And as always, the people at home voted for the MVP. It's Joker with every right, I feel like. He did super well in those 4 sets they played more of the flashier brawlers. Kenji, for example, in that Hard Rock Mine set. Ark, you feel like it's warranted?
I think there's a couple of mistakes in Brawl that may have cost them, actually. But I think that, again, Joker tends to get it. We're seeing that this season. Like, there was always a player on every team that consistently gets it. I personally thought maybe Yoshi this time round, but the fans have spoken and we gotta go with them.
He's usually doing the interviews for them, so you could say he's the face of the team. Makes a lot of sense. Despite all that, he also played super well, and SK takes it in the end, moving on into the semi-finals. They're now waiting to figure out who is going to be their opponent, and it's either going to be Inner Circle or Novo Esports. They're only about 40 points between them. Novo with the better cards to make it to World Finals. They only need to win this quarter-final, but Inner Circle has every chance to still take that slot, Kenny.
Plenty to fight for both of these squads. Inner Circle, of course, the number 6 seed in the region right now. Their journey is a lot tougher, I would say, than Novo. If Novo win, it's win and into the World Finals for both them and Foot. The only way that Inner Circle can keep this going is if they make a Grand Finals.
As always, we want to hear, especially from Rama, because he usually has some banger statements for us, what they think about their opponents. So let's hear what Rama has to say about Novo.
Novo Esports, we are ready, so you have to be ready against us. Good luck.
Okay, he's actually being a pretty good sportsman today. He wishes his opponents good luck. And let's see if Novo needs it. Again, Novo only needs to win this quarterfinal. They would be locked in for Worlds. For Inner Circle, it has to be a win in the quarters and the semis. I really feel like it's going to be a close one between those two teams. That was a tough one to predict as well, Ark.
Yeah, Ron was always the first to call us out on the predictions today, but he didn't call us out for all siding with him today yet, so wait to see that one happen. Nob, of course, being the king of rage bait as well, so look out for some of those tweets, but definitely always entertaining. I do love to follow Inner Circle on X. It is always the gift that keeps on giving, but for Novo Esports, like you say, they've definitely got the easier road here. Inner Circle do a lot, but Inner Circle are a team that can cause upsets and exceed expectations sometimes.
Talking about expectations, we also want to hear what Marco expects from this quarterfinal match.
Inner Cycle, I know you're good, but we want the world spot.
Both of those teams want the world spot, but yeah, we'll see who will take it. This quarterfinal will decide the fate of not just them, but of 3 teams in total. If Novo wins, both Novo and Foot will qualify for Worlds. If Inner Circle wins, they have the chance to continue fighting for a spot. And then the fate of Novo and Foot lies in some other matches as well, Kenny.
Matches, and according to the graphic, a little high ground never hurt nobody. I think this is going to be really intense, to say the least. I think Inner Circle have come to play. I was really impressed with their qualifiers. Obviously, getting a win there 3-2 over Team Heretics is why they are here. I think Team Heretics are a heck of a team, so the fact that Inner Circle were able to accomplish that does give me a little more faith in them.
It's super exciting between those two. Also, their scrim rates are very similar, so it was a close vote. Still, all of us said Inner Circle should take it today, Ark. Why is that?
Again, I feel like they've just been looking really quite good recently. Not to say that Novo haven't, but I mean, got to remember, Novo won a monthly final. But then we saw a very clear decline in their performance. And I personally feel like that was quite meta-related. And I feel like this meta kind of generally prefers Inner Circle in that regard, despite what the event site poll is saying. That's kind of how I'm feeling regarding it. Novo Esports on paper looked like the favorite team, no doubt about that. But for Inner Circle, again, sometimes they have these moments, they just are able to do wondrous things, beating SK Gaming in March to match point, then going on to beat Foot, losing to Novo Esports there. So there's a bit of a history there in that regard. But I feel like they are on the up. And like Kenny said, beating Heretics in the qualifying stages was definitely a huge result for them.
Inner Circle has already been a well-known team last year. For Novo, it was a surprising breakout team this year. Initially, they were seen as LCQ contenders. Now they're closer to that world slot than Inner Circle is. So let's see who will take it here. Terra, Kaze, and Lumi are going to be banned out. We're going to see so many Lumi bans today, I feel. Lumi's double banned even. Janet and Crow banned from the side of Novo Esports. Again, we are on gem grab, so it makes a lot of sense that those gem carriers are out of the way. Like the Janet, for example, Crow can be used with his shield gadget as well as the gem carrier. Cordelius is going to be the first pick here. Kenny, I feel like that's just preparing them for any tanks coming from the side of Inner Circle.
As far as order of operations, if Cordelia is the ban phase, I think it's almost an instant first click these pro players, especially a brawler like Lily who shows up here a lot. You kind of take the gamble if you draft Lily first and the other team's just going to pick Cordelius here. So they're going to go ahead and take the anti-tank and one of the most meta brawlers in the game for themselves. On the other side, Inner Circle still want to get aggressive. Obviously, Draco versus Cordelius, the Shadow Realm is a problem for somebody like Draco, but I'm sure they're going to try and pair this to get something that has a positive lane matchup into Cordelius. The one thing that the Mushroom Man's not great at is dealing with range. So kind of finding a lane option for them that can deal with that, something like a Sandy, could be a real threat.
I love the Sandy pick. It's my favorite brawler for this map. It works out so well. Bonnie's still available here. Could be an option later on down the lines, but yeah, that's a fantastic one for Inner Circle to allow that Draco to move forward as well under that Sandstorm. Could be really nice. Now, Novo plays some odd brawler picks here. Sometimes Mo is one that's a bit outlandish that I don't really see other sort of teams experimenting with. Could be an idea for them. Jae Young coming in to helping hand this situation. Certainly a very strong mid for sure. I do quite like for that reason, but Kit not being banned here as well, by the way, could be an open door potentially here for Novo if they want to try to do something with that, but the comp doesn't really have too much synergy, so I'm not necessarily expecting it. Other weird ones they played a little bit here. Janet, again, Ash coming in now for them, not one they played in scrims. You never really know what to expect with Novo Esports, and sometimes that's a really great advantage, sometimes it's a bit of a hindrance.
Ash is one that I feel like has taken a global presence this month specifically. I was actually expecting to see it a tad more yesterday in East Asia compared to some of the other tanks we saw. I think this is a very safe one as well, especially into the face of something like a Draco or a Sandy. I think it's fine. I don't necessarily think it's some hard counter, but if the other side wants to go something crazy like a Hank, they can't really do that anymore. Inner Circle going for a max. I have noticed in their, kind of preparation and scrims leading up into the week that they do have some throwback kinds of comps and brawlers. I mean, they don't mind mixing up a stew in there a little bit more, a max a little bit more, even Ims compared to some of these other teams. Inner Circle and Novo, number 6 and number 4 seed, both battling to make it to the big dance here. Only one more ticket available in this region. It's either LCQ or World Finals for both of these squads. Gonna be a tense one. Wouldn't have it any other way for our final month.
Yeah, Inner Circle don't even scrim max because it's Mabius. He's like, in my opinion, the best max player in EMEA. It's as simple as that. So they can bring it in at any point in time and they know they're going to be able to get some good results. But a good choice of gem carrier, not necessarily overly meta, but in the hands of Mabius, he's just so good and so accurate with tapping. Nob getting some good value as well. Nice Sweet Dream stun there, gadget on the right-hand side. And now the Sandstorm coming in should allow Inner Circle to get into a much more advantageous position.
Rama left-hand side battling all the robotic rats going down, and that'll clean up rather quickly for Novo. Mebius being forced away. Some super speed coming out of Sabine here. Biso there to assist him. Rama has to take to the Dragon's Breath. Riding on this left-hand side. Mebius cleans up right-hand end, and it's evened out here. IC taking advantage and now going to maintain mid-control.
Rama goes down, but not before obtaining that hypercharge as well. With that max speed, it's going to be a really dangerous Draco game, I feel. Nothing to really hard shut it down other than the Cordelia, so they've got to be really cautious to evade that particular brawler. Now on the right-hand side would favor Rama in that regard. 7 gems now in the pocket of Mabius, the 4 only of Novo Esports, who are now pushed back again with the Sandy Sandstorm and this max. It's been really tough to keep control in that regard.
Mebius doing a great job of preserving his life. Of course, Nob and Rama there to help him out as well. Now Novo taking over the middle of the map. Shadow Realm for the right-handed. Nob gets a victory on that lane. Mebius, super speed available, flashing it. Gonna power up his tank here so he can chase down the other end. The extended fire coming out of Draco. Robotic rats, though, for another victory there. Mebius just has to tank this one. Now they're all migrating to this right-hand side. Novo, once again, in this back-and-forth affair, will take over the gyms.
Yeah, it really is very close. And every time the robotic rats come out, it's now maybe it's moving over to helping hand things with Nob. The 10th gem is with Rama. Again, he can't go on the aggressive because they are split. And there's enough time potentially if Novo can get a reset here to get it back off the mid. Rama's low, popping the last stand gadget there, but goes down just about. 10th gem, hypercharge from Mabius. The need to get Rama back into the mid. This gem going to spawn in, is going to tie things up nicely here for Novo Esports, but Bisu, they're so low. There is the max hypercharge going straight into the mid, and Nob capitalizing on Marco whilst he's low. This is great from Inner Circle.
Mebius takes a lap on the left-hand end. Once again, the tanks battling. One goes down. Biso, Marco, now circling. Chop in there, and it's a Shadow Realm. Oh, but a takedown available. 12 gems still residing with Inner Circle, so the bottom of the map is where we draw our attention. Biso, not enough time from the mid. Not nearly enough damage to take down the likes of these Inner Circle brawlers, and it's going to be game 1 going to the blue side.
I love this max final pick. Again, I've not really seen any teams playing max recently, but it makes a ton of sense really here with the Draco. It's very aggressive. I like the balance that Inner Circle were finding there, not outstaying their welcome too much. Obviously, Rama can afford to go the most aggressive, which he was, and being able to cycle consistently as a result of that. But for Mabius, he's got to be so careful, and he's been doing a great job of just siding with each player, Rama, Nob, whenever he's needing that support. So good from them, but Sabim, he's always staying on his feet. I mean, more often than not, Rama is not winning these interactions, but he's able to cycle at least the result of things really nicely for me. So going back in Dragon Form now, continuing the assault.
Feels like Ash has gotten the better of this left-hand lane pretty much the whole time. Those robotic rats there to assist, and now a little extra pressure. That's one thing that they have to have Sandy for, at least a flamethrower coming out of Draco to pierce through all those. Otherwise, Max either has to use a phase shift, use some valuable ammo. It's just really tough for Max as more of those single projectiles shooting out of him instead of the other way where they're piercing through shots. It's a nice lane pick up there on the right-hand end. Sandstorm available to keep them invisible, which is something that's so valuable even on a map like this.
Great pinch between Rama and Mabius. Sabim again stays standing. Last stand gadget popped, and Rama goes down. There's that cycle that is so dangerous. And now with the speed from Mabius, should put Rama into an aggressive spot once more, especially with the hypercharge now coming back in off the spawn. If Nob can get a sandstorm at just the right time, this could be really quite key. As Inner Circle needed 3 gems, there's one there on the spawn. Here comes the speed. Rama with the hypercharge. It's go for Inner Circle and going straight for the jugular. Bisa goes down. The gems are dropped, and Inner Circle run back to spawn.
Inner Circle turning the tempo up to 100 there, and now they're playing a full-out defense. Rama can play bodyguard since Mebius has 10. Asleep on the right-hand side, and it puts Novo's chances even more slim. Mebius now juggling this out, dodging, hypercharge available. Jae Young threw in the towel even. Inner Circle popping off in game number 2 and taking a set.
Very close, back and forth, but for the most part, I felt like that was one of the more convincing games we've seen so far today. And Inner Circle definitely, again, with much more to do to get it done, but that's a great start. They look very confident there for me.
I'm so happy to finally see Max Sandy return to the meta. It has been a synergy that we've seen 3 years ago already, and it has been in the game ever since then, brought out in multiple occasions. Max is a brawler that we haven't seen at all yesterday in East Asia. Now Inner Circle with that new pick in that regard, and they absolutely demolished Novo Esports here. As you mentioned, Ark, you never really know what to expect from Novo. I feel like they had the meta comp in that sense, but yeah, Inner Circle just walked over them here.
Yeah, it was 7 kills for Sabim, quite a high amount, but again, I pointed out Robert just kept going down, but it didn't really matter because getting the utility was what was the goal for Inner Circle. And combined with that speed, that max speed, I mean, it just brings this whole comp to life. And again, maybe it's the best max player in EMEA. I think Joker not far behind in my opinion, but I mean, those moments there is really what makes that brawler pick count. One that they just kind of bring out when they need it and don't have to have any preparations with it. It's maybe it's his most comfortable brawler pick. And that's Inner Circle today. They're bringing back their comfort picks. They're going back to what they know best. So far, it's working.
It's working. They're also playing from the same room as we've just seen. That extra boost for the monthly finals, and Inner Circle needs it. They need to win not only the quarterfinals, but also the semis to make it still to Worlds directly. Otherwise, they would still have the chance to fight through LCQ, but I think they definitely would prefer that first option, Kenny.
I think so too. Definitely a longer journey for him, so getting this first set I think is a big pickup for them. I thought overall the squad looked pretty good. Didn't feel like anybody was lacking. I was really impressed with the Max gameplay. Rama and the Draco had some hypercharges to swing at things. But Hot Potato, a very different map. Yesterday, Crow was the #1 picked brawler in East Asia. I still think it's going to show up a good bit in the ban/play stage today. I don't know if it'll be nearly as much as East Asia, but I definitely still think it's a factor. Not sure this will be the map for it though.
Well, we know that Rama knows this map well. We just saw him during the break recognize the map from just a single little screenshot. Let's see what they're going to pick on the map, though. The ends are already in. Barry, Miko, and Kit. Again, that showing of Kit. Shade is going to be the first pick from the side of Novo. A brawler we've seen a lot also yesterday. Makes a lot of sense here with all of those walls. Now, Inner Circle has 2 options. Either just go with something tanky as well and keep on banging onto that save, just keep on base racing them, or open up the map a little bit so Shade doesn't have as much value. They bend out the Cordelius. That would have been a good option here to have something against the Shade. He's probably the best brawler to defend tanks, to defend the high save. Gonna go with Draco instead. Not the best into Shade. Once Shade has a super, he can deal with him quite well, but still a good tank to have on your side, I feel, Ark.
Yeah, I think Bull here, Lily could be a good shout also. But Draco's definitely up there in terms of Inner Circle's top picks for sure. Good ban of the Miko from Novo Esports. That's a massive pick from Inner Circle there for sure. Bonnie available here, probably a good time to pick it up. It's the top pick from Inner Circle. 56% win rate, not too bad, but certainly one that they've got very, very tried and tested on. So yeah, it kind of has to be that one for me, but let's see how they feel about it. Charlie, maybe just being a bit cautious around potential tanks coming through on the other side of things. And again, I think Brawl here, pretty decent shout in that regard. Krono banned here, it could make an appearance. I'm not too convinced, but no, let's see. It hasn't really translated over to today, but mainly because it's been banned so much.
Yeah, it's just really interesting. Bonnie was kind of on my mind too. I'm sure there's something lurking out there in terms of enemy brawler picks that's got them a little bit worried. Tara, Lily. This is a really interesting turn here for Novo Esports. I feel like we see the Shade and the Lily here on Hot Potato a lot. The Tara in particular is a little peculiar to me in the sense that you don't normally see it on something like Hot Potato, not on Heist at least.
Not in the BSC, on ladder.
Yeah.
Those shades can go to town on the safe, but the pros are well aware to why Tara is, played sometimes in this kind of game mode. Chuck gonna come through from Inner Circle. Again, I've shifted away slightly from Chuck. I feel like at this level, most players know how to, defend heavily against it, but that's why they banned the Cordelius. It just takes that away from Krono Esports, from Novo Esports rather, and Charlie pick. So that's kind of like what their thought process was. Picking that Charlie there again was a bit of an odd sort of play for me because it didn't really kind of feel like it was something that they were preparing on the side of Novo anyway, but that's what they were planning ahead of time. They clearly wanted it, had a strategy in mind. I think now that they've been able to secure this kind of comp, I think this could work.
Tara seems like a very on-paper matchup here. It's going to be into a tank like Draco, into the spawners of Mebius with those spiderlings, and then can even disrupt something like a Chuck super with a super of her own. So I see the vision for it, at least. Just wasn't something that I definitely saw a lot in scrims, or at least off the top of my dome could think of. 16% already being applied by Novo Esports, though. They're going to take advantage early. Chuck, of course, here for the consistent damage that he brings. Establishing those train posts early is definitely a key feature to his kit.
Maybe it needs to heal, but not feed into that Lady Super, which she actually did. And now in the realm, going to be coming out now, getting some damage onto the safe, taking down that first stage. And meanwhile, Inner Circle did a good job of getting damage of their own, and the Chuck now all hitted up. Shade getting some massive swipes on the safe with that hypercharge. Massive damage there from Novo. And Inner Circle will be much more cautious on plays like that. But now Mavis has got the hypercharge. And again, Chuck making these damage plays is so crucial to their comp.
Oh, Marco with the long-range attack, beautifully executed, and now he's putting in some work on the high safe as well. 23 to 25. Both sides have established well past that last tier of the high safe. It's a back and forth here. Base race on the top of the map. Kills being traded. Now Nob up the middle, going for the long-range flamethrower. Close to 10%. Tara Pool gets them in, but Nob survives. A choo-choo train up the middle, and 8% being the difference maker here. Nice comeback from Inner Circle.
It really was. I did feel like it might have been pulling away from them slightly, but getting that Chuck set up is the key. And as soon as it's in play, it's just a ticking time bomb before the game is going to be over. I think all things considered, Novo Esports did do a very good job of getting some good damage, making it as close as it was, because that came down to the wire.
Very close game overall, but it could be a dangerous lead if Inner Circle grab another game. Being 2 sets up to 0 would not be good for Novo Esports, a team that's been inconsistent depending on the month. And of course, Inner Circle, a little extra motivation here, especially after that month too.
A few mistakes there on defense for me from Mavis. Got to land these shots and try to not feed into the Shade too much. Rama again set up, trying to get the pinch off here, but Marco survived. Marked up for a second as a result of those Draco hits, but now out of it. Shades coming out from B, so again, Rama just trying to cycle. Is so close as 2% in it currently. But Marco hypercharges Nob straight into the realm there as well. Nob's going to take advantage of that and try to use the coverage to move up the map. Now on the safest, Sabine going to be bringing this teammate out of the cocoon faster as well, and it's a base race.
26 now piercing through. It's still Inner Circle with the advantage here. They are well past it, 1% to go, and they knock the rest of that safe down. Now 2 sets up to 0 for the long-range shot at a World Finals appearance.
It's really getting to dangerous territory for Novo. This is the fastest that we've seen a team go through the motions so far today. It's getting scary.
Remember Nob's tweet coming into today, top 2 is what they aim for, and it looks like they're heading straight to that. I really like what they're showing us here with their drafts. Previously we had that Max come in, a fresh idea, even though it was used 3 years ago already. We haven't seen it in recent times. And now banning out the Cordelius, so Novo has nothing open to deal with the Chuck, then picking the Charlie themselves, which is an answer to the Shade and also the Lily. And another option to play against the Chuck. But yeah, in the end, Novo had nothing left to really defend him. And Chuck, we described him before as a sort of a timer. You just play against the clock. Chuck will do damage to your safe no matter what, especially if you don't have a Cordelius on their side, for example. So you just have to out base race him, do more damage in the same amount of time. He will eventually trickle down that save, Kenny.
Yeah, and I wonder if Novo look back on this one and rethink on the Tara pick, because on paper, I think it made a lot of sense, but after looking at the stats, looking at the high safe damage, it's not like it provided an insane amount of kills to stopping high safe damage coming in, and it also didn't gain any high safe damage. I think it's a great paper brawler. I think it had a ton of good matchups there. Just in terms of the game mode, I don't think it's enough. It does stay on that casual ladder for me, at least in terms of Heist right now.
Yeah, really think of Chuck as that timer, so you either want to play a Cordelius or a Charlie, maybe, but otherwise just play something to do more damage in the same amount of time. And Terra just isn't it. We're heading over to Dueling Beetles now. Could already be our last set in this quarterfinal number 2 if Inner Circle takes this one as well.
It really is a scary time. You got to remember, Inner Circle have got a 100% win rate against SK Gaming. Okay, granted, it was the one game, and granted it went to match point, but they could potentially, looking at how SK performed today, they could very much, if they continue this kind of performance, make it to those grand finals and make top 2 and make the world finals. I mean, I think it's actually quite plausible here. Novo have got to really start to make some adaptations here in Dueling Beetles, because so far these games are flying by. They really are just not really putting up that much of a fight. So getting this draft right now for Novo is crucial.
This map has been scrimmed way more often by Novo than by Inner Circle. So if they can take a set, it has to be this one. Bans are in already. Novo loves to play Mac Kenji here, for example. Of those brawlers, both are banned out. So once again, Inner Circle did their homework. Inner Circle themselves like to pick Barley, Draco, or a Stu. Let's see if they're going to show us one of those brawlers here right away. Draco is banned out. Lumi is left open, and they're gonna have her for themselves. They never really played her on this map, or at least not very often. But yeah, probably she was always banned out. She's so good on a map like Dueling Beetles. Lou is banned out, so she's the only other brawler with those ice rinks that's gonna come in handy on any hot zone maps, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm sure at the top of mind after that ban stage was Lumi and Cordelius. I think Lumi is just a little bit of a safer bet on this map in particular, just given its layout. I feel like Lumi overall, especially after yesterday, 100% win rate on East Asia, still consistently played. So Other End now has some decision making to do. Kaze at the top of my mind as well. Charlie definitely gets played a good bit. I think it's a safer pick as well, but Kaze just somebody that seems to consistently still be showing up across all the metas globally in scrims leading up to this, in practices. I think it's going to have a high success rate here throughout our couple weekends.
Could be a potential Bonnie and Gus combo here, maybe, for Inner Circle. We haven't really seen that much of, I was going to say Lou banned out by Inner Circle, but I mean, it has sort of dropped off. It's the Crow map for sure. There is the Bonnie. I wonder if they are going to do just that and have that Gus combo, but either way, I think there's some good options still available. The Crow could be one of them. And I think just not feeding into the Charlie. I mean, like, they're just not going to go tank maybe here because it's going to dissipate what Novo can really do with it. I think the reason they picked it was mainly because they wanted Kaze, so it just takes it off the field and allows the Kaze to do more. So they might want to counter that a bit heavier. Stu going to come in. It's the number 1 pick from Inner Circle. It's an 88% win rate, and it's probably going to be maybe it's behind it. Those sort of brawlers really are his flavor. And again, Inner Circle going back to what they do best.
Yeah, it was one that I mentioned in the previous draft. Didn't expect it on that map, but they like some old-timey stuff. We saw the Max earlier, and then Stu on this map is one of the brawlers that they've played a good bit of, especially compared to other teams in the globe. I don't necessarily love it into the Spiderlings, but into Kaze, I think it's perfectly fine. Bonnie, of course, a very common one in the meta ever since getting that purple button, has really risen up the ranks. And Lumi, no qualms with the consistency that she brings, so now Novo get a final pick here, and it's B. B's certainly somebody that's fallen off in terms of play rate.
And certainly a brawler that's going to have a tough time playing into Stu. I mean, those amplified shots have got to land, and I feel like with the mechanics of someone like maybe it's behind the helm, it's going to be a really tough thing to make work. I mean, B just feels a bit more like a comfort pick here to me more than anything else. It's not really something which I think is still a great brawler. Don't get me wrong, it's one of my favorite brawlers for crying out loud. I really love playing B, and it's so versatile in that regard. So you don't have to play it into heavy tanks to make something happen of it. I think that it would be quite good into the body, for sure. So let's see whether Sabine can take advantage of that very idea. It's going to be Nob on the Stu as well this time round as Rama on the Lumi. So already, though, a very good start as Rama's then immediately onto the mid.
Nob already with the victory on the left-hand side allows Rama to just chill in the middle here. Sabine working this right-hand side from the long distance. Mebius contesting, low HP. Now Sabine with a little more confidence, stepping forward, gets rid of the speed zone. The Spiderling's there to help out with Stu. I think that's the one thing that Stu is going to have lacking in this matchup. If he's put in a cocoon or has a bunch of spawners running at him, it's not his best fit.
Good fan storm. Nob is going to be blind and not able to cross the line. Able to heal, though, as a result of not being aggressed. That could be a mistake from Novo. We've now just caught up 23% apiece. And again, those Spiderlings, as you mentioned, causing Nob some issues, but staying full health, more or less. In a good spot as Rama takes care of business. Marco goes down very, very quickly there. And by the time Rama gets up the map, he's going to be healed up.
Nob still maintaining control of this middle while Mebius works on that right-hand side. It's been a continued battle between B and Bonnie. Marco dashing forward, trying to go at Rama. Now, a few times now he's failed this matchup. Biso still hovering over a super. Rama gets to him first, though, inner circle with that team wipe here.
This is the best I've seen Rama play for a long time. Honestly, he's been playing really, really on point today in every single game. He's really locked in. Nice ice there as well. Nowhere to go for Sabine. Going to be skating around as well. Maybe this has got hypercharge now. Being resourceful with it. Just holding on. A hypercharged Fanstorm now into the mid. He's so not able to really contest things just yet, though. Spirelings coming out yet again. A hypercharged B super. Beehive not going to really connect with too much other than maybe it's Marco's flanking around, but now burning down. He can't really continue to aggress.
Trades are not going to be enough here. Novo Esports need to maintain mid control. A guess on the hypercharge super. A dive in from Mebius. The double stun goes through. Blinded up the middle of the map. Marco up in the faces of the enemy side. Not enough. Inner circle. One away from going to a semifinals.
Can't really guess those moments, can you? I mean, and immediately punished for it. And rightly so. The body hypercharge is so dominant right now. And look at this. I mean, this is just sheer dominance. I mean, definitely the sort of caliber that I believe is above SK for what we've seen so far today. I think the Inner Circle could definitely, at this rate, be a grand finals appearance here today, which is what they need to make the world finals. But again, that's getting ahead of ourselves slightly. Let's see how this one fares and whether we can see something more from Novo. But right now, they're just looking really shaky, just unsure of themselves at best. They haven't really got much to say. And it's just dripping away so quickly away from them.
Both of these teams control their own destiny. If Novo end up winning this, guarantee world finals. On the other side, 2 straight wins will get Inner Circle a bid in. Obviously, they have to get through this opponent, gather a real revenge from a past grand finals, and then they would be facing SK Gaming, #1 seed in the region, most grand finals won. It's definitely a tall task to ask for either of these sides. Sitting at 2-0 right now while we try and work our way in here. 1-0 and a match point for Inner Circle, and here we go. And a complete dominant start for them. Goodness, less than 40% away from a semifinals.
Inner Circle are cooking, and they're not slowing down at all. Marco behind the field lines here, goes down immediately so. And look at that, an absolute team wipe, and the time is ticking down. And there's no time realistically here for Novo Esports to make much, but then look at that, they're standing still at 80%. That is abysmal. Inner Circle have absolutely demolished this, embarrassed Novo Esports. What an incredible result. Inner Circle flying through to the semi-finals and couldn't look better doing it.
Say what you want about the results of the day. Obviously, they get to deal with SK Gaming next. A different beast and a different story. Really playing like a World Finals team. And honestly, on the other end, not the best showing. We've had some inconsistencies from this Novo team. If they go to LCQ, there's nobody to blame but themselves.
A super nice qualifier match yet again. It was a bit of a quick one though. I would have loved to see those two teams for a bit longer, especially for Novo. GG's to them. It just wasn't meant to be. They can still make the Worlds qualifier if Inner Circle now doesn't win their match against SK Gaming. So the hopes are not over yet. But Inner Circle looks so strong today. I wouldn't be too surprised if they not beat SK in the semis as well? We had another team yesterday that rushed through the whole thing in a 3-0 fashion, 9-0 in the end. That was Zeta Division. Let's see if Inner Circle is going to be that team today. But not to take away anything too quickly here, Mebius with 6 kills. Definitely did a good job here on dueling beats with his Bonnie. All in all, super solid drafts from Inner Circle. Mechanical skills definitely put out on display there very well. So yeah, nothing to say about Inner Circle here other than well done, Kenny.
Completely agree. I mean, a very convincing victory, and Novo Esports just didn't come to play today. It's hard to make out what that was. I had Inner Circle winning. I know all of us at the casting desk as well, but it was definitely a match that didn't feel like a shoe-in, not a guarantee, especially considering where the standings were from these two teams, how frequently they've made things like grand finals. Both these teams solid, regardless of which team makes it to LCQ/Worlds. I think they're going to do a good job, but yeah, Novo Esports just not bringing it today.
I feel like a little bit of a fraud here. We kept saying how close this match is going to be. Novo and Inner Circle both definitely have what it takes to make it into the semis. We ended up all voting Inner Circle. We did discuss it before and we're like, oh, it's a 50-50. Let's just see what we vote for. We all ended up voting for Inner Circle and to take it in the 3-0. Oops. Ark, any words to that?
On paper, it was a 50-50. I mean, Novo Esports' prep was solid, and they were putting in good graft. But Inner Circle's rise has just been apparent. And now I think this is, for me, the best I've seen them play all year. And what a time to bring it. This is not going to be an easy semi-finals at all for them. I think that they could do it. I think the script would be right for it. But SK, they're number one for a reason, right? I mean, that was a bit of a rough quarterfinals, but I'm sure they're going to be working on things and looking back to their full form in those semis. So Inner Circle have got to be prepared for that.
We're gonna head into a quick break. After that, we're gonna see the defending world champions Humble versus Papara Supermassive. Papara is already locked in for LCQ, but they're here to make a statement. To the August monthly finals. We're in EMEA this time around. We had a very close quarterfinal number 1, a bit of a quicker quarterfinal number 2. Welcome back also, Trav. Your break was a little bit quick and yeah, it wasn't as close as we expected, was it?
Yeah, we said it was a 50-50, brilliance for Inner Circle, but what an absolute train wreck that was for Novo. 0-3, when we thought it was going to be a 50-50 coming in, is absolutely ridiculous. But I think Inner Circle, thoroughly deserving of that win, and I'm pretty sure we're all going to be pleased across the board after that prediction. We're 2 for 2 so far now. We're all lined perfectly up in predictions, and Rama is going to be the MVP for this game. Obviously backing up all the talk he does on Twitter this time, and for their sake, they better hope they can get all the way to the finals.
The folks watching at event.brawlstars.com can always vote for the MVP. Rama was it this time, definitely warranted. And yeah, make sure to head over there to get your predictions in to gain some points in your pro pass. If you want to rather chat with everybody else, you can of course stay on Twitch and YouTube. Well, all that being said, we are ready for our quarterfinal 3, I think. Again, the world champions versus Papara Supermassive. Humble already qualified for Worlds here. They won also the Brawl Cup, so definitely a strong contender yeah, to go to the grand finals today. They have not yet won a single monthly finals. Every single time SK beat them, they're the eternal second. Will they beat them today, Kenny? What do you think? Will they even make it into the grand finals first?
I think they're a strong contender to go to the grand finals. And to your point, what a strong resume, and the only thing missing is a grand finals win this year. Several appearances, falling just short every single time.
Let's have a little outlook on Worlds and what's coming next with Symantec from Humble.
For preparation for Worlds, generally, we are really good on LAN prep. Draft is honestly the most important thing, and being performing on match day. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter how good you're online. It doesn't matter how good you're throughout the year. The only thing people remember is Worlds and how you perform that day. So we gotta make sure we are all top fit to play on that day, with the best possible draft I hope possible, and of course the 2 months break we have, I think, because of LCQ. I think it's from that. It's going to help us to reset our minds, calm down, and then go to full grind for a full month and a half. Just like daily scrims and find the best player. Teams who will join us, honestly, I don't think it matters who's going to make it for Worlds directly. From the 3 teams that we have between Inner Circle, Novo, and Supermassive, I think we have a chance to get it right now. Either way, it doesn't matter who will join us with them, because I am sure that any team who goes to LCQ, like Totem, will surely make it through and will be in World Finals.
Symantec has full faith into any team from the EMEA region to make it through LCQ and join them at the World Finals. That is nice to see. In the end, there's only going to be 4 slots for teams moving on from the LCQ to the World Finals, and EMEA has 4 LCQ slots. So what does that mean, Kenny?
I think some good odds from whoever this is. I mean, Novo obviously have had a very good year despite what we saw before that. Inner Circle, if they end up making there, would be scary. Foot, a previous world champion, also in that mix as well. And then obviously some very solid rosters like Totem and things like that. I would be scared for other regions. EMEA is such a breeding ground for great teams. We saw what happened at the Brawl Cup. We saw Symantec even repping his Brawl Cup medal. I don't know how many months in a row you can wear that after the fact, but nonetheless, he still did it. The medal is sick, but there might be an expiration date at some point, especially when the playoffs start.
It would look even better with the belt from World Finals as well, no? Those two fit well together. Well, now let's talk about the team on the other side. It's Pepara Supermassive. They had a mid-season roster change, Salty out and Raged in. They barely qualified for this month's monthly finals, but they already secured their LCQ slots. They can't make it into the World Finals slot anymore, Trev, so they're just here for honor and glory and put up a strong fight against the world champion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so glad we finally got a UK-sided team back in the mix as well, with Enrage joining this roster, so thrilled to see that coming back. But yeah, they did say no to Reply Totem making it to the monthly finals, which is obviously a tough game for them as well to be able to come through and win. So I think that adds a bit extra kind of oomph when they come into today, considering that they only just lost to SK Gaming. They've beaten Reply Totem, so why can't they beat Humble?
It gotta feel good though, knowing that your opponent from this quarterfinal, Humble, believes in you at the LCQ to make it through that. So Humble definitely has a lot of respect for their opponents, Pepara Supermassive included. Let's see what we voted here. Huge surprise, Kenny. We think that, yeah, the Brawl Cup champion will take it. Humble did make it to 3 grand finals in the past, but as said before, they always came second.
Yeah, I mean, outside of just straight up missing a month, they've consistently been in this grand finals, and to go on that qualifiers as well. 3-2 loss to SK, no shame there. A win over Totem, that's a good victory to get here. And despite all of that, this is Humble we're talking about. It feels like a semifinals is a minimum appearance, given the seeding, given the past history of Humble, and given a roster change really recently. I mean, it's a mid-season roster change, but this is the end of the year. Sup kind of now getting to test out this new roster. It's Enrage joining in for Salty, so obviously a little bit of question mark there. Enrage has showed up in the past. He's a solid player, but he's not nearly the accolades of, say, something like a Humble. So for me, it's just hard to bid against Humble on an opening round against just about any team on the globe.
And in this opening round, we're gonna head over to Ring of Fire. Heading into the first draft of this quarterfinal number 3. Humble really loves to play Lumi and Kaze here. Let's see if those two are going to be left open for once. Both of them banned out very, very often. Lumi is going to be banned out. Kaze left open though, and Humble as the first pick. Let's see if they're going to go for her. I see Lu would also be left open. He's just as good as Lumi in restricting your opponents from walking into zone. Great area control once you cycle those supers. Reiko banned out. Bonnie as well. Finks and Draco again. So yeah, a lot of the usual brawlers here. Finks also brawler that has been played by Humble before everybody else was on that ship as well.
Yeah, well, Charlie going to be rolling on it. Sorry. Charlie rolling on in. I like that pick quite a lot. It's just one of those versatile ones, you know, as I say, every time this brawler gets picked, it's going to be good against the majority of things, can deal with pressure well, can keep people back well, stop people from getting percentage on the zone by cocooning them. So nice stuff from Humble to pick that up as the first, but Papara Supermassive taking the real heavy hitter at the moment in Kaze along with the Amber for their 1 and 2 pick. So that's another good combination. I really like that. Amber going to be able to rip through these spiders that are going to be spawning with Charlie, if that's the gadget of choice. We've been seeing, you know, the self-cocooning gadget coming in a little bit more frequently at the moment. So overall, I mean, 3 pretty solid picks so far. We're back over to Humble for their next couple, and there's still some very good options on the board.
Sonny brought up a great point. Kaze, the most played brawler, I'd say, on this map right now. The issue is when you have that first overall pick, sometimes you have to make a hard decision. So if you go Kaze there, the other side's probably going to pick up the Charlie for themselves. And in this situation, they go with Charlie. Probably the safer bet in their mind, can deal with a lot more things. However, Amber is a fantastic way to outrange, outgun, shred through some spiders. And then on top of that, they can pick up the Kaze for themselves. Still make that gamble, it seems, from Kenji. Going to be a more popular brawler this month than I'd say maybe last month. He has had some tweaks through the balance changes over the months. And as a final round out here, Humble grabbing the Gust. So still a very popular one, has the shield that he can disperse to himself, to enemies. The hypercharge, very solid, and excellent point guard at Brawl Stars.
Yeah, great composition from Humble here, but I'm not saying Papara Massive's bad at all. As I said, a pretty solid couple of picks from them. But yeah, we're going to have that kind of that husband-wife clash again with the Kenji and the Kaze combination. And Gus obviously providing shields. Listen, I've got to stop what I'm saying and appreciate Tara again. I love how much it's coming out. I absolutely do. Really solid on this map. We've seen it a few times now. And I love how often it's coming in. The hypercharge can break up some of the walls, some of the grass in the home ground. So yeah, really solid picks from both sides. And I honestly love both of these compositions.
I think the Tara makes, once again, a lot of sense on paper. We're very used to seeing it on something like a gym grab. On this map and in these matchups, I really don't mind it. It's going to be a good one into Kenji, can shred through the spiderlings, and honestly, the extra spawners do well into a single projectile brawler like Gus. So I see the vision for both sides. New brawler enraged on the left-hand in for Sup after an early victory on the right-hand side from Boss. So now he's encroaching, getting close to this 3-pronged wall there, staying right outside of the grass as super available. Filippo, though, pouncing up the middle of the map, goes immediately, though. Smooth sailing so far for Humble.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good sign for Humble so far, really in control of the map, and even gets a hit on Enrage there through the pets. Support from Beyond not doing too much in that situation. But now the hypercharge comes through. Filippo just uses it as a bit of a mobility thing there, going straight into the wall rather than trying to actually slice through Kenji. And a nice reclaim here from Papara Supermassive. They send Luki all the way back into spawn, but a super and a hypercharge available from Enrage. Not using it just yet, but trying to catch Boss on the back end of that super. And he held on to that for a very long period of time, considering how clumped they were.
Boss's super has made contact with Tomsy now a few times here, making his life a little more miserable. Cocoon going in as well. Filippo freeing him instantly. A dash forward. There's the mobility you were talking about. Not enough to amount to any kills, though. Enraged left all alone. Extra spawners from Beyond there to help him out. Not enough, though. A sword will simply slice through all of it.
Well, Boss, again, trying to go aggressive. Going to be burning on return, but does pop a gadget, let him survive a little bit longer, which takes a bit more ammo from Tomsy. There are the support from Beyond, which are ripped through actually slower than I would have expected by those two brawlers. And they're doing a real good job of keeping on this zone now. Slicing through. There's self-cocoon coming out of Semantic. Lets it kind of linger a little bit longer, but not enough to keep him on the zone. Boss hypercharge ready to roll, but no super as of yet. And how aggressive is Filippo staying, getting another kill on Luki and allowing his teammates to stay on that zone a bit more?
Filippo has to be. It's the only way they're going to be able to make this comeback. 11% is all Humble needs. A nice Tara pull there. Filippo still lurking on this right-hand side. Finally, they find him. Amber there to gun down the middle of the map, forcing Semantic back, and Boss just has to get aggressive. Go to this right-hand end. It's a duel between husband, wife, a super going out. Now Kenji connecting with the middle here, and Sup have done all of the hard work to try to bring themselves back in this one. All tied up, maintaining mid-control, counting their way up to 100. Comeback complete.
I mean, what a comeback that was, and you've got to give it to the Kaze for being so aggressive in the backlines, allowing them to get so much time, and all members of Papara Supermassive making great moves there, and you can see how pleased with that win that Enraged was. A great start. After a pretty poor one to that game, they finished so well and got this first game on the board, so for Papara Supermassive, they've got to get another one of those going, get this momentum rolling against a team like Humble. It goes a long way.
Papara Supermassive need all the confidence they can gain. Destined for LCQ, but against the defending world champions is as good as it gets. Enraged, once again, left-hand side, trade out there. Boss propped up right on the top right-hand side. Lukey shield to keep himself afloat. Tomsy gunning down the middle once again. The flamethrower, not enough there. Boss finally falls, and Enraged once again with the super. This time a much more back and forth engagement off the lead.
Yeah, well, there's Filippo coming in again. Semantic in a 1v3 there, as Boss can't really help him out too much. He does go down. Retaining the shield, though, which is going to be helpful. Getting into this bush and trying to face off against the Tara. Doesn't want to be clipped by any one of these shots, but does eventually get hit. He's going in again, getting some good heals off the back of the attacks that he uses. Enraged will end up right on top of him, though. And a nice pull again. Enraged is popping off on this Tara. It's things we'd love to see.
Newest brawler on the team, certainly making it work right now. Boss left alone on the other side. Semantic up the middle. From beyond, sliced through by the Kenji, but Sup look like a unit right now. This time they have a much earlier lead, over 30% at this point.
I mean, this is huge from Papara Supermassive here, and a burn on Semantic again. Filippo getting another kill there. Kenji trying to get something done, but it's just not happening. A super available from Enraged once more is going to be huge. Filippo going to be burnt down instantly when going in, and they need a reverse of what happened in the first if they don't want to be dropping this first set.
Can be really difficult to make a comeback, especially with your right-hand side brawler going down. They're aggro out of the map right now. Lukey still up. Filippo diving in. Shield available. 91% now. Papara Supermassive. One good collective push would be enough, but Humble holding firm.
Filippo trying to come in. Hypercharge available as well. Tomsy gets one of his own. That's going to be huge. Big burn inbound. Cocoons himself, though, and his teammate goes down. Tries to send one the other way, but a double pull Hypercharge from Enraged will get the job done for Papara Supermassive in the first set. And what a performance that was.
Dabbing up the teammates there. Enraged fitting like a glove. Nasty stuff coming out of Papara Supermassive in set number 1. That is certainly how you make a statement in an opening set.
That was just beautiful. The draft also, the draft as well as the gameplay itself. Papara Supermassive surprises here. Most people voted for Humble to take this one. We did too. But Papara Supermassive takes the first set and looked solid doing it. The second time we see Terra on Ring of Fire today, it did not work out for Krono at all into SK Gaming, but luckily for Papara Supermassive, Enraged was absolutely popping off on the brawler. We also see it reflected in the stats. 14 kills, the most amount of damage. This guy knows how to play this brawler better than anyone else, and definitely a great addition to the roster, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, he's an absolute machine. I did feel for Salty when I saw that kind of change coming through, especially when you get so close to the end of the year and they were pretty much locked in for LCQ regardless. It's tough to make changes at that, but you've got to strengthen your team the best you can heading into these last monthly finals, heading into postseason. And from what we've seen so far, there's still so much time for this to change, obviously, but from what we've seen so far, this looks like about as strengthened as Papara Supermassive have been all year.
Definitely. Papara Supermassive had a rocky year, you might say. A bit of an up and down, didn't always qualify for the monthly finals either. But yes, they're looking as strong as they will ever be, I feel, today. I hope they will play just as strong also at LCQ. I want to mention it one more time. They cannot make it into World Finals anymore directly. They are locked in for LCQ, but they're still here to show what's in them. They're still here to make a statement. And if they win against Humble in the quarterfinals today, that will be such a statement, Kenny.
Yeah, they would definitely become more of a household name leading into LCQ. Still a lot of work to be done, though, as we head into a new map and mode. Double Swoosh is where we will take this. A very interesting map right now. I think that first overall pick is really dictated by the ban stagers. We have brawlers like Cordelia shot up, but Lily is such a strong factor here. And you want to take the Lily, but if we do that, then maybe we're giving up a Cordelius or an anti-tank that deals really well. So I'm keeping my eye on the ban in particular for this map.
it's an interesting thought experiment as well. We brought it up before with SK Gaming that those top teams that are already locked in for Worlds maybe aren't playing at their best at the moment. Trev, do you feel like maybe Humble needs to pull up their socks a little and focus again on this match? It's still something to play for, despite the seeding not really changing after all. SK did make it through the quarterfinals, so even if Humble wins it all today, they will not move on to seed number 1.
Yeah, for me, I don't feel like Humble are a team who would just let it slip. Like, you know, Semantic especially doesn't seem like a player who just like, okay, let's just relax a little bit, you know, have a little break here and there before these kind of competitions. Like, I feel like he is kind of just the guy. I mean, actually, I take that back because they took a break and didn't qualify, so I think it was June monthly final. But once they're in the monthly final, I don't think they're the kind of team to kind of relax and kind of play a bit slower, see how things play out. They're going to bring their all to every game. I just think that the draft and how Papara Supermassive played really put them forwards in that game. But with Janet as this first pick, it's honestly, it used to be very good in this map. It hasn't been seen as much recently, but it also does make me a little bit scared of that kind of like Janet Doug combination, to be honest. It'd be wild if they bring that in a monthly final. I would love to see it, but it's okay. I don't know if it's a first pick for me.
Janet, one of the most played brawlers for Papara Supermassive leading into the week. I think a very safe first overall pick. The one issue that it does bring is that Lily is now left on the board, so they're going to scoop this up for the left-hand side. They could also pair this with Cordelius and just double down on the Shadow Realm. It would also remove Cordelius from kind of messing with the Lily and what she wants to pull off. If not, still plenty of options here. Something like a Kaze to get really, really aggressive. I don't know if they'll go that aggressive this early in the draft. They may go with something more stable to kind of round out this comp instead of just going for things that are very telling and gives them a 4-5 turn that can counter this out. This is not what I was expecting. Chester's somebody that shows up maybe every once in a while in scrims, but in this meta, not necessarily a top dog.
Yeah, for me, hasn't really been around too much. This map, though, I do think it's very solid no matter what. It's just one of those brawlers that is going to be good against people running in a straight line at them, tanks, assassins, whatever they bring to the table. Chester's going to be decent. Lily, I think, is a wonderful first pick as well, so I really do like that for the side of Humble. Kaze going to come rolling in then for Papara Supermassive, which is, you know, it's an obvious pick at this point, but one that, you know, Chester's not going to be incredibly scared of, but still, it's just that brawler at the moment.
Kaze, just a solid pick. Right there with you. One of the top brawlers that they played coming into this as well. No kit, so that would have been one of the options that they had at the top of their list as well. Buster, okay. Don't mind this. Something that's shown up a little bit. I think it's a more passive brawler and a passive tank, but because of the reflection, can just build up that super, throw back projectiles that Chester has. This does give Humble a ton of choices here as the 6th overall pick. The Chester was a little surprising to me, so I'm curious what they go with here. I doubt that Chester ends up playing that mid. I guess it's an option from the mid-range, and it's not like Janet has a ton of range, so it could probably contest, but definitely wouldn't be a more consistent or stable one in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, Buster for me, it's a rarity coming in. Usually played in like knockout a few maps, a few times here and there. Wouldn't say it's kind of an absolute staple by any means, but Charlie going to come in as that final pick then for Humble. It's just one that like a lot of teams have come to rely on to be that that kind of brawler who deals with the majority of things and going to be good against a couple of assassins that Papara Supermassive are going to be rolling in with as well. So I like, yet again, I like both of these compositions from both Humble and Papara Supermassive. Don't think either have stumbled at any points.
Papara Supermassive claimed a surprise off the rip. Set one going their way. Humble, the defending Brawl champions, defending world champions, looking to match up here. Filippo with an early lane victory on the left-hand end, though. Lukey now has to move to this left-hand side. Semantic lurking. Pops up right in Filippo's face. It's still a takedown for Sup. Oh, nicely done there.
Yeah, well, Lukey trying to scout out on the right-hand side as Filippo's still lurking. Goes for the slice through. Doesn't even really need to make a connection on that, but will do on Semantic on the way back, who'll get traded out by using a super of his own. But enraged with 6 gems now is kind of getting a little bit out of reach for Humble, because at a certain point, Supermassive can just hold their side of the map, pick up their gems, and be fine. Here comes Semantic, though. This is what they need. Try to make these moves. Great kill by them both with the pinch from Boss on the left-hand side. Filippo trying to get some ground back on this left, and then Boss will use a heal super and get some good control of the Supermassive grass.
As long as Luki has a Cocoon, that's going to be a victory for him over Kaze. You can see that paper matchup and why in an earlier draft it was Charlie over the Kaze as that first overall pick. A dive in, not enough. Makes contact with Boss, will dwindle down his HP, but it forces Enraged into the sky. This is a countdown for Semantic, Luki, and Boss.
Enraged looking to try and get some shots in. Goes for the jump backwards instead. Not really the direction that he'll want to be going, but a bit low to make anything happen. Here comes the hypercharge from Luki. Hypercharge now comes in from Boss, and that's going to make a double connection. Filippo tries to make the move around the left as a surprise, but the timer hits 0 before he can try to. A much better play there from Humble. It did seem like for the most part Supermassive, at least for the first 3 quarters, were in control, but Humble end the game better.
Lots of communication coming out of Humble there. And to add on to what you said earlier, this is definitely not a squad that's going to take their foot off the gas pedal just because it's the final month, just because World Finals are in. I know they still want to win this. Despite the prediction spoof that Semantic has, he wants to win every single time he's on the field. And the win percentage they had in the scrims this week, the number of scrims they had this week, I think is more telling than maybe what that first set led to.
Yeah, I think so too, but Supermassive weren't out of that one by any means and started a lot better. There's the jump from Enrage, getting away from these assassination attempts by Humble, but no, he's going to stop there, and Tomsy will get him down. Now the super comes in, breaks some grass, doesn't make any connections, but some follow-up shots do onto both of them, resetting those heals, and Tomsy kind of hung out to dry here with no grass, no walls, and a death.
There's Luki once again. Cocoon at the ready. We'll get a takedown here in just a moment. Boss can apply a quick amount of damage. That's probably part of the motivation here, is once they Cocoon or get any of these brawlers up close, a big burst of damage from somebody like Chester is exactly what you need for a quick frag.
Yeah, it really is. Semantic on the right-hand side. Hypercharge locked in this grass. And Rage not having the best time trying to scout him out. Filippo gets found there. Kind of seemed like he was stood still a little bit, but maybe just waiting and trying to take them by surprise. Not really working. Here's the hypercharge now, and a dash away will make it work. Tomsy goes in, but a gadget from Semantic as he heads up might land directly on Enraged here. Actually use hypercharge again, and now still Enraged, being scared and running away, taking flight. Doesn't want to risk anything. Here's the 9th for Luki, and Enraged landing on the left in a bit of a perilous situation here with a pinch that might be brewing.
Spiders will show off where Filippo is as well. Tomsy still working that left hand in. Luki, hypercharge here. Immediate Cocoon going into the enemy brawler. Boss at the ready, standing right in the front. Shotgun ready to go. 7 on the clock. Tomsy marching forward, enraged, right hand in. Semantic with a beautiful dash in. Tomsy finally falls, and Humble with a clean pickup here. This match is all tied up.
I mean, that was lovely from Humble. Complete flip of what we saw in that first set, where it was mostly Papyrus Supermassive making the big moves and the big plays. This time it's Humble. And, you know, I'm not saying, as I mentioned in the last one as well, in the first set, Humble weren't out of it. They played well. In the second one, Papyrus Supermassive weren't out of it. They still had their moments. They started the first game with like a 7-gem lead, but that one was flipped, and then Humble from there just took that momentum and ran with it.
Maybe Humble just needed a round to wake up, and now they're back in the driver's seat. At least it seems that way in that one. Jester with the most kills here. Boss did a phenomenal job with him. Enraged, unfortunately didn't pop off just as much as in the previous round here with his Janet. We were pretty happy with both sides of the draft here, except maybe the Buster. Tomsy actually did do the most kills, the most takedowns on his side of things, but yeah, I just feel like it was a pretty balanced out draft from the side of Humble, with a gem carrier made with the Jarly, with Lily that can go aggressive, make some pressure for his team, and then Chester to counter any tank from the other side, to just have that area control, scouting the bushes with a bit of a more ranged shot. And on the other side, we were missing just that. We had also a gem carrier with the Janet, tank with the Kaze, but then nothing to really scout the bushes. The Buster also just a tank to try and create some pressure, but both the Kaze and Buster will struggle into Chester. So I feel like it started already in the draft that, yeah, fall down from Papyrus Supermassive here, Kenny.
I really liked what Humble did, and I think that Chester, especially in hindsight, now stands out to me. Boss obviously putting up the most kills for his side there and a ton of DPS numbers, but that quick burst of damage, a very underrated factor, and I love the synergy it had with Charlie. They could put enemies in a cocoon. Kaze, fantastic brawler. Buster can obviously get you some big-time work as well, but because of that cocoon and then Chester combo, they were able to take down brawlers so quickly. One cocoon led to an instant death, constant numbers there, and as you all talked about, with no vision on a map like Double Swoosh, running that other gadget for Janet is good when Lily's diving at you, not good if you want to see where the enemy brawlers are.
You put it perfectly there, Kenny. I think that explains pretty much how Humble was able to take that set. It was to draft. It was also just phenomenal gameplay like we're used to seeing from Humble. So they're definitely back here. We're now in set number 3. Let's see who can take the lead here. Is it going to be Papar Supermassive again or Humble turning things around completely? Dry Season is the map for Carl because he wants to have a blue star to just start off good, because it's so easy to just fall back into your own respawn zone on a map like this one. Let the opponents come to you, farm your ults off of them. The only brawler that is faster than a car would be Mortis, but it's a very risky pick to pick on any bounty map at the moment. So there he is, Carl. He has to be the first pick here. I'm surprised he's actually not banned out by Papar Supermassive. They have the last pick here. They did ban some favorites from Humble here. Kaze up there. But also Squeak and Gus is something that Humble usually likes to play. Squeak still open here. They already have the Carl. Off to a great start, Trev.
Yeah, they won't mind this. Carl's, wonderful on this map. It really is, being able to get that blue star. We saw it played out in East Asia yesterday. First one went for the blue star. Second one, they were a bit more cautious because they know everybody's going to spam that blue star. And then, it's fine to get the blue star, play defensive. It's fine to not get the blue star and play aggressive. That's the kind of brawler Carla is. Really versatile, really solid on this map. RT going to come in then for Papar Supermassive. Very good shout, honestly. If Carl's going to come in aggressively, if he's playing flying hook, if he's just using a super on you, you're going to be able to drop your legs and do a lot of burst damage and still be very capable at range as well. So good shout from Supermassive, I'd say. And then the Brock is another good one to have on this map, breaking up some of those walls.
I think breaking open some of those walls, good calls. Sunny mentioned it, but Squeak's certainly a brawler that Humble have piloted quite a few times in practices leading up to this week. If you're blowing up the map, make Squeak a little less valuable. Also, a surprise pick I was looking out for from this left-hand side was Leon. I don't know if they're necessarily going to pull the trigger on it here. We'll see what they think on this 4-5 turn. I think this is very well-rounded from Papar Supermassive, pretty normal stuff, and of course, RT getting that hypercharge has made his name much more relevant.
Well, back over to Humble. They're going to take the Angelo, which it's one of those sharpshooters that is just kind of here and there around. It had its moment, it fell off a little bit, and now it just occasionally comes in when the moment calls for it. And clearly Humble think this moment calls for it, so I'm sure they're going to have a lot of faith in that brawler and be able to do a good job with it. Still have another one as well, though, and going to go with the Squeak. As Sunny mentioned, it's one of those brawlers that they like to go for, and it's a good shout on this map. Covers so much area, and it's just very good with the super and the hypercharge as well.
Was curious if they'd go something like a Bell on that left-hand side, just a bounce shot if RT drops his legs, or a marker to kind of deal with that Jackie-esque form. Wouldn't have minded that either. But Angelo, of course, like you said, a perfectly fine brawler. Still willing to go the Squeak. The Brock very well could use something like a Rocket Laces to jump if a Carl's tail spinning right at him. So they've got options. Yesterday, this was a brawler that stood out to me. It's one I really haven't seen that much in scrims leading up into the week, but East Asia did throw it in the mix quite a few times. So I'm curious what Sup have in mind here.
Yeah, well, let's see how this one plays out. Bit of a rogue one, as I'm pretty sure I said the exact same thing yesterday when it was played. Bit of a rogue one, but we'll see if it plays out, because it had some good moments yesterday when this brawler came in. So I'm intrigued to see, because, a team like Supermassive against Humble, they may have started strong, but these kind of brawlers occasionally do need to come in because they are the underdogs, they are the weaker team, if you think about it. So risks need to be taken.
Fang 0 for 2 in East Asia yesterday. We'll see if he pans out here in this match. 1-0 lead, of course, due to the blue star. It's Lukey who's going to grab it. Normally, I think you'd see Carl do it, but this time, they're going to put it in Angelo's hands. Has a getaway option depending on gadget of choice, and Semantic, left-hand side, long range, no connection there. Filippo moving around this, and Rage still charging up. One issue with Fang especially, low damage from that regular shot. If you can get the super, of course, all my favorite ladder players know that you can pop off with it, but at a pro level, really tough thing to pull off.
Absolutely. Well, blue star still remains then with Humble. As that Carl managed to secure it nice and early on, but Enraged trying to work for a super. Not sure if he's really hit any of these shoes yet. Seems to be trying to rotate over to the other side to make some moves against the Squeak, who's going to have less DPS, but makes a big connection onto him. Luckily for him, that shield couldn't have really come at a better time.
Semantic still working this left-hand side. Fang looking for kicks, and to your point, doesn't feel like Enraged has landed a lot of tags, especially at this stage in the game with 45 seconds on the clock. It's Humble with positioning, it's Sup in the back of their spawn, and it's still Humble with the lead. You'd much rather see the team that is down trying to be on the offensive, but is not. Humble are just ruthless.
Yeah, as I said, Carl's like, it's one of those brawls that's pretty happy on the offense, and, you know, same to go with the rest of these brawls and the rest of the Humble team in general as well. Really need to continue to prevent Enrage getting this super, because that's going to be the turnaround factor at the end of the game. Don't think there's any really chance of him getting this hypercharge and being able to, you know, lunge through a wall. Here's the super coming in. Rage going to get hit hard by that, but the shield came back again, and they can't make a move.
Enraged is on the all-team cardio right now, just taking bullets and walking up and down the map. 10 to go on the clock. Semantic pops a hypercharge, confident, looking for a kill on Enraged. It's a trade. Super still goes out. Tom Z in trouble, goes down. 4 stars, the separator here. Boss would have had one more with about another second on the clock. A comfortable Humble win in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I'm not going to say a boring game, but it was a boring game. Not a lot happened, because it was just Humble in control, and Supermassive couldn't make any moves. Really disappointing for them. But I do think this can play out so differently if just one player steps out of line, if the Fang gets a super earlier in the game. So much can change just off him by hitting a few more of these shoes.
Super disciplined Brawl stars coming out of the Brawl Cup champions, and Enraged needs to get this Fang to work. If you're going to pick Fang, you have to pop up. Instead, though, it's Humble claiming 2. Tom Z left all alone, jumps away. And instead of going with that wall break gadget, we do see him use that jump, and I think that's a good idea, especially into something like a Carl. I see the vision, can get out of harm's way if Squeaks really got you in a pinch. But other than that, they have to find a way to march forward on this map. Otherwise, they're going to be in trouble. Lukey, ooh, a little risky, and I think a misstep there. It will end up being a positive trade still for Humble, though, now well expanding their lead.
Yeah, unsure if he just didn't have that roundhouse kick there to be able to stun out the car whilst in that spin, but might have been able to use it if he did have it and get the kill as well. It is a 7-star lead for Humble now, and they do seem quite heavily in control. Enraged just used his super before going down as well, so going to have to rework for that, and Boss has a hypercharge of his own to be able to fend off against it if he does come in. Filippo not in the best of positions, getting hit by the squeak shots left and right. Might go down here, drops those legs, goes back to them to try and heal back up, but it's just not happening for Supermassive.
Humble just relatively uncontested here. Already at 12 stars. If Enraged goes down, now adding up to 14. They're only 6 stars away from capping out at 20. That's a rare occurrence at a pro level.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start for Supermassive in this series, but looks like it might be a bit of a bitter end if it carries on like this. Down he goes as well, and they're looking to close this one out before that timer hits 0. Lukey being very confident here, going up the map with his hypercharge. Can't find any connections just yet. Tom Z down to 1 shot. Here comes Boss, going in with the super, gets knocked back, follows up with a flying hook through him and gets the kill. 6 stars for him, and another 4 down here for Semantic. They almost bring it back, but in the end, it is going to be down in the dumps for Papara Supermassive as Humble take another set in a convincing way.
Too many stars piled up for the side of Humble. It was just a really difficult one to come back from for the side of Sub. I just feel like the Fang wasn't cutting it there. A really hard brawler, like I mentioned, to pull off here. I'm curious. I would love some pro takes as to why the Fang's suddenly showing up here. And to your point, I feel like it has been more of these underdog teams. You need that pop-off potential, but you also have to have the mechanics and a brawler that's good enough to back it. I feel like that combo just wasn't strong enough there.
I feel like the Fang was just a direct answer to Squeak. He's such a rare sight in Bounty in general, but it's a specialty from Humble to show us some brawlers that are rarely ever picked by other teams. It was the Finks in previous months. Now it's this Squeak that works out so well. We see it here reflected in the stats as well. Also, once again, they had the Carl on their side. With Carl, you can get the blue star, and then you can allow yourself to play passively, not really dare too much. You're in the lead anyways, and whenever one of the opponents dares to come a bit too close, Humble got the kill. So they had the better draft here by a long shot, and they played it really clean, Trev.
Yeah, really good gameplay, honestly, from Humble. Taking nothing away from them, but I just don't think the Supermassive side played that very well at all. But still, incredibly well played by Humble and Semantic with a little clap there. Very pleased with his team's performance over these last 2 sets, at least. First one looked very sketchy, and if Papara Supermassive can return to that kind of standard with that kind of draft, I do think this game can turn back around the other way. But this is looking like Humble are going to take this in the 4th in a 3-1 if it continues as is.
I would like to know from those teams, why do you leave Carl open when you have lost pick and rise season? Because we see him so often, and Carl, I have to double check, but I feel like he always won. We're heading over to Hot Potato now. Kenny, what do you expect to come out from the teams on this map?
Hot Potato's a really interesting one right now because we have a lot of these aggro brawlers in the mix, and especially on that defensive side of the ball game as well. Cordelius is currently taking a step up. Kit's somebody that now shows up a lot, which in Heist before was never a thing, but of course the Hypercharge really mixes things up. You can see Kit on that top left-hand side. Shade, I would say, a normal ban as well. There's that defensive Cordelius there. No Kit. Understood, Semantic.
We are in set 4 now. Papar Supermassive was able to take that first set, but at this point we need to ask ourselves if it was just a fluke or if they can repeat that and maybe drag this match out to set 5. A lot of tank spend out here. Lumi's going to be left open and immediately picked up. That's a pattern we see on many different modes. Hot Potato is going to be no exception here. Now again, we are in Heist. Chuck could be an option here. We have seen him here before by Inner Circle or just something else to base race. But once again, Papar Supermassive decides to play a bit of both worlds. We have something aggressive to go into save directly. Lily, definitely a good choice on a map like this one. And then Ems to defend, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Ems is just not really in the meta at the moment. Don't get me wrong, fine on this map. Great scanning of the mid portion when the grass is there. You know, really decent defense. Can do some okay damage if you're at that perfect range as well. But I just think there's better. I really do. And Papara Supermassive, they needed a good draft at this point. Nita coming in as Humble's second pick then, which I'm liking a lot more. I'm liking this Hot Potato draft from Humble, and they still have their third as well. Don't get me wrong, Papara Supermassive have the 6th and final. Ooh, little Edgar pick coming in. Should be able to deal pretty well with the Ems, because she's not going to be able to use, you know, infinite gadgets. I mean, she is going to be able to use infinite gadgets, but like within a time frame.
While Ems only showed up once yesterday, it has shown up enough in pro practices, I think, to make me ask questions. And I think these pro players have clearly found something that they like. Balance changes, I'm sure, influencing that as well. I agree with you. The Nita pick here going to be very solid. Edgar could be a sneaky good one if you can get into the face of something like a Rico and an Ems. Rico is a 6th pick here. When looking at these matchups on paper, I like it into Nita. I don't mind it into Lumi. Obviously, if Edgar's from a distance, it's nice. If Edgar's in your face, Rico's in trouble. Gonna have to pop a gadget there, which used to be a lot better than is now. It used to be a super OP weapon for Rico to defend himself in close range, but certainly enough high safe damage, I would say, on both of these sides. A really interesting one for Sup. Lily, a very meta brawler. Im's kind of a newer in the mix, and Rico, some old-timey Brawl stars. Papara Supermassive gonna have to put their faith in this composition if they want to extend this to set 5.
Yeah, well, honestly, not sure what that was. Little vertical jump there from Semantic, but somehow it's working. It's got a bit of damage on the safe. Rico trying to equal it on the other side as well. Boss just on the defense against the Rico. Luki just scanning out this bush with those Lumi Morning Stars, trying to keep people back. And Semantic back onto this right-hand side, ready to go again.
Boss has a tough job in defending Filippo. He would much more go into something like Ems or Lily, where the range is decent, can charge up that bear. Tomsy, I think, was trying to dive in on the heist safe. Looked a little like a miss mark there. Tomsy now up in the face of the other side. Boss easily cleans up, and it's all tied up.
Yeah, well, a little bit more damage then from Papara Supermassive. Should be able to crack this second shield and do. Got that down to 45% whilst cracking the safe. This is unreal stuff from Luki, just pinning them back. Surely they're going to be able to win this one. Still at 75%. They haven't even managed to get on the safe with the Rico. Semantic going in, cracks the last shield, and can still keep up this aggressive push. Nice knockback from Enrage there, but it's remaining at 75. Filippo's made no extra ground, gets locked down in one place and taken down instantly.
Boss has now been able to progress up the map as well. Semantic right-hand side. Tomsy down the middle of the map. Pops up, destroys Luki immediately. Boss forces a hypercharge through. Does get the bear off the stun. Not enough there, though, as the Shadow Roam likely played a factor. Lumi from a distance, trying to keep them away. Does for a longer amount of time than expected. And on the top, Semantic, the offensive brawler, punching away. Fisticuffs going through, leaving 1,300 as Boss forces one match point for Humble.
Yeah, this might be over if it carries on like this. Really didn't see a lot to show me otherwise from Papara Supermassive in that one, and Humble looked very good. Edgar just constantly up the map. Rico, all Rico did was stand over the left side of the map for the entirety of the game. We saw that safe at about 75% whilst he was there, as as Humble were getting 50% down over the other side.
Filippo's going to have to find a way to connect with that safe, because to your point, Rico is certainly somebody that can pop off and shred through a few layers of it. Ems defending. Semantic gets a pickup, a trade there as Filippo will find Luki. Luki now finding Enraged. Fisticuffs contacting the safe. A force back there, but it'll get them through that first layer. A big deal. Every single time they progress forward, it just adds a little bit more to your lead.
Yeah, I mean, Luki just holding down this mid. Super veiled from Boss as well. Oh, great super from Filippo. We're seeing a bit more from him in this one. Wonderful shots too. He follows up very nicely, but Luki throws in stars, gets the stun through the mid. Not going to find him with that one though, and this is much better from Supermassive. There's a great super again from Filippo, and Tomsy staying alive a bit longer. They've not cracked that 50% just yet, but Humble on the defensive.
Much better push from this team. It looked like a team doing it. Both brawlers certainly contributing there. Lily in the front lines, and then Filippo from the back able to use super, make that bounce shot on the left-hand side for a little extra damage, and now Tomsy getting sneaky once again. Boss sees this, identifies it, a dash forward. Nice contact there. Humble will be able to take down that brawler. 53% is still where Papara Supermassive stand. Obviously, in old-timey high stage, that number, just a number, but nowadays, that 75, 50, 25 have much more value of getting past.
Yeah, well, there's Tomsy, throws the little bear forwards as Boss gets the kill there. And Semantic goes down again. Really good defense this time from Papara Supermassive. Enraged will be low, but will survive on a little bit longer. Semantic going to want to get this super and get onto Filippo here, and does just that. Multi-ball launcher won't get the kill. Tomsy moving forwards with the hypercharge bear out of the equation. And Tomsy just about gets the crack on the 50%.
Great value coming out of Tomsy. Was able to get past that 50% and a takedown alongside it. Enraged still in the middle of the map, operating in the bushy grass as Boss tries to get sneaky as well. Shots trying to reveal where the enemy side is as a Shadow Realm will take Tomsy under. Now multiple brawlers looking at him. Tomsy still getting shots on the board. Now up 2% Enraged needs to play defense. Semantic getting a ton of work done on that high save. They've gotten to 50.
Yeah, cracked it, but a bear wasted. 17 seconds left, and still a 15% lead for Papara Supermassive. Much better in this one, but here come the hypercharge. Semantic got one on the right-hand side as well. They're going to need a really good defense. Rico using one of his own might be able to send this all the way to the safe and get some damage. Boss goes in. Semantic jumps on safe. No damage found. And the bounce backs as they get the kill onto Boss and add more damage up top as well. Papara Supermassive still fighting on. They want this 5th set.
Huge step forward in game number 2 of this set from Papara Supermassive. I thought they worked as a unit better. The chemistry started to come through. We saw Rico get involved a lot more. I think that starts with the Lumi, or excuse me, with the Lily on the other side. If we can get Lily down that lane, really force some engagements, well, Rico from the long distance can assist, get damage, whatever that may be. So I think this is a team chemistry thing. Tomsy once again working his way up the middle, right in front of Luki's face. Won't be successful this time, and now looking for Semantic up top.
Yeah, trying to get this damage in. Can't quite yet. Boss wanting to get this super. Might be able to get Enraged down with him. He does. Luki very low. There's the bear on safe. Hyper bear burning through it. Might even get to 75. Filippo forced to tank and take some hits himself. Nice little return of the Morning Stars there from Luki. They got a bit of return damage onto Tomsy through the wall. Boss going to go down again, but get the trade. And this should be the crack coming through from Humble. And Tomsy trying to equal out the damage for the side of Papara Supermassive.
Stun going through. Bruce the Bear will assist in the elimination there. Enraged goes down. Filippo from the distance now has to work against 3 Humble brawlers. Luki on the right-hand lane trying to dish those Morning Stars out. Getting face alongside a Shadow Realm. Boss gonna trade to this right-hand side, looking for that engagement there. They would much prefer Nita going into that lane. Stun goes through. Luki up top with a kill. Semantic goes down. Filippo with a nice successful win there. It's still Luki though for a little extra chip damage.
Yeah, I mean, Lumi gets crazy damage on this safe when she gets going, so it's a good job that Enrage was there to stop that. Now the hypercharge coming through. Boss using its extra speed to try and get this bear. Gets a couple of shots in, misses one more. Actually doesn't get the bear, but they get 3 kills, or 2 kills, sorry. There's still some damage going down the bottom, I believe. And now still burning through it. Gets the second crack as well. This might be done here. Stun comes through. Bear still alive. Luki trying to get the damage. Returns it once more. Can't get it done on this one, but will get it done on the next. That's going to be a Humble win. They'll get through to the semi-finals. We'll be seeing Papara Supermassive in the LCQ, but that's about it.
Semantic showing off his playing cards there. Nicely done to the Brawl Cup champions. This is kind of the expectation, I would say. When they're in the monthly finals, they're likely contenders to make a grand finals, and I'm sure they would love to add a grand finals win to their accolades for this season.
The fans from Papara Supermassive still have something to look forward to. They are going to go to LCQ, and as Semantic said in the interview coming into this match, they're going to make it through LCQ and even go to Worlds. He believes in them. We believe in Humble today, even though they did drop that set number 1, they came back super strong. Only dropped one more game to Papar Supermassive. They were so close to turning things around in Hot Potato. Enrage pulling most of the weight in this one. We see it in the stats, 17 kills on him. He was there to defend. Filippo kind of defended as well though, and you two were talking about it. We need to see Filippo find a way to that heist save. Worked out better in game number 2, but in the end, once again, a little bit of an outdraft from the side of Humble. Maybe don't have two brawlers to just defend in this current meta, and yeah, they should also just outplayed them. In the end, Humble definitely back to old strength.
Solid shout out there to Boss. I felt like his Chester in set 2 was certainly MVP worthy, as Nita was a stalwart on defense, and that squad will advance. Plus, the guy just needs more MVPs. We're not giving him enough love out there, folks. Yes. Foot Esports versus Team Heretics coming up next. This is a quarterfinal that has been on my radar across all the regions all month long. I think this is a much-watched Brawl Stars. It's a past world champion going against Team Heretics, who have really found their stride in the second half. I think it's going to be a very fun one.
The people watching this right here over at eventthebrawlstars.com, you can vote for the MVP. Can we get Boss an MVP? It would also be Semantic stream, by the way, so let's see if we can make it happen. It usually always is Semantic. Sometimes it's Luki. Let's see what will happen. We're heading over to our last quarterfinal of the day already. After that is semis and the grand final. Quarterfinal number 4 is Foot Esports versus Team Heretics. Another one where it's so hard to predict an outcome. I'm super excited for it. We're gonna see it in a couple minutes.
Hot potato. Ring of fire. No idea. I don't know.
What a match this was. The closest match that we've predicted so far actually turned out to be a 3-0 between Inner Circle and Novo. On the other side, we have two of the strongest teams in the region, and both only took their matches in a 3-on arc. Welcome back to the show as well. We're still in the EMEA, still in the August monthly finals, and we have just witnessed Humble beating Papar Supermassive 3-1. Who's the MVP for you on the side of Humble?
It better be Boss, but I just don't feel like it's going to be. It never has been. It never will be, in my opinion. But let's see. There you go. Semantic. We're going to keep trying. I know that Semantic's so passionate for it, as well as I have been watching, these monthly finals time and time again. Boss is just always the bridesmaid,
Oh, let's bring back that graphic then.
Yeah, someone put Boss in the dress.
We want to head straight into our next quarterfinal. Let's see if it's going to be another 3-0, 3-1, or maybe even closer 3-2 in the end. It's Foot Esports versus Team Heretics. On the one side, Team Heretics are already qualified for Worlds in its first year as a partnered org. On the other side, Foot Esports with a little bit of an inconsistent year. They had a peak in June with the second place. A little bit of a disappointing July, though, with only getting a top 16 placement, Trev.
Yeah, they've been up and down. I just don't have as much faith in these guys as I once did. They came off the back of being world champions, still had a decent year last year. This year, they've just been okay. They've been here and there. They've shown their face. They've played okay. And, you know, I'd have said the exact same about Heretics until they brought Zarin and they got that win. And then it just felt completely different. I have more faith in these guys now. Listen, I want this to be a breakout month for Esports on the last one, put them in a good position for postseason, but I just don't see it happening.
I think here and there describes the team pretty well. They've never even made it out of the quarterfinals until finally they did it in June and then didn't even qualify in July. On the other side, we have a team that I wouldn't say is more consistent, honestly. Also had a bit of a rough year. Team Heretics didn't qualify for March, won in June to then again drop out in the quarterfinals last month, Ark.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, they looked so good in June when Zar again joined the roster and Sebas, of course, on the coaching side. And then last month, it was a bit of a head scratcher. You know, it did go to match point versus Reply Totem, but we kind of expected Team Heretics to win that one out. I went with Reply Totem there and then. I just felt like they might have been able to make something happen. But realistically, Team Heretics should have won that match last month.
Heretics is already qualified for Worlds, but Esports needs to win this match to qualify for Worlds themselves as well. We wanted to sit down with one of the players of Heretics and we chose Zar. Yeah, you heard me right. He's playing for Heretics now. Mid-season, they swapped in the NA player, immediately won the monthly final with him. That's a beautiful story.
Well, we are locked in for Worlds. And we're gonna start preparing in like 1 month. We're probably gonna have 1 month of vacation to just reset the mental, and I'll go back to my country, Mexico, to spend some time with my family back again, and everyone else gonna take some time before the last preparation for Worlds. And for the other 2 spots, I would like. I mean, I see Foot Esports as a really good team lately, so maybe they would join. And then I would like any of Novo or IC to qual. I really don't have any choice. I like both of them, and whoever wins the monthly or whoever wins first round is gonna deserve it.
Good for Heretics that they are locked in for Worlds, don't have to go to LCQ, so they do have a little bit of a summer break. Allows Zar to visit family back in Mexico. That's super nice to hear. Don't make a break that is too long, otherwise it might go the way as for Humble lately. They didn't even qualify for the monthly finals after World Cup, so yeah, always choose those holidays wisely as an esports pro. These are the maps that we're going to watch in this series. Foot has a chance to beat Heretics today, Trav, but all of us thinks that Heretics will take it in the end.
Yeah, absolutely a chance. 55-45 in my opinion. They've both been very sketchy teams so far, but Heretics just been a bit more consistent since the addition of Zar has just made me sway their way. Like Foot Esports, not a bad team by any means. Those 3 Polish players have just been, you know, incredible since the, you know, a good few years ago. But this year, they just haven't looked as good as current Heretics.
For me, it was mainly looking at the scrim data, where Heretics seems to do well, even into some of the top seeds in the region. On this other side, we have Foot Esports that wins consistently against like the top 10 of the region, but they just cannot beat the top 3 no matter what they try, Ark.
Yeah, and also with Foot Esports, their scrims, you can't really even consider what they do, because I've heard from so many people that they just kind of scrim some really wild ideas, and it just kind of feels like a lot of the time they're experimenting too much on that side of experimentation rather than just kind of going with what people are expecting to play against them. So it's very hard to realistically tell. And again, as Trev says, really inconsistent. You know, it sometimes looks like a walkover. Other times you kind of feel like they should have, you know, lost even harder. It's just very, very tough to work out where Foot are up to, what they're doing, and yeah, where they stand, honestly.
Oh, Trev, you were spot on. You said 55-45, but the other way around, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I can see why people do it. It's FUT Esports, they know the players, they're world champions, they are one of the teams. So I can't blame people for doing it, but yeah, I would have said the other way around. I'd say 55 to Team Heretics, 45 to FUT Esports. But I 100% understand the other way around as well, because FUT Esports are an incredible team of players, and I can almost just see them winning as well.
Very, very important day for esports, no doubt about it. This is basically their shot at the World Finals, and Team Heretics stand in their way. If they can just make these semi-finals, they'll be able to lock it in for themselves. If they don't, there's still the chance that Inner Circle won't make the Grand Finals, and that's the other side of the coin. But you want to be in control of your destiny. That's the point. For esports, going into this matchup, know that they can do it. They've just got to get past this stage of the competition. Heretics will not be giving it to them easy. That is for certain.
Yeah, well, we'll see as we get into this one very shortly. What is on the table for these two teams? You know, it's a big one for esports to get a win on the table here. Heretics just wanting points, wanting some money along the way. So both teams can be playing incredibly hard. FUT Esports probably more so than Team Heretics at the moment. I love the way FUT Esports play, really aggressive. It's the same for Team Heretics as well. A couple of aggressive players in Lane. Watching Lane players is just it's beautiful Brawl Stars, it really is. But we are heading on to Hot Potato, so pretty much back to where we were. And I'm hoping we actually get some similar compositions, because that was quite exciting, I won't lie.
It really was. We want to see some aggressive comps, maybe paired with the Cordelius, the Charlie, and Nita to defend a little bit. But let's see what we're actually going to see from those two teams. FUT has been showing some interesting ideas. Let's see if they're going to bring a brawler in here that we haven't seen today yet. Heretics does like to play the usual suspects, such as Lumi, Nita, Lily, Cordelius, all of those we just mentioned. Bans are in now. Cordelius, Lumi, and Lily are banned out by FUT Esports, so I guess they also have the same API as me. Lily, Shade, and Kit banned out from the side of Heretics. They do have first pick here from the brawlers I just mentioned. Is Nita the only one left open? Is that going to be a first pick? Never mind.
No, it's not.
No.
Very rare. It's going to be the first pick. Back over to FUT Esports. Possibly looking for maybe a Bonnie here for me. I think so far as well, the Draco being open is quite concerning a little bit. But Miko, Bull, their options for later on in the draft potentially here as well. Crow maybe makes an appearance, but it's hard to say. It's a bit of a wild card pick from FUT Esports, to be completely honest. But certainly, I think the Lily ban is really, really good from both sides here, and the Shade. Definitely two brawlers that can cause big problems here. But I think for me, I think Bonnie, I mean, it's, again, not a map that I personally kind of like it for, but they seem to get some good results with it. And it's going to be the Mika coming in an early stage, and the Ems as well. So Ems definitely making a recurrence on this map these days.
Yeah, I mean, it has been one of those brawlers that just showed up previously and showed up again. Like, we saw Enrage just purely playing defense with it, and it worked so well. He got the most kills, most DPS, that kind of thing, and no damage on safe. So was just entirely playing defense. But I'm very surprised to see it played into the likes of, these throwers who are going to be doing very well against it with the walls up. But then again, I suppose Miko's going to be pretty good against throwers as well. So it kind of balances it out. Kaze going to come in then for Team Heretics as their second pick. Another very solid brawler. Going to be able to deal very well, going aggressive. Probably be able to deal with the Ems pretty well with that kind of assassin, quick movement speed, dashing here and there. So I like that from Heretics. Great shout. And we see Kaze played on Heist a fair amount too, with those supers being pretty influential towards like the more aggressive, safe area.
Yeah, the Kaze is the top pick from Team Heretics in their scrims, the most played brawler by far, but 54% win rate. I guess the more you play it, the lower that kind of looks anyway, so I can understand. Charlie for safety, I would say, but also good to be able to cocoon out the Miko. Back to FUT Esports now. Again, they could be thinking Draco, maybe not Nelson's to Charlie. They're still going to go for it. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's definitely a risk to run. The Charlie will shut it down more often than not, but again, the Charlie's got to balance her time between the Draco and the Miko, so it's like going to be a tough game for whoever's on that Charlie to really consistently defend in that regard. But I quite like what FUT have cooked. It's definitely very aggressive, very cyclable in terms of their aggressive ability. So yeah, I'm kind of all for it.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. Big game for both of these teams. wanting to move on to the semi-finals, as they're both semi-finals caliber teams by all means, but only one of them can advance forward. And the main going in very aggressively actually does go down, but here's Chaos throwing out some of this ice cream onto the safe, and that lingering damage does so much. A cocooned player up here should be dealt with pretty swiftly, and is, but does crack the safe first.
Yeah, that our stand came in quite clutch. Meow now can slow Lana and get that nice knockback with the friend zoner as well, just to consistently get these takedowns. Chaos is getting fed quite well already from Meow, so I expect super from him very shortly. But so far, still for Esports that have got just a little bit more of a lead. But Zar has got now hypercharge, and the cocoon goes out there as well. Naui and Gary trying to make a run for his right-hand side, but it's Gary that makes the break onto the safe. Just keeps put still the pressure on, and they're not taking care of him very quickly at all.
Yeah, didn't manage to crack that 25% either, and Lane gets it done up top along with Chaos's help. They might be able to get this done with just a couple more berry shots, but he has retreated very heavily here, and now he's flying up. He knows what needs to be done, and that should be the game going that way, with the burn down damage of the berry finishing this one off, and Heretics start off pretty well.
Pretty close. Like for Esports, they've still got a chance here to tie up this set, but definitely that's the way Team Heretics want to start. A bit of a momentum-based team, I would say, as well. Sometimes certain brawlers can go really much in Lanan's favor or really against it, and more often than not, if he's got a good brawler pick that he's comfortable with, it's going to end one way, and Kaze is that prime example of one which he can make work so well already, immediately onto the safe, but then immediately off it as well. But Chaos coming again with that gadget, which is going to trickle over time. It's very back and forth, but it's actually for Esports to get the first sign of that first stage.
Yeah, well, here's Naui marking the safe and getting so much damage down. It's just one of those comps, isn't it? You can just finish it in one go, even with the safe cracks if they get the right move. But it's just Team Heretics not letting them get it. That's the safe cracked again by the Miko, but he does go down. He won't mind that, though, as long as he gets that percentage done. Lenane's going to fall as well, but not without throwing a super down. Chaos will get this 50% cracked through, I believe, with that shot. Now the hypercharge comes through, just going for, oh, lovely super from Chaos there. And now Gero moving forward is going to want to get this 25% out the way, but Charlie is a good brawler to defend it with, because even if he jumps over that first shot, the return's going to get the connection.
Now he trying to burn down Lanan, but the support is there also of Zar. Now on the safe though, Chaos and Lanan should be able to get this done, and they do. Team Heretics, as quickly as that, will take the first set in convincing fashion.
I mean, pretty much the exact same scoreline as well. I wasn't sure if the first one was 0-27 as well, but it was definitely around that number. So pretty much an absolute mirror game of the first. Not the most like thrilling Brawl Stars gameplay. It was usually like, okay, we'll have a little bit of an engagement here, but I'm going towards the safe. And that's what's going to happen. They just kind of ignore each other. A very kind of slow base racy kind of comp. Not all out, but kind of two players going forward, one staying back. And yeah, Heretics start very strong.
This is the second time in a row we see Ems on this map, and it just does not seem to work out at all. She did receive a little buff to her supercharge rate, but with that alone, she still just doesn't do enough damage to actually win a set for their team. Barry, Kaze, Charlie, the comp from Team Heretics, again, had a bit of everything. The base race with the Kaze, as you mentioned, Trev, it was just well-rounded. Yeah. Nothing you can really say about Team Heretics that would be in a direction that they could have done better in any way. They all played super well. They had a good draft. Keep going like this. This is going to be our second 3-0 in the quarterfinals.
Hopefully not. I want to see some close matches for sure, and especially with what's on the line for Esports. You know, I want to see them give a much better back and forth. Again, they need this to make it to the Worlds. But as we said coming in, we've got some big reservations on how consistent they've been.
Maybe today's the day again where they have an upbeat. It really seems like they either do super well or, yeah, they don't even qualify. And since they have Zar in their team, at least they did qualify for the monthly finals every single time. So it's already looking a bit better for them. We're heading over to our next map now. It's going to be Double Swoosh, a map we've seen before as well today. And the map I want to see if both of those teams now want to go with the tanks again. We saw Kaze, we saw Lily. Those tanks are super good on such a bushy map as this one is, Trev.
Yeah, listen, send me some Tara and I'll be happy. I'll be very happy if we see that again. It's been coming out non-stop at the moment in this monthly finals and East Asia as well, so I'm loving it. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty defining map, I feel. If Heretics manage to take this one as simply as they did in the last, then, you know, this is looking towards that 3-0 territory, but FUT Esports have got to bounce back and play. Now, not that they played bad, it was down to the draft, the first one, I'm pretty sure, but they're going to have to do a bit better in this one than they did in the previous, or Heretics are going to start running away from them. Bans are there as well. The Cordelias, the Ash, and the Amber from the side of FUT Esports. Heretics get the Sandy. Oh, devastated. The Lily and the Tara out of the way.
Ash is a brawler that Team Heretics likes to play. So for the Esports with some good bans here, picking up the Draco first pick. Also banned out some tank counters makes a lot of sense since they wanted to pick up a tank early on. A Draco you can always pair with Grey, of course. Charlie would still be a good choice here for mid as well. Maybe Janet, also quite a good option as gem carrier. Team Heretics now with the follow-up. Their answer could be picking one of those brawlers away from them. I also see Kit is left open for, I believe, the first time today, and there he is. If he's not banned out, he has to be picked. I hope FUT Esports knew what they were doing, leaving him open, Ark.
I think they did. I mean, it's a 60% win rate for Team Heretics in scrims. That's really high. I think it was kind of quite obvious for me, and for Esports maybe just feel like they're not really threatened by it, but they should be. The hypercharge is devastating. A lot of the time Heretics will bring Mr. P as well, but Lumi left open. I don't think that is by any means a bad brawler pickup. With a 100% win rate yesterday in East Asia, with 7 instances of play. It was absolutely wild to see it. Charlie is available though. I think that for Esports could probably pair that with the Draco to ensure its survivability just a little bit more, but other options as well. Crow's a big one for them, which could be an appearance considering how much we've seen Crow start to really pop off in the current meta. Buster as well, definitely an option that they can consider here, as well as the Janet, which is a bit of an oddball brawler. It's one of their high brawler win rate brawlers, but not really for me.
Yeah, listen, I love what Heretics have got so far. This Kit and Lumi combination is really nice, but for Esports as well, got the Kaze and the Draco. One of the most aggressive comps we're probably going to ever see, and we'll see what they do choose to go for as that gem carrier. Going to have to be something that enables these two brawlers, I feel, and it's going to be the Janet, one that's going to be able to get away with the gems quite quickly, and it was played again before, but, you know, as a first pick. I don't mind it as much as a last, but honestly, with Janet at the moment, I just don't think it's where it needs to be.
It's a bit underwhelming. The hypercharge is still very, very strong, but we don't tend to see it get as much value. You know, a lot of pros will be able to just keep their range and not feed into it, so it's not seen all that often. Yeah, Ali, it's a 66% win rate for Team Heretics here. One that they didn't tend to play, but again, you know, with really aggressive players on their squad, it's a problem which, you know, they can just kind of hold back on and just bring them when they need it. But the question is, has Ali dropped off enough since the nerfs? A lot of teams and players have shifted away from it now. It's the first time I think we've seen it all weekend, if I might be mistaken, but from memory, we haven't seen nearly as much from Ali as we have in previous months. Again, because she was so heavily nerfed. But let's see whether, you know, Team Heretics can still make it work. It's a good map for it, no doubt about it.
Yeah, no doubt at all. It is one of those brawlers that's going to be very solid, but at the moment, probably not as solid as the Kit. The Kit looking very good off the start, and then trying to make this alley work on the left-hand side. Now Kaze going towards it. He goes in again. Should be a bit of a close matchup, both dashing over and over the top of each other. And underneath, Gero gets locked in position, but not killed just yet. Meow sneaking round. Should be able to find Zai here, but with a bit of help from the name, gets refragged.
They're really just trying to play aggressively. They've got rewarded from doing so with the gems, but I think Heretics, though, so far don't seem to be too stirred by a lot of the advances. But again, the objective is where things matter. Nice attack there from Meow. There's a hypercharge rewarded for it as well, and Anand should pop a little bit lower here to the pickup. He does. Just Chaos left. He's going to go on the aggressive hypercharge in, gets a couple of swipes, but goes down himself. Ooh. Now Team Heretics need this stun. They really do. Now he's going to pop the last stand. Can they get the pickup? They do. Can Anand get out with the gems? He does. 4-5 now. That's even the scoreline.
Yeah, only about half of them though, and 6 as well as they get another one. Zar is holding. Now he has a hypercharge though, and that can be very, very dangerous. Kit, honestly, the hypercharge, I was expecting him to kind of hold off, wait for the whole team to be there, but in the end it worked because Zar came up with the super of his own and locked them down in position. Gonna have to be cautious of this right-hand side though. Now comes in, not popping that hypercharge just yet, wants to wait for a better moment, jumps there as well, burning straight through him, and he does go down. That's 8 gems to 6 now, and Team Heretics edging closer and closer to getting this victory.
I'm enjoying this synergy between the alley and the kit, to be completely honest. 7 gems to 8. Heretics have a small lead. Lenan grabs another one. He's already carrying a lot of gems, so makes sense that he would be somewhat of a gem carrier here. Nice suppression there from Chaos. Zar picks up the scraps, but goes down himself. Lenan choosing to leave the gems, actually. This could be quite dangerous if he's not careful. Going to come back for them now, but alley gem carrier, that's not who you want on those gems.
Yeah, you could see he thought he was going to be able to get that gem. Now going in onto Meow, that's a big risk, and he's going to go down. For Esports doing well, and now he leaving all those gems for Gero to pick up, because he can just take flight now and pretty much ignore the rest of the game. Team Heretics going to try their best to come up and get some work done, but he's just going to fly, and he's going to leave them behind. Heretics looked okay, looked better for the majority of it, or I'd say about even, but Foot are the ones who run away with it.
Yeah, a lot of the time, Team Heretics, they're landing good kills. I think statistically probably ahead in that regard. But the objective was very much focused on by Foot Esports there. And that last-ditch play from Lenan just did not pay off at all. Kind of wondering whether if he just stayed back, they could have been able to reset a little bit easier. But regardless, the gem carrier can't really be an alley. That kit and alley combo needs to be doing its thing, which is working really well. But you got to have Zar as the gem carrier. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard for Chaos and Lenan to keep going on the aggressive.
Yeah, well, they're going to remain on the aggressive even with these 2 gems. In he comes, and that should be taken down quite quickly. And is nice combination. Really good, as I say, really good work pairing up with Chaos here. He is going to go down. 2 gems drop to the floor, but he's just going to try and not pick them up either. And it's just kind of a question of who's going to have the gems. And for Heretics, it's Lenane again.
Yeah, they just keep kind of... I mean, Chaos handed them over. I mean, he was carrying them, but they're not really too concerned as to the aggressive brawlers carrying them, it seems. Chaos now going to have to bring them back. He'd prefer to go down here, honestly. I think that's the best thing that could have happened. Zar going to choose to not go for those gems, but he was just above 1,000 HP, so I think it was wise. And now I'm going to be able to get some good damage in. Forced to pick up those 2 gems from the middle yet again. And we'll find out later as to whether that works out well for Heretics or them being split, and with the aggressive brawlers, it might go against them yet again.
Yeah, well, it's better this time for them. They've got more of a lead and a bit more... Like, they can buy more time and just try to pick up a couple gems. Nice lockdown again. There goes the kit. Lenane going in aggressive, very aggressive at that. Might go down here. And Zar can't get the refrag just yet. Those gems are going to spill into the hands of Meow. And now it's flipped. It's Foot with the lead and all the control.
Yeah, Foot just playing the game far better, more just how you'd expect things to play out. More composed. Team Heretics don't seem to know who's collecting the gems. It's just whatever they can gain. Now Foot Esports have the gems, but Meow goes down. That's a massive pickup from Lenan. Huge. Chaos goes down, but Zar should be okay on his own here for a little bit. The Morning Stars in the perfect placement, and now they're running away with the gems as now Chaos spawning in. We use the cardboard box as well to get a sneak attack, and does. Now he exposed. Great stun from Zar. Massive from him. That was game-changing. And Team Heretics will be safe and sound for now.
I mean, that was great from Heretics. It was a turnaround on them. Foot got the gems, and then they turned it back on Foot to get another win on the board. Just one more needed to take the set and go 2-0 up. It's a big game, this one. Can decide a lot whether they go 2-0 up or it comes to 1-1 and Foot Esports manage to even it out. But for the most part, it's very scrappy Brawl Stars. It's expected with these brawlers, don't get me wrong. We've got 2 very aggressive brawlers on each side, and then a mid who's not even usually carrying the gems.
Chaos will pop, leaving just Lenan. Getting some good aggressive damage though onto Geru. Now forced down to the bottom left by Naui. Going to be picked up by Meow. Nicely done by Foot. Not too much of a hassle. Nice pick up there from Chaos. Geru stunned again. Zar with these Lumi stuns doing so well. Now picking up all the gems, and that's the best person to have them in my opinion. That would mean that Lenan and Chaos can go even more aggressive.
Yeah, these Lumi stuns are an absolute joke and seem to be working time and time again. That matchup on the left-hand side went kind of the complete opposite way as I thought. I thought Team Heretics were going to be able to clean up once more. But Chaos trying to make the move. Actually doesn't get hit there, so he's flying under the radar a bit more now. Turns left and finds Gero a little bit out of hand. There's the super going in though, but a hypercharge in return from Chaos to save these gems and stop them going the other way. Lenane's going to go very aggressive now, but the lockdown's there on Naui again. He drops 3 gems on the right hand side. Naui back with this super and tries to get out, but Zar says no once more. Might be able to lock down again and does. He's so good with those, but Meow can dash away. But now all of Team for Esports' gems have dropped and the countdown starts for Heretics.
What an unfortunate spawn for Foot there. Perfect for Heretics. and Zara's playing out of his mind, but should burn down here. He's got 44 HP. Now he's not going to quit there, leaving Lenan in a 1 versus 3, forcing to jump around the bush, staying alive, but now they'll drop the base from the Janet. We'll seal it, and the gems have got to go to Zara because Garrett has got super. Flying out with just the 1 not going to be enough. The gems are still scattered. It's an absolute scrap. I love it. It's going back and forth every step of the way, but Lenan is the last man standing for Team Heretics, bringing the gems back, and it's not over yet.
What is happening? That was the most chaotic thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Such scrappy brawl styles, as I said before. Here's the hypercharge from Chaos again, but it's 3 versus 1, 6 seconds on the clock, still time. Lenin gonna go aggressive and then retreat. The super's missed by Mia, but he might still get it, but he jumps over the wall and escapes death. Heretics gonna take this second set and move 2-0 up.
3 things are certain in life: death, taxes, and Lenan being the last man there. It happens every single month. It's just incredible to see. Definitely not the cleanest of rounds from Team Heretics by a long shot, but a very valuable one to lock in. And lock it in they did, and now FUT Esports are in very much the danger zone.
I live for matches like this one. That was so beautiful to watch. 2 aggressive brawlers on either side. And yeah, the gem carrier is not with the most gems on them. We see it in the stats as well. Lena in the end with the most gems on his team. Gero did manage to be a proper gem carrier. That's good for him. But yeah, in the end, it didn't really matter. Sar did as many kills as any other tank on his team. So it worked out fine with Sar being more on the aggressive side and Ali being the gem carrier there. But yeah, all in all, just such an interesting draft, such a different double swoosh as we are used to seeing, Trev.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, these are the kind of gameplay that are like, I hate it, but I love it, you know? Like, it's even hard for us as commentators to know what's going on in these situations like this, where it's just gems bouncing from one side to another, back to that side, back to the other. It's really hard to follow, and we're here trying to talk over it, and I don't even know who's got the gems to start with. I don't know who's winning. I don't know who's low, because all the health bars are over each other as well. So, yeah, it's the kind of Brawl Stars that, you know, I've got a love and hate relationship with. So scrappy, but so entertaining.
You two are doing God's work right there. Really, really well done. Not only from you, but also from the players here. Heretics now 2-0 up already. Give us more of this kind of Brawl Stars, please. I live for those moments. We're on triple now, and usually Brawl Ball is also a bit more chaotic than other modes. So yeah, I'm looking forward to a close game here. Maybe our last map seeing from FUT Esports and Heretics here. If Heretics closes this one out as well, they're moving on into the semis arc.
Yeah, it's a massive moment here. Team Heretics to be able to seal it in a sweep. For Esports, they've got to turn this around, and you know, I mean, they've always got the poker face on. That's never going to change as far as that's concerned, but it's very hard to read how they must be feeling. Interesting bans. Mortis ban from Team Heretics, the Crow and the Shade. Love the Crow ban here as well. The Hank, the Willow, and the Lumi. Love that Willow ban specifically, but Kenji definitely still a threat, both on Team Heretics and for FUT Esports. But Charlie, Cordelius still up there. Lumi being banned by FUT, that's a smart play. Kaze, though, that's going to be a dangerous brawler, which will surely show its face.
Willow's banned out, the only thrower that is gone. Larry Laurie's still left open, and Kit is left open again as well. Let's see if somebody's going to pick him up later on. Cordelius comes out as first pick. Very wise choice here, as there is going to be 1 or 2 tanks show up later in this draft. This just has to be. Tanks are omnipresent at the moment, picked up on every single map and mode currently. So yeah, having Cordelius on your side, always a good option, especially on Brawl Ball, because you can score quite easily if you have a super available and there's only 1 opponent between yourself and the goal. The same goes also for Charlie, though, picked up now by FUT Esports Drive.
Yeah, well, I like both of these brawlers from FUT Esports as well. Clearly, Team Heretics taking this Cordelius early on as kind of a preventive measure, and also just because of how good the brawler is at the moment as well on a map like this. But yeah, FUT Esports, very, very good 2 picks. Charlie's been very good. Kenji's very good on maps like this. Kind of expecting, you know, something, a thrower to come down. You would expect the Willow, but with it banned out the way, I'm not sure if there will be any other throwers, and kind of maybe it just goes all out, you know, scrappy Brawl Stars again. But Amber's going to be here from Team Heretics then, trying to burn down some of this map, make a bit of room. And the gadget, I think, is going to be probably the highest selling point for this Amber on this map.
Heretics do love their brawlers, that throwers, though, like Juju, the Barley, and the Larry and Laurie. They're all the ones that they've been playing a lot, but the Kaze, yeah, I mean, it was definitely in my horizons at the beginning, and such a dangerous brawler. I think it makes a lot of sense to Kenji on the other side of the field, so Really like where their heads are at in that regard. Could be a Crow pick here, potentially, but it's banned out by Heretics now, I see. So definitely limits their options a little bit more down, because they wanted the Kaze for sure, 100%. I mean, maybe Bonnie. That's kind of one that they floated around with their scrims with, but I just don't think it's necessarily the map for it. It was lesser played in that regard. So Stu, yeah, I feel like this is a brawler pick which they've just kind of thrown together, honestly, because they just don't really ever play it that often. It's one of the lowest picked brawlers in scrims by every single region, every single team rather, on this map in the EMEA, and it's got a 44% win rate. It's still a good brawler, don't get me wrong, and in the right hands it can do amazing things, but I just feel like it's a bit of a tough one to make work in the current meta.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Well, we'll see how this one's going to play out. A much needed set for FUT Esports. Need another 2 in a row after that as well, but Heretics can close it out right here. Like you say, here we go into the game. Lenane brings Naui very low, but a nice little heal from him as well. Chaos takes Gero to the realm, but leaves Lenane, sorry, very lonely back in this spawn portion of the map. Chaos behind, doing a good job of denying them the time again. Lenane going in, should be able to pick up a kill here, but chooses to go to the right-hand side after now he gets a bit of a heal in as well. Nice move from him once more, and it's very even at the moment.
No breaking of walls for Gero, running the speed zone gadget to make that Kenji even more dangerous, sure. Zoran Chaos trying to make a break here, and they do find the pick up on Naui. They put a lot of pressure on this position here now, as Lenane going to burn from this Stu speed. Yeah, Al's going to take the lead and come through. Does so nicely. They have a pickup and a cocoon that now he's going to be waiting to snatch Star as he comes out of. Clearly done by FUT Esports. Some good defensive measures put to use so far. And now I'm just going to battle things out. Got the ball, and that's going to take away a dash. That's the hypercharge for sure, but it's going to be a strong defense for Heretics. They're going to need this.
Back to the side, passing the ball through, but he gets round before he can pass it. What a realm that is from Chaos, and they clear up the other member as well. Now it's just a waiting game. He doesn't mind healing here. He can just play it slow. Now he's going to end up straight on top of Lenane, but he gets the heal again, and that's a matchup he's consistently winning for the FUT Esports side.
I said they were going to need a strong defense, and that was about stellar as it gets from Chaos. But now he finds him. Here's the hypercharge as well. That's going to suck in Lenane. He gets the pass to himself, and the goal! Lovely from FUT Esports, and a good recovery.
I mean, Chaos failed to corner the ball twice. First time he sends it into a wall. Second time he shoots before he grabs the ball. Really unfortunate for Heretics there. That would have made a lot of difference. Now this is the time that they need to go. Should be able to pick up this kill because he's hypercharged on the left-hand side and does. But Meow, the main defender they want is still the one alive. So that's good for FUT Esports. Now just playing the ball over to the right to the most mobile member in Lenane. But they need to make something happen. 25 seconds left.
Lenane needs this super. He's got the hypercharge. Now he's going to use it prematurely to try to earn it along the way. And if he does, it could be catastrophic. Gets taken care of. All 3 members of FUT were a block, a wall that he just could not get through. And now FUT with the ball in the pocket should be in the clear zone with 10 seconds remaining. Team Heretics, even if they get down the end of the map, they've got to make a goal. But Lenane's not going to leave it just yet. Goes down himself. Great defensive work from FUT Esports. Great on the offense also. And looking a lot more refreshed as a result of being 2 sets down. It's about time.
Yeah, this is a set that looks like it's going to be won by FUT Esports. They seem to have the better comp. They seem to be playing better in Brawl Ball. Everything lines for them to have this in a 2-1. But it's just a question of whether it goes from there. Heretics needs to bounce back in this set if they want to close this out quickly. An early jump into the mid from Chaos there and giving a lot of value to Naui in this situation, who will get the kill and the super off as well and get another kill also. 2 kills there. Lenane, the only one remaining, sends it to the left-hand side, tries to survive a bit longer, gets the super down, which actually might make a big difference, and a questionable pass from Gero, but it doesn't matter because he can get his super back so easily.
Yeah, trying to find a connection to Naui, I imagine. Mr. Super there from Chaos. That's not great for him. But Meow has Cocoon, and that is still a very dangerous prospect. Surely a goal here as well. Chaos! Oh, it is! Lovely! I wasn't sure it was just going to be defended off the line by Zar, but it wasn't. And that was brilliant by FUT. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, this gameplay just seems like too scrappy for a Kaze to get a footing, really, which is where Kenji starts to be a lot better. Gadget placed down by Meow there. Should be burnt through quite quickly by these players. Now a super is there. Chaos going to jump over the wall and get the kill. Now he being hunted by Kaze, but he always seems to win it.
Zar should have Gadget here, but maybe not. Cooldown might still be present. Now his teammates are here. He has got the Gadget, so it would have been okay. I thought it was from his positioning that he probably did have it, and FUT were not willing to take the chance of it either way. Hypercharge for Lennon. Maybe could have made a dash for it then and gone through with this additional speed. It might have been a break, but chose better of it. And Team Heretics want control, but the time, again, it's not really on their side. As we approach the 1 minute mark, and with FUT Esports having that goal, it really is putting a lot of pressure on Heretics. Now he as well, doing some plays on this right-hand side, is putting a lot of pressure on the situation.
Yeah, Chaos does a good job of getting that kill there, but comes out to a few of these spiders on top of him. Gero keeping them low so well, and now Linane's going to die as well. 45 seconds, and they might close it out before that, or will, I should say. Super's there, he's cocooned, and we're heading to a set number 4 to see if Heretics can do it there, or if FUT will drag it to a set 5.
This is what I mean about FUT. I mean, how can you look at the gameplay quality of that match and compare it to anything previous? It's like two different teams. It's like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of affair where, as far as things are concerned, it's like they either just kind of get steamrolled or they just spring to life. And that was a time to spring to life if there ever was one, because they managed to stop, you know, Heretics in their tracks.
They're also the one team that seem to get better with every set they play, or even every game they play. Even if they lose the first game, they usually can come back stronger, learn how to play against the comp that the opponents are showing up against them. Looking at the stats here, no, we definitely did the most work here, most kills at least. Did super well with the Kenji. This time around, it's definitely lover's quarrel that Kenji wins against his wife, Lena. 0 kills, which I can't remember when we last had a negative KD with Lena on a tank, Trev.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he was just getting absolutely outplayed by the Kenji. Like, couldn't even get in the matchup, never mind be able to get anywhere near winning it. Really unfortunate for him, but I think the Kenji just had an absolute field day with everybody. See situations like this, every one-on-one he was winning, then he was getting another kill as well, just making such good plays. And yeah, the Kenji was the star man in that one. It really was incredible gameplay from him, and it's something that he needs to carry on doing across the next 2 sets if they want a chance.
After that seismic double swish set, and now also triple dribble being quite a good match, I just want to see one more set. So I'm honestly glad that FUT Esports managed to win a set and prolong this one a little more, so we get to see a set 4 arc.
Absolutely so. I mean, it has been so enjoyable. And even in the moments that Team Heretics have come out on top, you know, there has been close back and forths along the way. That was the first sign of life, really, for me, the major sign of life from FUT Esports. And this is a chance for them, a real opportunity. It's very much a dependency on draft, it feels to me, from FUT Esports. And that really was the draft that they got right. That Kenji was their top pick for that map. It had a 60% win rate, and now he just really made it count. So we need to see more of that kind of quality of gameplay if they're going to be able to take it to a 5th and final set.
Yeah, we really do. I mean, it's going to be a big, I mean, it's a huge set for FUT Esports. Can really put a mark on their month and year with this win. Team Heretics are a team who just wants to stop them flat. They might already be going to Worlds, but they want more. They want more points. They want more money. They want to be higher up this leaderboard in terms of that World Finals placement. So it's a game that they're going to want to win, regardless of already being locked in. You know, they need the bragging rights for a further couple of months.
We're heading over to open business now. It could be all decided if Heretics takes this set, but from what we've just seen in the previous set, FUT Esports has the momentum, and if they win this one as well, we get to see a set 5 on top of this one. Super excited if that actually is gonna happen, because as I said before, those 2 teams so far really have delivered some of the best Brawl stars we've seen all day. The bans are in, Cordelius, Lumi, and Lu. No surprises here. Lumi and Lu just super good on any hot zone map currently because of the ice rings they can lay down. Cordelius is going to be the brawler you want to ban if you want to play some tanks, so both of those teams have banned him out. That's yeah, indicating towards what they might want to pick up. It's a Draco as first pick, so yeah, no surprises there. The bans pretty much told us already what we needed to know here, Ark.
Yeah, Charlie Hank combo here could be a really good one. Team Heretics, not gonna lie. And Charlie to be able to defend against, you know, their own Hank, to take it off the card for Esports, and to also shut down the Draco. One of those 2 brawlers for me has to be that. Lu being banned, very solid, has to be done really. Cars are going to be a real threat here, as well as the barrier, I feel. Those heals to be able to support those brawlers on the zone is going to lead to the objective. Fake's going to come out for Team Heretics. Really like that brawler pick, especially on this map and mode, so big fan of that. For Esports, there's not going to be any chance. I feel like there's going to be a Meg taken off the card, so they could go for that as well as the Crow. That's kind of their flavor of the week. But yeah, the Hank, it's just a great brawl for Team Heretics.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, Hank is just a brawler that's going to do very well in the majority of situations, and especially on a map like this as well. It's an incredible brawler. So we'll see if it's going to be able to make the mark and secure this game for Team Heretics, or if we see FUT Esports coming out with a bit of a stronger sense again, just like in the last one, and dragging this all the way to a set number 5. Honestly, I'd like to see it because these teams seem very evenly matched, and that would scare me after the last set if I was Team Heretics.
Yeah, that was definitely potentially a missed banned opportunity, I would say. And there's the Crow, yeah. It's just a very strong brawler for FUT Esports, and I think Team Heretics know it. They're gonna have to shut it down far better than the last time. Charlie could be a way to do so. It is still open here. The Amber was not it from the last round. It could be a map which is better suited for her here, but I think better avoid it in my opinion. But let's see what they kind of feel about things. I think they kind of need to go with Charlie at this point in time. It's their top brawler for the scrim rates, just shy of 60% win rate as well, so it wouldn't be the worst of ideas. But that Kenji, it's going to be a big problem. Shade going to come through from them, and we'll have to see. With the wall staying up, they should stand a better chance with that particular brawler. But it is going to have to pop off. It's not going to be an easy set here for Team Heretics by a long shot, and with FUT's momentum now and that wind in their sails from the last set, it's going to be very tough to see how this one goes.
Yeah, well, big set for both these teams. FUT Esports needed to stay in it. Team Heretics needed to take it and go to face off against Humble in the semi-finals, which is a tough matchup waiting for whoever wins this one. But I'm really liking what FUT Esports have brought to the table. Love this Shade last pick from Team Heretics as well, though. So we'll see how this one plays out. Chaos in a bit of a tough situation early on, but they managed to deal with the Kenji this time. And that's a better sign for Team Heretics.
Lovely tap there from Zar, just finding that perfect cusp of that bubble. Last stand put by Naui, but goes down regardless. Zar going to pop the super to get that additional healing back up and get behind enemy lines here. But Lenan can continue the aggressive forwards. Gary jumping into the mid, immediately eradicated there though as well. So a bit of a miss shot from him, and that time warp is going to be able to allow those flames to slow along the way, so Chaos can juke a lot easier and better. Quite closely matched, but already a hypercharge for Lenan, and immediate assassination goes down to Meow, but he could have absolutely popped off even more there.
Yeah, very closely matched this, and this super from Chaos just seems to completely negate that Dragon's Breath coming in from the Draco. And now Zara in a good spot to try and get some kills. Super comes in, but he's going to be there waiting for him on the way back. It even slowed down that Kenji super, and now they've completely eclipsed this. No, what a super that is from Gero, though. Going to need to get the trade. And Chaos still standing on the zone for now, adds an extra couple of percent, and kind of remains in that double percentage lead.
Yeah, Chaos did pretty well there for me. Outnumbered, sure, but staying firm. Great super there from Gero. And there could even be time for another if you can just continue these shots. It's the power of the time warp. But Meow and Gero are still on the zone, catching up now as FUT Esports approach 70%. And Team Heretics are low. Aside from the Hank, they've got to be really cautious to preserve their lives. Lenan jumping into the wall, almost finds Meow there, but going to keep the pressure on, so Gero jumps in. Now he's doing work, and all of a sudden FUT Esports have got full control.
I mean, what a turnaround this has been. It was looking so good for Team Heretics, and now it's looking the complete opposite, and that's going to be the game going FUT Esports' way. One step closer to the set number 5 for these two teams. And Heretics have got to be a little bit scared now. Seems like FUT Esports just got all the brawlers they wanted.
It's a post-game, and I feel like Heretics can still bring this one back. They lost control, and again, this Pro is a devastating brawler. I mean, Gero's just phenomenal with it and gets so much value. It's tough for Chaos to have these mid matches without that time warp as well against it. So let's see. Back to the finisher gadget, just for safety. And now I'm just going to hide behind this wall and just hope that he gets fed. Zar creeps forwards, gets tapped up by Gero. Maybe trickling down from poison. A few swipes from Lenan there as well, but so far FUT have stayed pretty firm.
Yeah, I mean, Lenan just wants this super, really. That's what he's working for. Kenji going to come in now. Should die upon landing, and does exactly that. Team Heretics are quite low, having to wait in the back line. Zar pops the super to get a bit of healing, and Chaos reverses time. Kind of teleports back that little bit. Now he will go down. They're getting some good percentage on zone again. When it seems like Heretics are in the lead, FUT Esports just get percentage.
Well, Zar did well there to get that last final bubble pop before going down himself. Now hypercharge, going straight for the prime target of the Draco, and now weaving his way to the left before choosing back to go to the right, at least to heal himself. The time warp goes down from Chaos at just the right time. This is great from Team Heretics. They've got position power, they've got utility down, and most importantly, the Kenji as well.
Yeah, I mean, Zar was just holding that hypercharge, used it for speed, almost coming in there and getting the kill lane before he could pop that gadget, but he does a good job of it. Same situation as last time, pretty much around the exact percentage, but can Heretics re-break this time? They throw down that Fink super, slowing these crow shots, managing to avoid them, and Zar going back onto this side, Lenane coming through the middle. Kenji super delayed, thanks to that super coming in from the Finks, but they're getting wiped off the map. Zar doing a good job of staying alive, needs to try and get a super to heal, but he's not being provided it. Hypercharge used by Noe, it's just overwhelming this Fink super.
It's a really tough matchup for Team Heretics, and a lovely Kenji super as well. Zar left all alone here, and I'm sure a last stand gadget for now, if he even needs to pop it, is going to be available to him. So definitely a tough time for Team Heretics to get back this control, but they've just done that, and now approaching 90%. There's the last stand from Naui, but a bit of a premature shot from Chaos keeps him standing just a little bit longer. But Nan doing his best to stay on this zone, as again, it's so neck and neck, but FUT Esports are fighting this one back, and well, 92%, 95% now for FUT Esports. Can they secure this? It's down to Lenon, he falls at 98%, and FUT Esports won't be able to bring it back. It's neck and neck, and they've absolutely done it by 1%, and FUT Esports will take a set as a result.
That is absolutely crazy. 1%, you know, not quite to decide their fate, but they needed this game. They need this set 5. FUT Esports require a win here to put themselves in a good position for postseason. And Heretics falling apart, everything against them now. Momentum flying the other way with 2 sets in a row for FUT Esports. Heretics seem to be falling apart.
I want to take this opportunity to formally thank both of those teams to deliver some of the best Brawl Stars we've seen all year, honestly. Not only the double through sets, now also the open business just keeps on delivering. I mean, that last game again was a 99 to 100% match. I'm surprised to see here that we actually have more kills on the side of Team Heretics overall. Those 2 tanks definitely worked out very well. Shade and Hank are the 2 tanks that you can use on a map with a lot of walls. They can put them to good use, but yeah, in the end, FUT Esports just kept on holding on to the mid. Once they were standing in that mid, they were very firm. They just could not be removed from it anymore. Played it super clean. And then in the last few seconds, we see it here again. Definitely a highlight for the Centuries arc.
Absolutely so. And I just feel like they're underestimating the Kenji a little bit here. I feel like they've got to learn from that in this 5th and final set. And could be a trap. Maybe they've got no intention of playing Kenji there at all anyway. I have to see what the map mode is, but it's definitely the thorn in their side, no doubt about it. And for Team Heretics now to have lost that way, it's going to be beating on their mental. This is the thing, and for Esports now going to be riding that and loving every second of it. But as an inconsistent team, this is the thing for me. This is the reservation. Like, despite this momentum that Esports have got here, this could easily just in one single draft go back to the way it was in the 1st and 2nd set. It's so hard to tell how this is going to go now. It's going to be 50-50 as far as things are concerned, and the most important draft for Esports this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be absolutely huge for both of these teams, and especially FUT Esports, who need to get this win on the board. Heretics, they're here, you know, just for the love of the game. They just want to play some more Brawl Stars, want to get more points, want to get more money. They're already in that World Final slot, so they're going to be feeling good no matter what, but you don't want to be reverse swept in front of this kind of audience prior to the postseason, where you want to be looking your strongest. They've got the bans coming in. Kenji is banned regardless of them having the first pick, and along with the Brock and Willow as well. Mr. P first comes in for FUT Esports. Team Heretics over the other side ban out the Bonnie, the Cordelius, and the Squeak.
You just love to see a Mr. P, no?
No,
I'm so, yeah, me neither. The last time those 2 teams have faced off against each other was in the June monthly finals, where Heretics took the W and won the whole thing. It also was a 3-1. I think they're no strangers to being in a situation like this one, so I hope it's not going to nag on them too hard to be in this situation now, where they've been 2-0 up and now we're in set 5. For us, it's super exciting. We want to see some more of those 2 teams. For Heretics, they certainly would have preferred to close this one out in a 3-0 fashion. RT is going to be the answer to Mr. P. Doesn't really deal with the Porter too well. They probably have to pick up a thrower later on or something to destroy the Porter in the back. It's why Mr. P is picked up so often, because of the Penguins that are going to be so strong on Bounty. Kaze is going to be picked up here. An aggressive comp so far from Team Heretics. I'm not surprised to see that, but yeah, they need something to deal with the Porter arc.
Yeah, Willow could be a good option there, sure. Back to Heretics. They might like Squeak here. play it a lot. It's not the highest of win rates compared to other brawlers that they play, but certainly with the bans, it's decent. Carl is their highest win rate brawler, really looking at things, and they go for that. It could be an aggressive one, but going to struggle into the RT. Gus for safety, but again, to combine potentially even still with that Carl, but or something else. They like a little bit of Ali here as well. It's a possibility. Or the Crow yet again, despite it not being a map that I think the Crow's gonna be great in. Certainly in the mid, it can have a decent time of things, but yeah, this is just a lot here on the line, and I'm sure Novo Esports looking from the sidelines, because if Esports lose here, then they will lock in World Finals. So again, if Esports win, they lock in World Finals. It's going to be such an important set to watch go down, and this draft depends on everything. It's going to be the Carl. They're going to pair and combine the both.
Yeah, I like the Carl. Honestly, I really do. I'm sure this is partially because Heretics might have liked the Carl as well, going up against a Mr. P. So I think it's kind of 50-50 of whether they're comfortable with it. As you said, it's one of the brawls they'd like to take, and also it would have just been very good against this composition that they've kind of already got together. You'd have been able to slice and dice, flying hook into the Mr. P, get rid of the porters. Pretty much everything that Carl does is very good against that Mr. P. So a very good counter pick to stop them from getting it. But in comes the shade for Team Heretics, being bold, staying with this brawler after failing with it previously, and I'm really hoping this goes well for them.
It's a prime map for it. It really is. The shade, of course, can just zoom up the map, deal with some porters. Again, no signs of reactions at all from Foot Esports, to be expected. Fully in the zone and locked in every sense of the word. I just can't wait to see how this goes down. And now it's in the shade. I'm really happy for Team Heretics. I think it's a great brawler to have, but it can also be a brawler that can potentially throw as well. Not in the hands of Lenan, in my opinion, but no, it's got to come back with the goods as well as get them.
Lenan goes for a little long arm swing there on the right hand side. Oh, puts himself in a bad spot now. Just tries to get some super as he was pretty much guaranteed to be going down. Zar doing a good job of evading, and Gero swoops in perfectly in a team wipe to start things off for Foot Esports, continuing this winning mentality.
Yeah, and coming off these losses, I mean, they're just dropping like flies. Lenan almost went down there yet again, and they just look very flustered and not really pushing together too well. But Esports have just come into a different gear, it seems. So getting some good taps now. Comes back with a super just. Has to dash away to ensure it. There's a cuckoo popper potential of a gadget here as well for now. That goes in the mid here. That's a great burn from Gero. Gonna actually super away. Not too sure that was necessary, but I guess wants to just ensure going through that fan storm that he can have some safety. But now Team Heretics pushing forwards. Port spawners down for Foot. That might help on some level, but a lot of catching up to do for Heretics here. Not much time.
Yeah, not at all. 5 stars are what's needed. Obviously, this composition is going to be very good in the late game. RT going in with the legs dropped, Shade being able to get through and on this water. It was almost like Meow forgot that was going to happen, but they managed to get the kill regardless. Traded out. Actually, it's a good trade for Heretics, but not because they lost a position.
They find Gero. They've still got the blue star with Foot, so ideally Nowie and Gero, if it's not too much to ask, would be a saving grace as 20 seconds approaches. Enhanced pawn to spawner, and Meow continues to win this matchup against Lenan, leaving just Zar and Chaos. I don't know what they can realistically do here with hypercharges galore on the side of Foot Esports, and there you go, 12-4. I don't think that Lenan's got anything left to say. Long arms for a little bit of a swipe, but that's about it. And Foot Esports are about to do the unthinkable and reverse sweep this if they continue this up.
I mean, that was really poor, if you ask me. Like, I don't think it's necessarily Foot Esports playing extremely well, not playing bad by any means, but Heretics falling apart, in my opinion. Not sure if you agree, but it just seems so sloppy.
Yeah, the beginning was where it all went wrong. Just like dropping time and time again, just not coordinated. And as soon as they give away that lead, it just makes the mental of the actual feat that you've got to achieve even more stressful. And Lenan didn't really get much value at all. Just a couple of porter spawners down, but I mean, just really kind of feeding in to a lot of the time what Foot want to do, and they can just kind of sit back the blue star, which is now with Team Heretics. So maybe things will play out differently this time round. They've actually managed to obtain it and maybe slow down the pace of this game. Maybe that's exactly what they need.
Well, shots coming through, Mr. P not finding those same connections, and they're not getting as aggressive this time, Team Heretics. And that's kind of the name of the game for the comp, right? They want to get aggressive, but just know they can't after the previous one. Tries to go for a few shots in there. Shade not going to have any supercharge at all, really. Chaos getting a few shots in return onto Naui. And now he's choosing to try and go for it. Activates the gadget. But Meow knows exactly what he wants to do.
I think this is going to work out in Team Heretics' favor, but again, they've got to maintain composure because Foot are looking so dangerous and aggressive as well. Bulls are playing a risky game there, 1,300 HP, and just has to evade that Carl's shot, which will prevent the healing. Also, Lenan conceding a lot of taps here, and Chaos not really sure what to do with himself at the moment. He's got the legs to take down Azar, and that's enough. Foot Esports can retreat now. All they like, hypercharge for Gero as well. Blue Star still with Foot. Team Heretics need another kill.
Yeah, he's not going to get it either. He's going to provide even more the way of Foot Esports. And it's the same as last time. One by one, dropping over and over and over again. And they're going to need something now. Lenane, Zar have the capabilities of going in and getting kills, but they're just being shut off at every single point. Chaos trapped as the Gero, obviously the one with hypercharge, is in a dangerous spot, and they're going to go down. This is going to be Foot Esports. They've reverse swept Team Heretics. They've cut them off, and they've guaranteed themselves that spot in the postseason.
What a feat for Foot Esports. That was so important to win. And not only that, but a reverse sweep to do so really solidifies everything for them. They needed this win to make the World Finals, and they've only gone and done it. For Team Heretics, they blew it. They were looking so good today. It all went wrong, and they just lost the momentum. And Foot Esports, from that point on, never took their foot off the gas.
And with a reverse sweep, Foot makes their way into the World Finals. Congratulations to them. You really got a feel for Heretics here. 2-0 up already. It could have been their month again. They could have proven that the June monthly finals weren't just a fluke, where those two teams exactly have been standing in the finals, and Heretics handed them a loss 3-1. It didn't came to this today. Foot are locked in for Worlds, Trev.
I mean, it was an incredible feat, reverse sweeping a team like, Team Heretics, locking the spot for Worlds. But that was the most anticlimactic reverse sweep ever, because you could see it coming from a mile away. After that first game, we knew what the outcome was going to be, because it was so dominant. Heretics looked really sloppy in that last set there. It looked like they didn't even want to fight for this victory. And it's going to be Foot Esports pretty much taking everything. The semi-finals, their spot at Worlds, reverse sweep, looking incredible whilst doing it as well. Look at that, 1 kill across 2 games. With 2 assassins, when they should be getting more than that, 100%.
Really tough to see. Really tough to see. I mean, that's not the stats that you want to look at in your last monthly final before the World Finals. Yeah, I mean, Team Heretics just completely lost it. They just were not themselves. Started off great, but for Esports, again, knew what needs to be done and gave us a great showing for it. I mean, it reminded us that, again, despite some of the inconsistencies, that they can still perform under pressure. And a really, really key win for them. Congrats, making the World Finals. Fantastic for them. Job not done. Humble up next for them. SK versus Inner Circle, who we are next match in the semi-finals.
It was also super interesting to see how they didn't even take a single game in the last 3 sets. Foot kind of just flipped the switch and they completely rolled over them. Heretics had no chance anymore. Well, with that, the final 4 teams are set for our semi-finals, and Arcu mentioned it already. The next we're gonna see now is gonna be SK Gaming versus Inner Circle. It's gonna be a close one, I feel, because SK hasn't looked as strong as we know them to be. They did win the July monthly finals, and on the other side we have Inner Circle beating Novo 3-0 today. I'm super excited to see some more of this Brawl Stars. If anybody can over-trump Foot Esports and Team Heretics today, or beat the level of Brawl Stars they've been showing us today, please do. We're gonna head into a quick break, and I'm excited for semi-final number 1. you tuned in at the right time. We're heading into the semi-finals. The top 4 team for the August monthly final have been determined, and it's SK Gaming, Inner Circle, Humble, and Foot Esports. We just watched quarterfinal number 4, Kenny. It's been a very long quarterfinal, the longest one we've had all weekend. 3-2 for Foot Esports in the end, and they were swept their way into the World Finals.
Super surprising fashion. I mean, obviously it's a great team. They are 2023 world champions for a reason, but we really haven't seen that ceiling outcome from them this year. No grand finals won, which is a little bit of a shocker considering the stature of this team. Team Heretics, to be honest with you, just really struggled in that second half. I think some good drafting from Foot, some great mechanics really led to that. Credit due, but that wasn't the same Team Heretics in the last 3 sets.
They really look like they also flipped a switch, but the wrong one. For Foot Esports, it definitely just went uphill. MVP for this match, the people at home voted, is gonna be Novo. I already saw it in chat. People were shouting his name or, really rooting for him. He did super well here, Ark, didn't he?
He did, massively so. I know I say it every time, but I want to say someone else. I think Gero on that Crow pick, I think in Hot Zone was what made all the difference, and that was the kind of like real catalyst behind the turnaround. But hey, every single member of FaZe was going to be proud, so I wouldn't have minded whoever it was.
In the end, Triple Dribble was the set where they turned everything around. No, we definitely did good there, but yeah, we get to have some different, different opinions, sorry. As we will also see, some of us have some different opinions about this next match, as our predictions for this one are not on the same page for all of us. SK Gaming versus Inner Circle. Last month's winner, the 3rd monthly final in a row, or yeah, not really in a row, but the 3rd monthly final overall for SK Gaming. They're considered the best roster in SK since 2021, and they have high hopes to repeat what they did in July this month as well, Mark.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to go down for SK Gaming. Certainly this year, it's been all or nothing, never exiting in the semi-finals, and that could be somewhat of a foreseeing idea here, because this is going to be a tough match regardless. I don't know how this is going to go, honestly. SK looked a little bit shaky today, maybe not enough to warrant them not making the grand finals, but certainly we expect to see them there.
We already heard from Joker about who will go to Worlds and if they're excited for it, how they will prepare. Now we also want to hear from him what he thinks about the LCQ representatives, and also if he has any advice to the teams that will be heading to a LAN event for the very first time in their lives.
I think the European teams that go to LCQ have a really good chance of making Worlds, especially I would say Reply Totem, because they have that LAN experience, and they're also my ex-teammates, so I know that they will perform really good. And I think Supermassive, now with the recent roster change that they've done, I think they're looking really strong, and I can see them doing good at LAN as well. Yeah, advice I'd give to every new player on LAN is that even though you're nervous, you should not think too much about it. I think it's part of the game to be nervous, especially the first sets. But yeah, just try to focus on your match, focus on your opponents, what you want to do, your strategies, and like that you will get distracted from the nervosity and you will perform at your highest level.
Very similar to what Semantic said previously as well, Joker believes in the teams that will go to LCQ for EMEA. As said before, we have 4 slots in EMEA for LCQ, and Semantic seems to think that all 4 of them will actually make it to Worlds. Joker has high hopes as well. We're gonna see if, in the end we have 9 teams at the World Finals from this region, Ark.
It'd be absolutely wild. I mean, that'd be a first, wouldn't it, if that were the case? I mean, the level of skill in this region has been something truly special this season. I really do feel that, and certainly with the addition of Brawl Cup, you know, no one knew how that was going to go, and to see, you know, EMEA, back to back, that kind of thing, it was really quite impressive.
For Inner Circle, it's an all or nothing scenario today. They need to win not only the quarterfinals, we can put a check mark behind that, but also the semis now against SK Gaming to lock in that World Finals slot. Otherwise, we're going to see them at LCQ, and Foot will move to the World Finals. So let's see if they can beat SK today. As mentioned before the break, SK is looking a little shaky today, Ark.
Yeah, I'm here for the script, you know, and also, you know, you guys are gonna get roasted on X by Rama, so like, hey, I'm gonna be looking good as far as that's concerned.
Wow.
I'm all for that. But you know, in all honesty, though, Inner Circle did look today the best I've ever seen them, and I think with everything that's on the line for them, they said coming into this on Nob's tweet, we're going for number 2, as in the grand finals, what they need to do to make the world finals. And I think that when you're playing for that, you just go to another place. And I've really been impressed by their drafts today. I think that today SK are going to have to really fight hard for this one.
You can't possibly have let yourself be scared into picking Inner Circle in the predictions just because, yeah, a roast later on the socials. But we'll see if Inner Circle takes this one. I'm very certain that we are going to get roasted, so I'm prepared for that. We're looking at the bans here already. Colette, first time I think we see her banned out here. Cordelius and Charlie, the usual suspects. Yoshi is waking up. Glad to see. It's about time to wake up for the semis now. Bonnie, Kaze, and Chuck are going to be banned out by the side of SK Gaming. Angelo is the first pick for Inner Circle on Kaboom Canyon. Certainly a good pick, Kenny, but we have talked about it to length already, how at the moment you do well in picking either tanks or tank counters.
And of course, Angelo, not going to be either of those. It's a control-based brawler. It's a solid brawler. If you're going to pick it, I think it's one of those early-stage brawlers where you don't lock yourself into any particular strategy. So seeing as the first overall pick, I kind of see the vision for. In this meta in particular, it does surprise me a tad to see that this early pro, somebody that's much more stable, most played brawler yesterday, has his name called out a ton today in the pick ban stage as well. So that one, a little more predictable, I would say.
Yeah, I like to see it come through, especially on this map. It's really, really strong. It's the third most picked brawler in all the scrims combined, so I definitely feel like it's the best place for it. Yeah, I quite like it. But SK as well, Bonnie being banned, quite key. It's one of their top brawler picks as well. But the Amber, the Lola being quite an underrated pick as well for them. Finks as well. Lily going to come through now for SK. And definitely always a good brawler to see for me. I think that brawler is so solid. But Lumi here is open. I wouldn't mind it at all. Or Amiko as well for Inner Circle. Be a pretty decent shout here. And you know, that aggressiveness can really bring a lot to a comp. And Inner Circle are a very aggressive team. So I wouldn't mind anything like that, sure.
Lumi and Miko too at the top of my mind as well. They do need a way to get some serious high save damage down right now because Angelo can chip away at it a little bit, but no high bursts of damage like a Crow Super or Lily just honestly just being Lily, just diving at the save. So they definitely need a little more offense in their comp. Draco can certainly bring that to the table. Gonna add some health points to their roster as well. There's the Lumi. It's really hard for me, especially at that point in the draft, to let Lumi go.
It's gonna be hard to make Draco work though under these sort of circumstances, especially with this final pick coming through from SK now. They can really double down on their defensiveness. Without the Miko, it's tough to make this kind of like cycle work for Inner Circle here, but SK, Carl or Daryl, anything that can kind of roll in would be good, but I think they're gonna, okay, that's what I was thinking, but gonna go with the B, shut down the Draco better, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, with this kind of comp, you know, without that bush in the middle, if Draco doesn't get into it, then B can just pick it off really quite easily. So that bush is going to come in very, very handy here for Inner Circle. That might be a bit of a blessing here, but even so on defense, B going to be great against that Draco. So definitely going to be a very tough match here for Inner Circle to make it work.
Inner Circle's job not done yet. They're looking to book a ticket to the World Finals. LCQ is currently their destination, but it's a win and in situation. Several teams in EMEA's fate rest in this match.
Good Rattled Hive there to start things off from Joker. Maybe took the full heat of that one. Already in the circle, just getting straight onto the safe. Rama trying to get some value with that last stand gadget, and the safe only 3% away from hacking the first stage. Davis choosing not to go for it, choosing to try to get a hit onto Joker. It's 1%, but that stage is going to cost them a little bit of time when they actually eventually crack it.
SK Gaming now taking possession of the grassy mid, right-hand side. Ope going under. Nob trying to make a prediction play, but Ope gunning it for this high save. 2,000 plus damage, which each connecting blow. Joker, Yoshi still hanging around while IC regroup.
Well, Rama's going to have to break through a little bit here. Going to get shot down a little bit by Yoshi, but actually finds the kill. And now that shot from Mavis to give him a little bit more time to get some damage onto the safe. But that's what I was saying earlier. That stage cost them a little bit of time. They may have been able to get 2 stages, to be fair, off that back of that then. But stuck at 62%. They have got the lead though on the side of Inner Circle. Joker being suppressed heavily so here. Not going to surely go down here if OP can find him, but he doesn't. Still skating around this mid, and Rama back into Dragon mode.
0% value out of Joker's hypercharge right there. A huge blow to him as he was just left to try and dodge shots, but they landed it on the money. Didn't need to get a super out of it too. Now stunned out by Nob, who's able to back away safely. 10%, still being the separator between the two squads. Left-hand side, it's arrows being knocked, connecting with Ope. He'll slowly dwindle down to 84. He has to dodge perfectly here. Wasn't quite enough into the mechanics of Mebius.
Rama got hit hard again, and Yoshi has got this hypercharge as well. Few hits will keep him back on defense, and that's not where he wants to be. Down to 800 HP now, jumping in and immediately down. Maybe it finds OP as well. That's fantastic for him, as it would have been a really tough thing to run into. Goes over the lake now, finds Joker, who gets a nice hypercharge that will backfire as well. An amplified shot straight into the safe for SK.
Joker with a few chip shots on the left-hand side. Ope hovering over this super, trying to find a target. Ideally, Lily goes hunting here. They get a kill and then continue to maintain control of this mid. 15 on the clock now. Disappearance from Ope. Rama running right down that overside. It's a hypercharged super. It's going to be back and forth here. Percentage points piling each end well past the 25% marker, but it's going to cut them off there with 1 second to go. SK Gaming a few extra bonus points at the end with that high shield. Ooh, it's pesky.
That could have been a different story. If they just cracked that first stage sooner and not left on 77%, then that could have made all the difference there. In the end, it was a base race that they couldn't win on the side of Inner Circle, despite trying for it. Maybe some last-second Lumi shots or something along those lines may have been able to fight back, but it just wasn't the case. SK played it perfectly.
SK Gaming held on there towards the end game. In the final few percentage points that they need, and were able to base race against Inner Circle. Rama right-hand side, popping the indestructible gadget for some extra bonus damage. Not quite enough to surmount to 10%, but still does some good work. Icy currently on the back heels. Yashi, left-hand in, throwing out daggers, trying to contest with the range of Mebius, as Angelo has some great shots from that distance. Of course, his mobility is a big reason why he shows up on this map. Just that little sliver of water just gives him a little extra breathing room.
But Mavis is looking a bit nervous, missing some shots now, starting to connect when he needs to. So can he find Joker? He does find Joker. Wow, that was fantastic. Now, super down. And that's going to be connecting with Yoshi, keeping him exposed. But OP again, going to make a dive for this safe. And these shots now have really got to land on the defense. So a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Nob burning down. Should be able to survive the interaction. Rama hunkered on this left-hand three-pronged indestructible. This Joker goes for the rattled hive. Now Rama battling Ope, dueling alongside him. Hypercharge available now for Ope and will fall as a result. Joker popped one of his own. Nob still in the middle, contesting against two. Yashi throwing out some poison damage. The visibility is helpful, not enough to surmount to a kill.
Nice shove away from Mavis, but he's not really going for the long shots now, but Joker low enough to be able to get away with it. But meanwhile, just find the kill, but OP comes right out there by being marked up now. No longer the case, and Nob just cannot find anything here. He's really scouting these bushes for all he can, but finally finds OP, but not long enough before he goes straight into the realm anyway to evade that ice. Joker with an amplified shot and the shield. Yoshi has his hypercharge too. So much the SK are throwing at this.
Significantly less high safe damage at this point in the game compared to game number 1. Now a hypercharge for Mebius, traveling up the middle of the map. Ope goes right at him. The water saves Mebius' life. Yashi, though, with a big-time play up the middle, makes contact with that high safe. Plenty of daggers to go around, and they're well below the 50% threshold.
Time for one final push, ready for Inner Circle here. Nob has got the hypercharge, Rama goes in, but again, that stage is going to slow a lot of this damage down, 70%. But in the meanwhile, I think OP might be on the other side of the field and getting some potential damage in. Inner Circle doing their best at 49%. Nob coming in with the hypercharge as well now, might be able to find something but taken care of. And SK has surely taken this set for good measure as well, getting that last little bit of damage. And that'll be it. The set goes the way of SK.
Couple close finishes there in set number 1. Lots of high safe damage being dealt in that 40-ish seconds or so, but SK Gaming, #1 seed of this region, most grand finals as well, still coming out on top for now. I think Inner Circle are showing this isn't a fluke, though. They were certainly battling. We saw them play really well in their opening match of the day, but of course, semifinals is a whole different ballgame.
It is, and so far so good for both those teams, honestly. Inner Circle also with a good comp. Angelo was their first pick. Both teams went with comps to control mage rather than just rush the high safe. But when it comes down to a control-based style, SK is the best in the business. They proved it one more time here. Meeboost with one more kill than Joker. Joker with a bit more damage. Those two brawlers really just there to hold on to control in mid. Like I said, Kaboom Canyon is a map that such a comp makes a bit more sense than Hot Potato Pit Stop, for example. Those heist maps are more towards just tanks and tank counters, as we mentioned coming into the draft. Ark, you mentioned it earlier, the last time those two teams faced off against each other in a monthly final was in March, where Inner Circle came out on top. It was a 3-2 match, a very long one. We had to go all the way to set 5. Even though SK Gaming is now locked in for Worlds and they keep that top seed, how important do you think it is for them to win against the Inner Circle today?
I think that SK's mentality never changes. I think that regardless of who they face or what stage of the season it is, they're still just going to do exactly what they intend to do, which is win. I think for Inner Circle, this is the time that we're seeing some nerves maybe from... I thought maybe this was despite the stats looking a little bit nervous that time around, maybe it wasn't the draft that they were looking for, but SK's results will always be, in their minds, nothing but top. You know, that's just how they are as an organization and players, and you got to respect that. For Inner Circle, they are certainly the underdogs in this matchup, and when you've got to have that on your shoulders, you've got to also bear the brunt of it as well, and try to work through your opposition and find those angles. It was a match point, I believe, in that scoreline as well, so a very close affair last time round, but you know, that was back in March. This is now August. Times have changed, and you know, you've got to change with the times.
And we talked about patterns before as well, how SK Gaming either drops out in the quarterfinals or wins the monthlies. They didn't drop out. It would be time, since they did win in July. Now technically they should have dropped out in the quarters, but they didn't, so now they have to move into the grand finals. Potentially we're seeing a fourth Humble versus SK Gaming rematch. First up though, still their match against Inner Circle, and Inner Circle has every chance to turn things around here. Tara's going to be the first pick. Unfortunately, Trav isn't casting this one, so we won't hear his screams of excitement, but Tara, regardless, a pretty good pick here on double swoosh. Joker with the Janet. She has a pretty good overview, pretty good area control thanks to her gadget. Lily's going to be the brawler to come in clutch, as we've seen last month already. Obey on that brawler. Kenny, I don't know if you remember, he clutched in the last couple of seconds with a hypercharge gadget combo, sweeped in, got the kill, and got out thanks to a gadget.
In the face of a counter as well. I think it's just well worth the gamble in the eyes of SK Gaming. This is one of those situations, a lot of the times we'll see it in particular on Gym Grab right now, especially a map like Double Swoosh. Starting lines are really important. They look at this ban stage, Cordelius is out. At this point, you either have to go anti-Lily or you go Lily, and Inner Circle with that first overall pick, grab the Tara. It's still got the big playmaking capabilities. It still has a super that can swing gyms your way. Lily's just a different breed, and despite balance changes coming through and meta shifting a little bit, Lily has remained consistent on this map. The Shadow Realm having such accessibility into it, being able to pop that hypercharge gadget combo can't be understated. This Rosa, a little bit of some old-timey picks and some surprise Brawl Stars. I have seen it pop up quite a bit here. I've seen it more particular be a way to deal with Draco, in fact, but in this case, they're rolling with it into Lily.
Why are you picking Rosa, man? What at this stage of the competition are you picking Rosa for? I mean, I get it, but like SK have got final pick here. You went Draco in an open map similar to this one, and they picked B and they shut you down. You know, burn the bush, get the amber, and what can realistically the Rosa do there? Ems can do a job of it, but I feel like Amber's the better pick in my opinion. But I mean, I just don't know whether it's the play. I hope for Inner Circle's sake that they are really kind of polished in that regard. I feel like it would have been much safer to go something like a Jae Young or, you know, other kind of brawlers, you know, something even tankier. I mean, even Ball would have been better than Rosa here, surely, right? I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw Rosa in the BSC, except outside of a kind of the grey kind of like, you know, Jackie Cheese comp. I mean, I don't know. I mean, just I'm surprised, to be honest, that SK didn't pick Amber here. It's in the hands of Inner Circle, I can see it working. I mean, maybe this is a great tank player, don't get me wrong, but you know, when you're playing into a final pick brawler, it's a really risky time in the draft to pick it, right?
Cold start here for Inner Circle. Popping of that gadget did not swing the momentum their way. They do manage to get a pickup onto OP, though. Yashi still in the middle of the map, grabs 2 gems, inner circle with a small lead right now, but mainly it's just both of these sides dueling for control. This grass covers up a lot of these tanks, and that's why Nob's running this gadget. They know they can pierce through a lot of those shots. Ims is a great matchup into the Tara in particular, especially with those spawners on the ground, so that makes a lot of sense why they rotate to the other gadget.
Maybe it gets shut down again. 2, now 4 gems to SK Gaming's inner circles. For Nob needs to open up some space here massively for his team, but it's going to burn some of the bush down along with it. He's going to choose to take the risk and misses and whiffs it. Again, inner circle just not looking at all comfortable in this scenario, and SK just walking all over them.
Tough loss on the left-hand lane. Rosa has to be competing against the Lily, especially if you're going to make that pick worthwhile. To your point, even though I've seen it maybe a handful of times in scrims, by no means a proven measure to try and deal with an enemy composition like this. There goes Mebius with the hypercharge now, though. Yashi in trouble, but bounces away. Great gadget choice to get themselves out of a tough situation. Mebius now in the front of their faces. OP with an old TP back, gets the takedown, and now they've extended their lead and positioning.
Rama has got shield, could combine it with the Rosa, but I've not seen anything from Mebius yet. And, you know, it's a really, really bold pick, but you've got to make it pay off. Hypercharge with the Janet as well. Yoshi could be absolutely devastating if he wants to apply it and defend his teammates. That was a big miss from OP. Not a common occurrence at all that you see him do that. They're going behind enemy lines now and immediately taken care of. Inner Circle got control. I mean, they're not really staying present too much, but these kills now are coming in right when it matters. There's 1 gem there. They're going on the aggressive. That's the pull that Nob needs exactly when he needs it. This could be a countdown, but they want to stay in the mid, control, get another couple of gems for their good time on things for this countdown. It's looking good, but now Yoshi with the hypercharge could cause a problem here.
Nob with the whiff there as well. Had the hypercharge, completely missed. And now the gem's being spilled out on the ground as well. Joker trying to get a really intelligent play there. Knows he doesn't need the whole loot. He just needs to grab a few. Now this middle is not something that can tie up the game. Yashi is the man to watch. Rama up the middle of the map. Mebius right hand in, going for a desperation stun. Now contact made. Ope going for a kill. Grabs one in the face of Rama. Will halt them for now. SK Gaming grabbing a tight game.
Oh dear, oh dear. Not very good for Inner Circle. I had to look away from the screen at one point there. You know, these are moments where, you know, again, I was surprised, in all honesty, getting to that kind of countdown that they actually had the objective based upon what I was kind of seeing in the takedowns from SK and how comfortable SK kind of looked. And that's pretty much their credit, just kind of being calculated in their approach, not overstaying their welcome in the mid, just kind of ensuring the gems don't change hands too much. And if there's not time to stay in the mid because your teammates have gone down, just coming back. Yoshi could have gadget here, maybe, but maybe he'd already used it and it wasn't back on cooldown yet. So an opportunity for Inner Circle to get into a better spot. But maybe it's, again, goes down, way super. Rose is not it, man. It's just not it.
Brutal look there, to say the least. Nob holding on to a super here. Last time, we did not see him take advantage of that hypercharged super. That's the X factor for this team. Just as Lily can make big-time plays for the blue side, we need to see Nob be a hero. Ope dragging him down. 3 gems in her hands. Rama, 2 away. Gus just can't dish out enough damage here, especially in the face of multiple brawlers with those walls in play. Rama's a sitting duck.
Well, unfriendly pushes for Mebius, but the support immediately there from Yoshi. He's just waiting for that hypercharge to do a repeat of the last game. Nob now using the psychic enhancer to see everyone in the bush and get some good aggression. Hypercharge from him as well. And we need that Tara pull from him if there's going to be any turnaround here. OP goes in. Gems surely going to be dropped there as well at just the wrong time. They're coming back for Inner Circle with now 8 and Joker being suppressed, but we saw this last time round when Inner Circle came in with a great amount of control and another whiff from Nob, but he gets to take down regardless, but it wasn't very clean.
Not clean, but it does destroy a ton of the grass there, so they're going to gain a little extra vision. The gadget there as a safety precaution too. Takedown, right hand in. Mebius still there to play bodyguard. Has to hold on to these 2 gems, though. 1 takedown is enough. Now a dash forward. Ope dragging him under. Rama up top, trying to contest with the range of Joker. They're holding on to end the game with the win.
Inner Circle staying in the conversation, but they're not making it easy for themselves. I think a lot of the time it's really dependent upon that late game moments when Nob really turns the screws in that right hand side lane. Neck and neck now. This is a must-win game in my opinion here for Inner Circle, because being 2 sets down to SK Gaming, I mean, that's just a place that many do not ever come back from. So let's see if they do just that, or if SK can make this look even cleaner, because as the #1 seed in the region, you just expect them to be in the grand finals at this point.
Yoshi's gadget allows him to grab Gems and get out. This time, though, all he can do is get out. The Gems being claimed already by Inner Circle, so 4 up on that right-hand side. BBS will once again fight against OP. Feels like OP's gotten the better of that matchup too many times. Rosa is somebody that has a lot to deal with right now. It's not a meta-prevalent brawler. It's somebody where Lily is much higher up my tier list, so this is going to take a ton of proof on this concept. Few Gems being spilled out along the way, so SK Gaming are climbing their way back in.
Very tense, very close. Nob has got the gravity now, being very reserveful with it, but now's the time to strike. Should get some more coverage as well. Shocker somehow stays alive. I have no idea how. Drops the gems now, though, and back with Mabius. He might want to go down here, in all honesty. I wouldn't mind this shot from... Yeah, there you go. Perfect. That's actually really good for Inner Circle. It really is. It can allow him to continue to go on the aggressive here, so I'm not sure that that was intentional or calculated, but if it was, it made it look really, really good on their side because Yoshi fell for it.
Couldn't help but chuckle. That was a great call out from you. And honestly, regardless of mistake or not, an intelligent play. 13 on the clock. Yoshi in the sky. Needs to touch down quickly. They're just buying time for the other end. Inner Circle, 10 gems in their pockets. Maybe he's up in the face of Joker. And for an anti-tank brawler from that range, doesn't stand a chance. Inner Circle started slow, but have clawed their way back in to tie this match.
I don't know how. To be honest, I don't really know how. A lot to do with Nob. I'm not going to bang on about it. Of course, the Rose are not my favorite pick there at all, but they made it work. And a win is a win. Sometimes when you fall behind, and it was a very convincing fall behind in that first set, let's be honest, SK made that look very easy breezy. When you fall behind, sometimes you just need to get back in the game. And Inner Circle, back in the game.
Inner Circle is staying in the conversation, evening out the score. Keep in mind here as well, if they win this match, they have locked in Worlds and Novo goes to LCQ. If it's the other way around and SK takes this match, Inner Circle will go to LCQ and Novo will make it to Worlds. So I know at least one more team that is watching this match very closely, and Novo wants SK to win. Ark, you seemed so unhappy with the Rosa pick. Let's see how Mebius did in terms of stats.
Yeah, but the thing is, SK didn't pick Amber. That was such a straightforward Amber match, especially on Double Swoosh. They would have fallen for less of those Tara gravities as well if they'd gone for that and gone for some Bush Burn, exposed the entire plan. They went Ems. It wasn't a bad brawler. It worked okay, but like I feel like they missed an opportunity there and really let Inner Circle just have their way with them.
Yeah, you're resonating with chat there as well. I definitely agree with you too. I would have loved to see Ember come out of SK. That Ems last pick, it's the third time I think we see Ems today, and she has lost every single match so far, and especially into a Rosa on a map that is already bushy to begin with. Why not pick the one brawler that is able to burn away the bushes? Kenny, I think you probably agree with us there as well. Does that mean that SK just lost because of an outdraft here though?
I mean, I think they were very much in that. They did pick up a game. They did have a pretty convincing start on several occasions, while Rosa did pile up a ton of kills. I didn't feel like Rosa blew me away by any means. I think the Amber's a great shout out, especially on that map. So a lot of the times you're going to see those pro players drop Amber on that right-hand side open lane. The more grass they're tearing down, the better into somebody like Rosa, who really relies heavily on hiding, taking advantage of the grass and the speed gear and things like that. And on top of that, Tara with the first overall pick, I'm sure it was on SK Gaming's mind. M Spray, of course, does the same kind of work that an Amber Super would. It's just Amber takes out grass and the Tara spawners as well. So I definitely see Earl's point.
We're heading over to Knockouts. We're on Bell's Rock. Super excited to see this one here. Any of those two teams can now take the lead. Inner Circle for the first time, or SK Gaming. And Inner Circle, just like Foot, is known to be one of those teams that seems to learn how to play an opponent during the matches and get better and better. They have more reverse sweeps under the belt than other teams. So let's see. It's not a reverse sweep so far, but yeah, they still have to turn things around here, and they did the first step towards it. Kit is going to be banned out here, Gus and Gray from SK Gaming. All of those bowlers are either tanks or very good with tanks. Both the Gus and the Gray in combination with tanks are phenomenal on this map. Tick is going to be their first pick, so they try to go with a control-based comp again. Inner Circle has also banned out Gray, but also two long-ranged brawlers, so I'm not sure if they're trying to go in with something a bit more aggressive. Jaeyoung technically still open. RT brawler that gets picked up quite often because he's basically a tank. Towards the end of the match, when he has his super available, smoke comes in and you get pretty much every kill. Bonnie, still a very good option in my opinion here as well.
Bonnie getting in the mix here as well. I think Tick, a very safe one. It feels like this is a consistency with SK Gaming so far, and at least Knockout today as a mode. I believe earlier there were some throwers even in the ban stage, so maybe feeling a little more compelled to grab this pick early. Of the throwers, I think Tick is the safest. It's just not the most usual thing in the world when you see Tick being that first overall pick. Bonnie, much more traditional right now, at least. I think that hypercharge stun obviously could pay dividends. RT was the other one I was expecting. Sunny called that out as well. I just feel like that's a very stereotypical 2-3 turn, while SK Gaming, Tick not the wildest thing in the world arc, but just something that just takes some getting used to seeing first overall pick.
Yeah, I think it's still a solid pick. I can't not hate it. But in Knockout, it's all about your teammates keeping you, able to make plays. So as soon as one falls, Tick really struggles in a 3v2 or a 2v1. So it's a risky brawler for that reason, despite the value that it can get. I love what Inner have got with Bonnie. Fantastic. The RT, I think, really underplayed since the hypercharge. It's such a strong brawler that we've not really seen display as such. I mean, that hypercharge, everyone said, what is this? It looks so broken. How do we even avoid this, when it comes at us? And we've barely seen it all weekend. As a result, it kind of goes to show that not everything is as it seems, but I think it's still such a great brawler pick here. SK Gaming, they've still got their third one to come in here, and looking at the way things are going, I mean, there is potentially a Hank here still available, which is one of their known brawlers playing on this particular map. It's not really gonna have much synergy, no heals at all. Brock, breaking open everything, it would help a lot in that regard, and put some more pressure on to allow the Tick to move forward. So as long as they're not breaking their own walls, it should be fine.
Right, and I think that's part of the influence here. You're going to see it sometimes with other brawlers who rely on those walls too. A lot of the times we'll see Brock and Ollie, the contrast of one having wall break and the other one relying on those walls. If you take that into your own hands, you control that. The only way Inner Circle can really go about this now, at least for free, would be something like a Griff. Obviously, Gray banned out here, so no walking canes through walls or grand pianos to tear it down. So now it's the left-hand end who can control Tick, and I think that's a big perk for them. Obviously, get some long range out of the interaction as well. SK Gaming now tied up 1-1 against Inner Circle. Inner Circle still competing for a World Finals spot, controlling their own destiny here. If they get to the Grand Finals today, they will book a ticket to the big dance. Would be quite the surprise, would be quite the storyline if we got there. This set 3 is going to be very important.
I quite like this from Inner Circle. The Kaze is going to be a real pest into that Tick. Joker's got to be able to land these marks, ideally onto that person, and Nob's there. Danger straight down the middle there, sees the opening door, goes straight for OPE, one little jump away, and that's it, done. 3 versus 2, and again, with a Tick on your side. All Inner Circle have got to do is stay alive here, realistically. Heal back up, and then just take their time. And Nob's thinking, no, I just want to go in, I want to get it done. Let's just keep them off their guard, and it kind of worked out here. Joker's too low, taps from Rama. Look at that from Inner Circle. What an amazing start to Knockout.
Mission accomplished by Nob as well. Did charge up that super along the way. One comment on this SK Gaming composition. It's pretty squishy. I mean, they've thrown some shield gears on. They're disguising it a little bit. They cracked the way over 6,000 for some of their brawlers, but pretty low HP, especially in the face of a Kaze or a Bonnie diving at you, or heck, Rama dropping the static. You're going to get eaten up pretty quickly.
Different story now, as SK look much more in control of things, but then Mavis has got his jump. Rama goes down. That's huge. And I think now Inner Circle, I was going to say maybe considering holding this off, but Nob is not done yet. Feels there's an opportunity to be had. There's the fan storm. It's the Tick head. OP is still so low, and he is the target for Nob. He really wants to get his hands on OP, but there's a nest egg pop, and he's got to dash away there. It's still winnable for Inner Circle to be said, and the gas coming in now is just the right time to have this map advantage. It's going to be great for them.
Lots of HP to go around, but it's dwindling away quickly. Shots connecting. Inner Circle slowed down, though, by the bell trap. Mebius forced away. Nob below HP. A nice dodge. Will it be enough, though? Now in the face of Ope, a jump away right into arm's length of Mebius, where they grab a takedown. 1-1 overall. SK Gaming have to have control, or an early pick along those lines. They have to focus each of these brawlers one at a time, because you saw it there. Inner Circle still have enough in the tank towards those in-games to get quick kills. That's something that SK Gaming have to be aware of. Play together, focus one brawler at a time. This is not going to be a whole team wipe kind of composition. They're going to need to work slowly but surely.
Oh, Rama was went down against the exact same play from OPE, just surviving with like 500 HP. Oh, a bit of a missed mark on a hypercharge from Joker. You rarely do you ever see that, but Novo chooses to go in right there. 84 HP. Can he stay alive? Can he be back now? Just about the base to take mines as well. And somehow Inner Circle managed to get a kill amongst all that. OPE falls. It's just Yoshi and Joker now.
Nob with some fancy footwork to stay up there. Not a composition where I expect a comeback. Joker is going to have to tap out of his mind right now. It's going to take several just to bring down one of these brawlers. Now Nob invisible, pops up right in front of Joker's face. A dash in, there's the kill that they need. Mebius connecting, and that's a takedown for him as well. Inner Circle advantage in set 3.
This is getting now so interesting because Inner Circle after that first set just really looks so disjointed. But now we've got a real match on our hands. It's neck and neck every step of the way. And SK, I think, has still got a winning comp here for sure. It's got potential, no doubt about it. Nothing wrong with it at all. But this Kaze pick is really dangerous. Combining it with that body just really leaves a lot of vulnerable brawlers like the Tick, like the Brock without Gadget to be potentially taken care of. And look at this, Nob already just scooting around this bottom right-hand side, waiting for his teammates to then join the fun. Rama, I'm worried for him. He has been, I would say, on the 3 of the side, just the more likely to go down, let's put it.
Nob can expend 3 regular shots just to get across the map. Now they have plenty of positioning. These are brawlers that can stand alone. SK Gaming can only focus one thing at a time. So I think by spacing the floor here, this is actually a really wise decision from Inner Circle. Dagger's not enough to compete with the range of Ope and Joker, though. Bell's throwing down nest eggs as well. And I think this choice is interesting considering how aggressive these brawlers are. It's going to help them maintain control, slow down enemies' focused shots. I think that could be a wise decision compared to the reverse polarity.
No, that's the dash. Yeah, that was really well decided from him because anywhere else and he was going down. Good mark there from Joker as well. Gonna keep Mebius incredibly low and vulnerable. Nob gets the pickup. Huge shot from Mebius. Forces the rocket laces out from OPE, and there's the scraps picked up. And 2 men still survive on the side of Inner Circle. That's insane. 1 round away from the set. Crazy stuff.
Walls come down on the left-hand in. Will certainly change up the interaction a little bit. Don't think the worst thing in the world for SK Gaming, though. Just a little more space to operate. Nob, though, in the open space, will take advantage. In, out he goes. As we see Rama on that top left-hand side. Buy some time. Especially when that fog starts to close in. That's where SK Gaming get into a little bit of a pickle. They're lower HP. They can't withstand the storm that is Inner Circle. They're going to have to find a way to deal with all this aggression.
Hyper charges for SK. Joker could connect one of them at a good time now to ensure this round on their side. Rama pushing forwards as well with Mebius. There's the mark. Beautiful from Joker. Absolutely exploding at just the right time. Can Nob find something here? Make it a 2 versus 2. Tickhead coming in. Shouldn't be a problem for him. Now, Rama is in a perilous position. Rocket rain over the top and Nob coming in. Slowed on the way by that nest egg again. Having to dance around the situation. How does he keep surviving? This man is crazy.
Ope headhunting on this right-hand side, 276 HP. Daggers connect, 3v1 situation, but the green grass might as well be a 4th brawler. Down goes Nob. 1-1 overall now in game 2. Inner Circle still 1 away from taking a 2-1 lead. Would be a heck of a story in development here in our EMEA region. Mebius, right-hand side. Working alongside Bonnie, trying to charge up a super. I think if they can get Bonnie activated a little bit, it just adds to that much more pressure on that SK Gaming side.
Nob is so cracked on this brawler. It's actually insane. But SK bringing it back now in a very, very good spot to potentially tie up this set. Let's wait and see. Hypercharge for Yoshi could come at just the right time. And OP for Super. In this kind of position, he can really strike hard. Maybe it needs to get that jump. Oh, Rama needs to be very careful again on the left-hand side. Staying alive. But SK now putting the pressure on big time onto Inner Circle. They really, really want this round. And it makes a lot of sense as to why.
One perk for dragging on this round is Joker has more time to place these nest eggs down, so it makes the enemy side harder to move up the middle. Hypercharge going in. Rama just forcing his way up the middle will go down quickly. Mebius on the right-hand end has to find a way to make a 2v3 comeback. Tickhead incoming. Nob takes it down. Hypercharge will have a few remaining bullets on the ground as Nob tries to get in here. Stun goes through. 2v1 is SK Gaming clean up and tie up set 3.
I'm kind of glad. I kind of wanted this to keep going. It's just so enjoyable. You know, SK Gaming have got like the more solid comp, the more safe pair of hands, but the one that once one member falls can really just be all over. And Inner Circle taking these daring risks with this Kaze pick, which is just so fun to watch Nob pop off with, and it's just neck and neck, honestly. I think towards the end there, Inner Circle just out of utility, out of position, and outmatched in that regard. All tied up now though, and every single round counts.
Nob once again kickstarting the round by just rotating to the right hand and hiding in the grass, now going invisible as well. Pops the gadget, has yet to make an appearance. Now Joker should be aware of his positioning. Daggers on the ground. Ope corralled next to his teammates as Yoshi goes for a little famming of all of these mines, trying to keep as much control as possible. But Nob, a constant presence. They have to keep an eye on both sides here as now Medius pops a gadget to try and get involved.
Yeah, Mavis looking to get his super, of course. It's an instant takedown realistically on the tick, despite the last hurrah gadget, if he can. So good job from SK. Nob in a bad spot here. He's going to struggle to get out of this alive. Surely goes down to the gas, yeah. And a miss overstep there from Inner Circle. Rara is marked. Maybe it's going to save this jump. Surely no point using it now, and he doesn't. So that's good. But this is going to be a lot of utility fed over to SK, and Rara's still going to fight it out regardless. Why would you use the legs there?
Rama just cashing it. Yeah, Rama just cashing it in there. I imagine it's because he believes he can get this super back pretty quickly. Surprising to say the least. Joker already popping hypercharge. They expected Nob. Now Nob goes down left-handed. Bonnie knows they have to get desperate. It's a trade. Rama, the last man standing for Inner Circle here. Mines on the ground, doing his best to juggle all of it. But the rocket rain makes contact. SK Gaming successful in set 3.
I don't understand a lot of that from Inner Circle. After all that, they were playing so flawlessly, taking their time, being really calculated, and then SK bring it back, we're tied up, and then you just kind of throw it away. And I don't use that word lightly. Roman was going down a lot prior to that, struggling a lot in that set, no doubts about it. But I mean, that was just, as Trevor would say, anticlimactic. I just don't understand the thought process there with so much on the line now. And that is the result of it. It just seems like a waste.
We wanted to see more of it, but that game number 3 was all of a sudden very quickly over very quickly. When a team picks exactly the brawlers we mentioned, they make us look incredibly knowledgeable, but it also usually means that it was kind of predictable. Inner Circle picked exactly the brawlers we mentioned, and SK were able to read it. The 3 brawlers on Inner Circle side can all hold their ground on their own. Kenny, you've said that. SK has to stick together. They're very vulnerable against the Bonnie jump or a Kaze anyway, but they just needed to keep their distance, and they've been fine. And they managed to do just that in game 2 and 3.
I would love some consultation from some pros there, because obviously 2 very different strategies. I think a somewhat unique order of operations coming out of SK Gaming there. A very lightweight composition, 6,000, I believe 300 would be the most HP on that side, including shield gears. And the other end spaced the floor rather well. I just feel like in that game number 3, to Ark's point, it kind of threw away some opportunities. I think the Kaze was enough. They get a big prediction in that second round where SK picked it up. A damage amplifier makes a lot of difference in terms of how quickly you can bring down those aggressive brawlers. I liked the choice of gadget coming out of Bell too. Credit to SK Gaming there. I don't think that was a freebie in terms of on-paper matchups by any means.
Yeah, not at all. Certainly I was a fan of the comp for the most part, if they were able to just remain mostly in the situation, because again, tick is a tough one to make work when you're a man down. But credit to SK, massively so. They stayed so composed, and towards the end, I think Inner Circle just got very overzealous and overconfident in the situation. So moving on to open business. SK Gaming now with a really, really good opportunity, being 2 sets to 1 ahead, and a very important draft coming in now. Hank banned on both sides, the Kenji and the Kit banned out by SK, and the Lumi and the Drake are banned out by Inner Circle.
Just one last thing to the previous match. I think if Inner Circle managed to drag the match out a little and play for overtime, they could have won it, but SK just played it fairly quickly. That's why that game 3 was so quick. Finks is going to be left open. It's the most picked brawler for SK Gaming on open business. It's not banned, so it makes a lot of sense they pick it up here. B is picked here very often as a counter to the Finks, or at least somewhat of an answer. You can't really call it a counter because once Finks has super, The B will struggle heftily. You can easily dodge those incoming shots. Lumi's banned out. The other option with the ice rink would be Luna.
No mercy,
or
no
something to
survivors.
just counter around the tanks again. Cordelius is always a safe bet as well. Kaze is going to be the first pick here in the circle, trying to go with an aggressive approach again. We've just seen the more aggressive come from them on Belzrock as well. So I do think they are the one team of the two that likes to play those aggressive comps a little more, Kenny.
I think one way to make Finks feel rather useless is to go a different direction in terms of those single projectile brawlers. So you mentioned B, who is a brawler that used to show up a ton here, but into the face of somebody like Finks, he eats up those single projectile brawlers with a super, and he's always going to get value out of the super shots that you can send through with it. But instead of going that direction, Crow has been somebody we've now seen matched up into a Finks on hot zone several times at this point. I think it's totally fine. The shot fans out anyways, and then Kaze's up close to your face anyway, so it's not like Finks is going to be slowing down projectiles coming in from a Kaze. I like this swivel after seeing this first round pick.
Loving things so far from SK. Cordelius now coming in. They might opt to go for B as well, potentially here. I think just in the off chance of any final tank pick, it's got just shy of a 70% win rate for them as well, so very high up in that regard. Or maybe a Charlie. But then again, if you go for the Charlie, you kind of are committing to a brawler which you might not really want to be left with. That's the only issue. And they can't really go with the Griff pairing, so maybe they'll shy away from that, to be fair, and go with something of a tankier option themselves. But so far, a bit worried for this Kaze, and I hope that the Cordelius would be able to do enough. Shade going to come in from SK Gaming, and a brawler that I just love. I think the design of this brawler specifically is my favorite design brawler in the game by Lurken design. Just really fun, and I think with Brawl Esports, it just brings so much life to the game as well, and it's a very aggressive thing. If Inner Circle want to break these walls, though, they've still got an opportunity to do so with a Griff.
I think a few out there strategies available for Inner Circle. They're gonna have to piece something together here. Stu, yeah, it's just a brawler they've more fallen in love with, I feel like, in this recent meta. It's one they haven't shied away from, despite it not being a staple of this meta, staple for other teams. I think the single projectiles that come out of him are totally fine here. I think Finks, as a first overall pick, doesn't get the most value here. I think it's just a solid overall hot zone brawler. Obviously, a super encompasses that entire middle zone. SK Gaming up 2-1, Inner Circle, battling for an extra spot in this postseason. They've got LCQ in the bag, but it's a matter of directly qualifying to the World Finals. Skipping all of that would be a huge difference in the careers of this Inner Circle roster.
Yeah, how do you compose those nerves? That's the thing. When you're literally playing for a place in the World Finals or LCQ, it's like that sort of one set determination between having to be able to skip LCQ means so much. And that's where you might falter later on. You never know how it's going to fare. We've seen LCQ and so many unexpected results in the past and things that don't go your way. So it's just a way of ensuring your chances and getting straight to those World Finals. So key here. Really, and SK Gaming really depriving Inner Circle so far in the set of doing just that, as already things are going pretty south for Inner Circle. Some big takedowns and just an measly 11% on the zone for Inner Circle so far, so 50% for SK.
Rama gets taken down, and SK Gaming exploding off the start here. Long-range shots from Yashi, making this first overall pick worth its while. Ope, in the face of Nob, jumps in on the action, now getting time into this hot zone. They're pushing Rama away. We've got to see some kills start piling up for Inner Circle to even have a chance here.
Yeah, it's really getting quite hard for Inner Circle to break through on any kind of level here, and I think it's too late regardless. Even if there was a retake, I think that SK Gaming have just done so much work that it would just kind of go their way regardless. And 100% to 20% in a set that could determine whether Inner Circle can take it to a fifth and final and still have a shot at the World Finals. This is now really quite disastrous, and SK now, after that performance, I mean, rarely do you see matches flip-flop like too heavily. It's pretty much once one is looking that convincing, the second will follow, unless we really see some massive adaptations from Inner Circle here, which I think they can do. But SK Gaming's comp, I mean, what's not to love?
Tough showing from Inner Circle in game number one of this set. Towards the end of the previous set, they've got to get the ball rolling once again, and getting a kill on that left-hand side is a great start. Now Yashi low HP, Mebius guns him down. Ope still remaining on the right-hand side though, has a super available, hovering over it, deciding what target they want to use here, as Rama is going to glue himself to Mebius, I believe just trying to make sure that his buddy stayed up top.
Oh, Rama and OP dancing, but OP wins and pushes Joker forwards as well. Tough position for Mebius to be in, and Joker using that wall so well to just tank a lot of these shots, continuing to be a pest. as SK are well called up now, almost approaching 50%, and as much of a good start as it was for Inner Circle, they are now falling behind.
Inner Circle trying to prove that they are equals to a team like SK Gaming, that they deserve to go to a World Finals. But they're the #1 team in the region for a reason, trying to punch their way to one more Grand Finals, and they're 25% away from doing so.
Hypercharge from Mavis. Can he find something for this? It's going to open up some doors here, but a lot of time has been spent with SK on the zone. Just shy of 80% now. Massive from OPE. Maybe he'll find a second node taken care of now, but Nob has got so much work to do. Joker forcing his way through massively so, and SK now approach 90%.
SK Gaming, the final few percentage points from yet another Grand Finals. Inner Circle fall just short of a direct ticket to Worlds. This is the #1 team from the region and doing it for Novo Esports.
Joker said at the beginning of the day that was the result that he wanted. In many ways, they were fighting for them, and inadvertently so, Novo Esports get the result which they need despite not making it out the quarterfinals.
SK Gaming continue to take huge strides towards the monthly final win yet again. Yoshi's finally awake and everything just seems to fall into place. What he showed us on the Janet in the gem grab set and now also on the Finks was super solid. And yes, that now means Novo will make Worlds directly, and Inner Circle unfortunately has to go to LCQ. We see Yoshi with the most kills, most damage. That wasn't just the feeling I had. The stats say the same thing, Kenny.
Really solid set from Yoshi, especially considering it's the first overall pick. You know, you want to get value out of that pick, but the fact that they had plenty of opportunities for an entire draft to counter it out, and Yoshi still had the set that he did, just goes to show what a special player and a special moment that was for him.
What a day. Absolutely insane stuff and really close score lines, despite some of them not looking like it on the surface. That was one that could have gone to a 5th and final set for me for sure. Just not quite the final draft that Inner Circle were looking for, but very close nonetheless. Humble and Foot Esports up next. Should be an absolute banger, of course. And again, Foot Esports really impressed me earlier today, so I'm hoping that we can see this one be a really close affair.
Absolute cinema, just as Joker had put it. Now it's either going to be a rematch between SK Gaming and Humble in the finals, or Foot Esports' second time in the finals, but with a completely different opponent this time around. It could have been a rematch between them and Inner Circle as well. It's the same for teams over and over again in this region. Super nice to see. But let's have a look at which teams exactly have made it into World Finals and LCQ, because now everybody's locked in here in EMEA ARC.
Love to see it. I mean, this is going to be so stacked. I mean, look at those teams at the World Finals. I mean, SK Gaming, Team Heretics, Humble, Foot Esports, Novo Esports, titans of this region. It's going to be really fun to see go down. The LCQ replies hosting Papara, Supermassive, NXT, and Inner Circle there. I mean, they're all going to be doing so well, I feel, and giving the best of the best a great run for their money. They're going to be fantastic events. I think possibly the best that we've ever seen Brawl Esports.
Kenny, is there any team that you're surprised to see locked in for one of those slots, or have they been proving themselves for the start of the year and are very rightfully in their position right now?
I would say that there's a lot of inconsistencies for those LCQ teams, but this is EMEA after all. Just making out of the qualifiers is a heck of an achievement. Not sure that every team necessarily will make it out of EMEA, but I think several of them have a really good chance. I think it's hard to take your eyes off Totem when you're looking at that list. LCQ is chaotic. They've done it in the past, though. All 3 of those members have a ton of experience. At LAN, they just seem to turn it up to another level.
So we gave away the tickets to LCQ and Worlds now, but there's still a lot on the line right now. Humble versus Foot Esports. Again, for Humble, it will be the 4th time they make it into monthly finals, but they haven't won it a single time. For Foot, it will be a chance to prove that that one monthly final, grand final entrance they made wasn't just a fluke, and SK Gaming is already waiting there. Can they break their own curse of winning it all, but only every second time, and make it a 4th monthly final win for them as well? We're gonna figure all of that out after a quick break. August monthly finals. 3 teams are still in contention to win the last monthly finals of the year. After that, we head into postseason. The spots are now locked in for EMEA, both the LCQ and the World Final slots. Trev, the same question to you. Any team you're surprised to see locked in now?
Not particularly. I feel like the 9 who are there are quite heavily deserving. Like they've been here, they've been around, they've been either getting consistent quarterfinals and they'll be going to the LCQ, getting semis, finals, and they'll be going to Worlds. Like I feel like it's pretty fair.
And from the previous match, SK versus Inner Circle, who do you want to see win that MVP vote from the people watching?
I mean, usually most of the time it's Joker, just because he's purely got the most fans, I'd say. But, you know, I think all of them played very, very well, and there you go, it's Joker. As usual, not that he's not deserving of it, but I think all players on SK played very well there. A great team effort to get themselves into the grand finals once more. So, excited to see them there. A little bit disappointed for Inner Circle that they couldn't make that miracle run to the world finals, but I think SK deserve it nonetheless.
To me personally, I would have loved to see Yoshi get that MVP. Again, popped off on the Janets, also on the Finks. He did his absolute best. Despite yawning in the draft, he definitely was awake, so that's good to see. We're now heading into our semi-final number 2. It's Humble versus Foot Esports. Both of them are no strangers to a grand final in the EMEA monthly finals. For Humble, it would be the 4th appearance, maybe the 4th second place, Kenny?
Both no strangers to the World Finals as well. This is the 2023 and 2024 World Champs going head-to-head in our final month. This is why we watch, folks. Humble still need to get over the hump, just like Foot Esports, but I think considering the seeding, we would have expected Humble to take at least 1 Grand Finals by now, especially after being Brawl Cup champions, World champions. Just 1 monthly finals, fellas.
We had asked Joker about his advice for the teams that will play at a LAN event for the very first time in their lives, for the LCQ teams. And now we also wanted to hear the same from Symantec.
For LAN tournaments such as this one and upcoming World Finals and LCQ, of course, I just recommend that you are the most comfortable for yourself. At the end of the day, everything comes down to your match performance. If you don't perform, it doesn't matter if you have comp, it doesn't matter if your team is good. All 3 of you need to be there. So make sure you're rested, make sure you don't overstress yourself, and make sure you just play the best possible game that you can, because have fun. We have the biggest stage now, it's just give it your all, and if it's not enough, you're back next year, and if it's enough, you're winning it.
Now we know why he's wearing that medal. If you want to win a LAN tournament such as this one, you gotta do A and B and you will make it to the goal. But yeah, it's always super nice to hear from the pros that have already won such a tournament, to also give out advice to the teams that are new to it. And every single year, I encourage teams to try and at least, make it into the monthly finals. We did see some new teams also in the EMEA region. Every single month, it's been a bit of a different constellation, which I'm super excited about. And now we have teams like Xperion NXT going to LCQ. It's super fun to see those young upcoming teams making it into big tournaments. Kenny, you mentioned it before, Foot, no stranger to LAN tournaments, so they do not need the advice from Humble to do well at the LCQ or at Worlds directly, since they are qualified for World Finals. They do not need to play in the last chance qualifier, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, both of these guys have won World Finals. So as you said, they don't really need advice. They've been here, they know what they're doing, we know who these players are, and they're all really, really solid. I'm pretty pleased that Foot don't have to go through that last chance qualifier, to be honest with you. I would have been a little bit disappointed that they hadn't made it to Worlds, knowing that they'd actually won that entire competition before. So pleased they're going to be going straight to Worlds, and this should be a good matchup, I think.
Both of those teams have won a monthly final this year, at least one. Both of those teams have won a world final as well. Or, never mind, Humble never won, actually, they're second. Foot Esports won a monthly final this year, at least one, and both of them have won a world finals. We wanted to also sit down with Novo, not about advice, but just about their expectations coming into Worlds.
Humble, World Champions versus World Champions. We will take our revenge this time.
We will take our revenge this time, Noe says. Let's see if they can. It will be the first time we have a Foot with SK in the finals. We've seen SK versus Humble a lot of times already in this region. It would be time for something else, Kenny.
Yeah, it would be interesting regardless. I think Foot would make it an intense storyline here too, just to see them kind of get the momentum and the ball rolling once again for their side, because we saw what they could do. 2023, this was their region under a different flag, but nonetheless, these three players owned it. And now it's been much more inconsistent. There's a lot of teams making appearances. SK Gaming on top. Humble still consistent from last year. Would love to see Foot contest here. I don't expect them to win necessarily. I still think Humble are the better squad, but I would love to see this one go down to the wire.
Humble went through their quarterfinal with a 3-1 against Papar Supermassive. Foot looked a little shaky at the start against Heretics. Heretics took the lead 2-0 up already, but then they finished with a reverse sweep and locked in World Finals with that. So if they keep that momentum going, I think it could also work against Humble today, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I was quite surprised that none of us, including me, didn't go Foot, to be honest with you, because like after their reverse sweep, momentum with them, seemed to be playing really well over the last 3 sets. And they also got their qualification to Worlds off the back of it. So it was a huge game for them. And honestly, you kind of expect that momentum to carry through after such an exciting moment like that. So I question myself whether I should go for Foot, being a bit bold, but I just think it's a bit too out there. You know, Humble are a squad who just keep on getting to finals. Yeah, they keep on losing them at the same time, but they're getting there consistently. So I had to go for Humble. I'm a bit disappointed in myself that I haven't backed a couple more of the underdogs today, but yeah, I think Humble all the way for this one.
I mean, yes, if Humble qualifies to the monthly finals, they usually end up in the grand finals, right? I think if you look at the bigger picture here, you've got to vote for Humble. I'm sure the people at home did the same. Yes, they did. 91% for Humble, 9 went away of Foot. If you only look at today, Kenny, I think it would be a little harder to tell. Foot Esports really had a great run and not an easy opponent in Team Heretics.
I think it's a little tougher than 91-9. It's just part of it though, right? When you have to pick a winner, you go with your heart of hearts, defending world champion, defending Brawl champion, and the team that's made the grand finals way more this year. So Humble's certainly showing some consistency for me. Foot Esports were great. I mean, the reverse sweep was a heck of a match, one of the better matches we've seen all month long and probably will see all month long. Peak cinema. It's still going to take a lot for me to go against my predisposition that Humble were the better team. They've been more consistent. They looked great in the opening round. They played against a solid squad themselves. So unless Humble were really stumbling their way through that first one, it was going to take a lot for me to not pick them.
Sad to see Ralph spend out here. That one set we got to see with him on this map today, it was super fun to watch. I want to see a Charlie, a Gus, both of them are left open. Cordelia's left open as well. One of the best, if not the best, tank counter at the moment. And of course, not to forget, for Trev, I already wanted to say it, but here she is. It's Terra.
Yeah, I was going to say it as well. I was like, if you finished your sentence without mentioning, it was going to be the first thing that I said. And Foot Esports, yeah, going to bring that brawler in. Honestly, surprising to see it as a first pick. I do think, honestly, this is possibly the worst kind of Tara map out of the gem grab ones, but still, she's very competent on it, can break a lot of that kind of home ground of the opposing team with the hypercharge, good pull rate. There's just a few too many walls for my liking in terms of how a couple of pulls can be missed, and we saw that in the previous one as well. But Janet, for the side of Humble, it's been played a few times pretty successfully today on double swoosh, so please see it coming back in again. I kind of have my reservations on it, but it seems to be doing relatively well in the EMEA region.
Seems like a somewhat consistent countermeasure here. They still gamble with Lily as well. Again, that's just part of the mindset that these pro players have to juggle. So at a casual level, when you're just spawning in on ladder, you don't really get to make any decisions about who you're facing off against, what you're countering. Tara is here as a first overall pick as a safety net. You have an explosive super. You can swing gyms your way. Lily, the same can be said. One of those brawlers is an anti-tank brawler that's going to do great into Lily, and Lily is just Lily. I think Janet there maybe to provide a little bit of coverage into the Tara spawners. Also has a dodging mechanism with the super or the gadget if they still elect to go that route. A lot of teams have been going for the gadget choice where you bounce away. The little bunny hop's a nice way to kind of dodge out some of these big playmaking abilities. A lot of aggro coming in on that right-hand side with Kenji, though.
Yeah, I mean, I like that Kenji pick. It's a great shout. Crow's been performing incredibly well today as well. All three of those Foot brawlers, very solid. Humble, two good ones so far. We'll see what they're bringing into this third and final. Surely something that's going to be doing okay against this Kenji that can deal with him pretty swiftly.
because it's going to be Lily, I imagine, on the aggressive lines. I don't mind that going into the Kenji, but Shade is going to be the brawler they bring in. It's one of those ones that can just turn the game so fast at the end. If you have a hypercharge, if you have your super, you're going to be getting in, getting the kills, and getting out pretty swiftly.
So Janet's going to be your safe, steady mid. Lily and Shade going to be exploding down the left and the right-hand sides. Foot Esports need to be aware. They have plenty of playmaking capabilities of their own between the Tara and the Kenji, though. 2023 and 2024 world champions face off in our semifinals for the month of August, the last one of the year. This is what we do it for.
Well, straight away going into the Shadow Realm, Semantic going to be coming out directly on top of Garo. Should get that kill, and does, even though he pops the gadget, and will help out on this side. Super coming in, Semantic can't quite secure it on the way back, but Boss will get that nonetheless. Meow in a similar position on the flip side, gets the gem carrier down, but another kill once more for the Humble Boys as they pick up another 2.
Semantic on the prowl. Navi trying to deter both of these brawlers. Luki has a gym. Semantic has a gym. Better than being in Foot Esports pockets, though. Boss the main man, though. Semantic already popping off on the left-hand side. Down go 2. Just a lone Navi on this right-hand end. Semantic, left-hand side now. Just trying to charge up all the gyms that he can. Boss holding tight. He's going to take a serious takedown there. Janet has a super available. Now Navi, right hand in.
Yeah, Semantic going in nice. Skero, a little bit of an invis there for Semantic. Just going to land straight on top of him as well. Really nice prediction of where he'll be. Semantic going to go in, get the kill. Luki is trying to slide in with the super here as well. Boss claims the 10th gem. Nice move from him. Luki kind of just leaving Nowie here with Boss. He needs to survive for a few more seconds before he can take flight and not be in a scared position. 8 seconds left. And I think that's pretty much going to fly out for the majority of the rest of the round. The super comes in, though. Oh, didn't catch that last clip onto him. And Semantic will deal with Nowie just about well enough to deal with that. So really nice stuff there from Humble to claim this first game. A little bit sketchy towards the end, but they seemed in control for the most part.
So Humble will come out on top here. Calm, cool, and collected as always. A very convincing one at that, too. I think this is just a very solid squadron, a really solid composition, just plenty of playmaking potential.
Yeah, well, Boss shooting out some shots now straight down the middle. Semantic yet again going into the Shadow Realm. Wants to catch someone off guard, but doesn't really manage to do it this time. Luki will go in nice with those kind of long shot with the gadget. Gets the kill onto Crow, but he will burn down in return. Good kill there from Semantic and a gadget away from the Janet. Really nice plays, and he'll go in and get another one as well. Claim a gem in the back spawn and keep Gero on the ropes.
Semantic, one gem in the pocket. Navi up in his face, slicing away. Luki through the wall as well. Meow has a super available, claims him immediately. Big bounce back for the red roster here. Boss is still the one to target, though. 5 gems and a super in his hand, so plenty of opportunity to hold on to those.
Boss, Janet super in hand, so can get away from these kind of treacherous things such as the Kenji and Tara super with the hypercharge. Semantic will come in with a hypercharge of his own and get the kill. Now moving up, and a good pull there from Luki. On the flip side, gets him down, and now Semantic kind of hung out to dry. Doesn't mind going down here, I feel, as long as he gets a bit of that super charge. Boss wants to keep Nowie low and does really nicely here. Might want to hold on to this super for a bit later on. Now Luki coming in, hypercharge, goes for the long swing, gets one shot off. Kenji will be landing back onto another one of his blows, and he gets the kill just in time. Hypercharge Tara super got to be scary and used over that left-hand side. Boss going to take flight and avoid that Crow super nicely, but probably won't have wanted to use that until he hit those 10 gems.
Safety precaution from Boss. They'd much rather hold on to those 8 gems. Semantic once again from the sidelines. Navi, though, hunting, looking for Luki here. It's going to be a battle on the right-hand side. Super goes down. No connection with Boss. A huge dodge out of him, and now a 9th gem picked up.
Yeah, super miss there from Semantic as well. Can be really unfortunate for him on the back lines. Has the hypercharge. Does burn down, though. Luki has a super of his own, so can maybe swoop him for a gem and try get out. But going to choose to go for the kills instead. Now he's there with a hypercharge, but no super yet. Gets hit pretty hard. And now Semantic got the capability to change the game. Gero going to pop a hypercharge, try keep this movement speed up, but he gets caught by Semantic. And now he got to try and get Boss down here. Does. Can Semantic get the refrag? They're going to just go for the safety gems, as they've got 12-7 at the moment. Don't want to risk that initial matchup. And Luki will stay on the aggressive as well, trying to get Humble this win.
Navi, left hand in. Semantic has to be the one they target. A dive in of desperation. Semantic survives, and with 13 in his pocket, Poison damage, not enough to dwindle him down. Defending world champions take set 1.
I mean, that's really good, really is from Humble. Semantic making big plays in that Lily. Several good Shadow Realms, putting himself in good positions, getting kills, cycling supers, and then that last big blow, hypercharge, was really nice from him as well. Just found the Crow out of position. And you can see the Crow pop that hyper, try to keep his movement speed up, try to avoid that super coming through, but just couldn't quite do it. And a really nice play from Semantic and Humble overall as well.
Very well played from Humble, very dominant, as always, we have to say here. Again, if they make it into the monthly finals, they usually end up in the grand finals. I don't see a bright future for FUT Esports. Humble only lost 1 set so far today overall, and it was that first set against Papara Supermassive. Ever since then, they've been looking so strong. Lily with the most kills here makes a lot of sense. Semantic was there to do pressure, to create that space for his teammates to pick up the gems in the back. So yeah, Lily Mantic, as some people like to call him, strikes again.
Just an iconic set coming out of Semantic there in terms of the kill category, scooping up those gems and clutching up. I'm a big proponent of the movement to get boss and MVP, darn it, but that's really hard to compete against.
I mean, I'd love Boss. I'd love Boss to get MVP as well, just to put it out there. He has been playing incredibly well all day long, but it does just seem inevitable that Semantic gets it, whether or not that's because he's just got more fans or whether or not because he's making plays like that.
Yeah, I mean, MVP is usually either whoever's the face or the one who takes the interviews for the team is, or who plays the flashy brawlers, which Lily probably was the flashiest of the 3 of them. Shade, of course, also a tanky one that did create some space for Humble as well, but yeah, you can't deny that Semantic played super well there. We're heading over to Sneaky Fields now. This is the bushiest map we have for Brawl Ball. A lot of tanks featured on this one. Usually Shade could come in here again, Lily as well, Kenji, all the brawlers we've just seen already. A Terra for Trev maybe is in as well. We'll see. But first up, we have to wait for the bans. And this is one of those maps where we don't usually see any throwers. If we see one, it's usually Willow. In mid, sometimes also some long-ranged options like a Gus or a Bee. But Kenny, do you feel like we're even gonna see anything else other than tanks here?
I think tanks are inevitable. I think those anti-tanks are also something to look out for. So because of the bans here, Lumi, left-hand end, Ashe being banned, and Bull being banned, though. 2 interesting ones.
Well, this is a big game for FUT Esports to try and get on the board here. Going to need a pretty much perfect draft at this point, because Humble, they are running away with it, and that was a very convincing set 1 in comparison to anything we've seen from FUT Esports. They did 3 on the trot against Heretics, though, so even if it goes 2-0 up, I'm not ruling out that second reverse sweep of the day. Bonnie going to come in here for FUT Esports then as their first selection, and I like that a lot. We saw it played out on Sneaky Fields, I believe it was yesterday in the East Asia region. I question it a little bit because when you kind of single projectile brawlers like trying to shoot into all that grass, it can become quite difficult if you're back in spawn. If you've got controller and you can surprise people with a hypercharge jump, it is nasty though.
Looking out for Kit in particular here too. I just feel like the little guy has shown up a lot recently, and it's a good powerful brawler to get those stuns through. Kenji gonna be the option here, maybe Kit in combination. I feel like he does get banned here sometimes as well, so the fact that he hasn't been picked yet, maybe a little bit surprising. I just think he's a really powerful force right now in the meta, but these guys are gonna know better than just about anybody with their stature and compositions. So Bonnie, Kenji, gonna be the options for that right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Kenji. The Kenji's been running rampant on the majority of Brawl Ball maps today, and pretty much the entire, every game, every map. Kenji's going to be there, if it's not banned for the most part. Same with Charlie, really, and Draco been showing up a lot as well. So a lot of very common picks. I love this comp from Humble, I will say. The Lumi, Charlie, and Draco is a disgusting one. For Esports, what they've got so far, very good as well. Bonnie, Kenji, 2 brawlers who are, incredible. As I say, Kenji, disgusting on Brawl Ball at the moment, and we'll see what they do bringing it in as their 3rd to round out this comp and hopefully rival what an amazing comp Humble have got.
Become a big fan of Kenji this month in particular, especially after seeing it showcased in East Asia and then just seeing the big time plays it can make. I think it's in a little bit better of a spot maybe than it was last month. Obviously had a pretty good year overall, I'd say, with that hypercharge getting added into the mix. Shade rounds out the FUT Esports composition. Aggression with tanks. There's just so many fireworks that can pop at any given moment in this set. Humble though, 1-0 lead residing with them. Foot Esports, of course, made an incredible comeback earlier today. I'm sure they'd rather avoid that, though, save themselves a little bit of stress. A set 2 on the way that could possibly tie things off. If not, could be Humble destined for another grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's seeming that way at the moment, I will say. Seems to be playing that little bit better. Nice little refrag there as Meow came in for a kill. Semantic will get on top of the dragon and absolutely deal with Navi, which is not something that we can say happened too often when Heretics played him. His Kenji was just getting kill after kill, and the man in the matchup against him had 0 across the entire set, so it's something they're going to have to watch out for. Charlie has to get Cocoon already, which can launch a very successful attack if used rightly.
Foot on the back heels as Semantic fires his way up the middle of the map. Indestructible gadget being popped as well. Garo, high HP. Oh my goodness, what a heist! Meow just able to punch one up the middle, buys his sweet time, and even takes a victory lap along the way.
I mean, that was really nice. It was just a scrappy brawl in the middle of the map, and it was Foot who came out on top of it. Here comes the hypercharge from Semantic. Gets absolutely decimated. Pretty much an entire waste of it, really. Now he has a super in hand. Surely he can get this kill on the return, though, and Meow will get the refrag on the left. Jump comes in from body, oversends it. Oh, this might be an opportunity, but I think they're just going to be back in time.
Kenji, Shade, back in the action here. Right hand in, Semantic trying to punch one through. Not quite enough health points. Couldn't get a gadget off in time. All they can do is drop an ice rink and try and maintain whatever little control they have. Boss putting in the Lord's work on this right hand in while Foot muster up the strength to move forward.
Well, another cocoon used. He gets out of it quite quickly, and Boss does a good job. Now Semantic coming forwards, tries to get Kenji and does. Meow providing a big issue, though, as he's just getting super after super on that Draco and just being fed consistently. Nice little shot in there from Luki to slow him down, but 45 seconds is all that's left for them to get an answer.
Ice rinks back down on the ground. Morning Stars dissipate as Lumi falls. Right hand into a clutch cocoon, because otherwise that could have been a runaway. Now Semantic dishing that ball to the top middle of the map. Meow still fighting. Semantic doing his best to handle 2 brawlers at once. Manages to win on the right hand side, but it's Garo back in action. Hypercharge for Luki, though, and he stuns them both. They need some serious takedowns here, but Navi escapes! Oh, couldn't get the shot off.
Yeah, no, he can't quite get it done. Now Semantic going in with another super. Has another one chained as well, so we'll have another opportunity to score. 15 seconds left. They're gonna need Luki to bring the ball up quick. Try get a cocoon. Mob Boss moving on the right-hand side. Hypercharge is there, and he just catches the ball, gives it straight to him, and that ruins any chance of a goal. Don't think it was happening anyway, with all 3 members of Foot Esports still stood up tall, and it would have been a second if the clock didn't hit 0. Foot answer well after a disappointing set 1.
Scrappy was a great word that you described this set. It's just fist fights everywhere. So many brawlers going up and down the map. The KD category has to be a really spicy one for this set in particular. Sneaky Fields, just a breeding ground for aggression as Garo pops an early gadget to kick off game number 2. Meow, right hand in, looking Semantic dead in the eyes as Navi kicks to the right hand side. Dribble, now Meow with a pick up here. Garo, low HP, trying to dish this one out. Super from Meow to push them up the map. It's a pass forward. Luki left alone. Semantic in the goal, trying to hold on for dear life, and Foot will buy a beat.
Yeah, Luki defended that well in a 1v3 situation. Semantic's going to get the hit in there, trying not to feed this Bonnie Super at the same time. Lumi Morningstars will come back. Semantic just going to run for it, forces out the Bonnie Super. Great bait from him. He's going to get back into that cannon form, picks up the ball. Oh, he's found it between them! What a shot that is from Semantic. Pinpoint accuracy and threads the needle for the goal.
What a bucket coming out of the big dog right there. Meow, hypercharge clicked on the right-hand side. His Foot try and respond. Stun, it goes through. Luki falls. Team wipe for Foot. Back and forth we go. Fireworks being displayed here in set number 2.
What a response that is from Foot, but they used a lot of utility there, and look at all of Semantic and Humble's left. Has the hypercharge going forwards now. Shade's just going to be chilling out in that wall. Has another super in hand as well. Might need to use it to stay alive. Just dies upon impact of that Kenji shot. And Boss a little bit further up the map in a tough situation there. Jump comes in from Garo, and Luki can't get the killing blow. All left to Semantic to defend, and I don't think it's going to be possible. There's the goal, and there's the set for Foot Esports.
Despite heroics coming out of Humble there, it is Foot that take the match, or excuse me, take the set. Incredible stuff from both sides, though. Nothing short of entertainment here.
I mean, it's incredible. It really is. Such good gameplay from Foot. It just completely mirrors what Humble were doing in the first. Dominant first set from Humble, dominant second set from Foot Esports. I feel like we're going all the way to 5 here.
The Polish roster was on the back foot again, 1-0 for Humble. And that's where they feel most comfortable, it seems. After all, they just reverse sweep Team Heretics. We see such an interesting comp coming up from them here with 3 aggressive brawlers, and they managed to get this set 2-0 with it. Despite Semantic having the most damage points here, it's still going to be Garo with the most kills on that Bonnie. Just brings with him the range to keep Humble at a distance, at the same time jumping in to get those kills whenever it's needed for his 2 teammates to score. Very well played overall by Foot Esports. They definitely did not look shaky despite losing that first set, Kenny.
Spectacular composition coming out of them too. I just think so many potential for big plays in these moments where they're just waltzing on in. I love that they're strutting some confidence. This is Humble that they're playing against. After a reverse sweep, I feel like despite them not showing emotion, you can see it playing out live on the field. These guys mean business today.
We're now heading over to Dueling Beetles, a map we have seen once today before, I think. Yeah, we did. But yeah, Dueling Beetles, a map where, again, we will see some Lumi, some Lu maybe, and tanks again, where, yeah, Foot Esports seems to be pretty comfortable with. They just played a triple tank or slash assassin comp here with the Bonnie. They also showed us some great Kaze shade plays against Heretics before as well, so I do feel like we're gonna see some more tanks come out here from them, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's a definite possibility. I feel like, both of these teams do quite like a tanky approach, but we'll see what does come down. Obviously, as you mentioned a couple of times, Dueling Beetles is going to be the map we're on, so going to have to be heavily control-based. We'll see what comes through. I wouldn't be surprised if we see, the Kazes, the Kenjis coming through again, because there are a couple of brawlers that just seem inevitable at this point if they don't get banned. So expecting them possibly on the ban sheet, but we'll see as we get into this one. And this is quite a decisive one as well. Whoever it takes this one will be 2 sets to 1 and just 1 away from closing out this game and going to the grand finals to face off against SK.
Humble will have last pick here. They love to play Bonnie on this map. Sadly, she's not going to be left open. For Esports banned her out alongside Krono and Kenji. Binks, Lumi and Draco banned from the side of Humble. No double bans this time around. Hank is still going to be left open here. Quite a good brawler in a map like this one, especially if paired with a Barry. So wouldn't be too surprised to see those 2 brawlers show up eventually in this draft. What's also left open, very often banned out, is going to be Cornelius here. Let's see what they pick up first. It's going to be the Hank. So let's see if Humble now picks the Barry away, or let's Foot Esports have him.
Big shrimp on the right-hand side. So with Crow banned out too, I think this definitely helps Foot Esports. I think that was a very targeted ban to possibly get rid of that as well. Like you mentioned before, Sonny, the Barry, of course, could show up as an assistance here to Foot Esports. That's 1 more counter off the board. And then Jae Young, of course, comes to mind as well to try and enable him here too. Trav, I feel like Humble still have plenty of options left though.
I'm so ready for this.
Yeah, Meg coming through for Humble now, and it was a pick that was used so much on this map back in the day. Well, not really back in the day, not too long ago to be honest with you, but yeah, it was a pick that was used fairly recently, but not so much at the moment. We've seen it already come out today at one point. I believe it did actually win, but I think that was on Brawl Ball, so completely different vibe. See if it does manage to pull through here. Obviously it can tank a couple of those Hank shots, which might be why it's been brought in, while still being able to contend against those mid and long range brawlers. Should get the second pick through from Humble in just a second as well. See what they choose to go. It's going to be the B, another one of those kind of anti-tank brawlers. So not only does it have the stopping power for Hank, but for other potential further picks too.
Curious if this ends up being the Barry. I feel like Barry could have been paired with Meg as well. We've seen that before. Meg has certainly been on the rise, I would say, in more recent history, in EMEA especially, I will say. And scrims leading up to this, I did notice it a bit more, I would say, on maps like this compared to a region like East Asia, which we saw yesterday. B's somebody that's really slowed down the meta, but to your point, great description, just stopping power. Puts Hank in a slow motion. Instead, though, they go with Lu. So I think the Lu's a good way to handle the Meg in particular for the freezing, to get her out of the mech, and then once she's a pea shooter with a pistol, there's not much she can do. The B, however, does have a pretty favorable matchup still into the Lu, so I think it makes sense into the Meg. A little trickier when it comes to B.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult for both of these brawlers here. We're going to see what they do choose to bring in to have that kind of matchup against the B, because I can't really see either the Lu or the Hank really fancying that, to be honest with you, but should, if they get control, be in a decent position. Barley's going to come out, and I do like that. I really like a thrower on this map. Honestly, yeah, surprised to see it's not the berry. You know, bringing in a throw that's going to be able to heal up the Hank, keep the Lou in the mix. But Barley, I'm fine with. Like, I like it.
I think Barley is good in case they elect to go with Barry, because at least in the one-on-one matchup, I do feel like that's a little of them doing some forward thinking, right? It's a little preventative, still a solid brawler, and if you look at the matchups right now, B, terrible into throwers, and that's why the Stu comes in. I think they may consider going for some wall break here. I think traditionally in the past, we'd see something like a B Griff come into the fray. Instead, though, I think this is a little more comfortable of a brawler. I don't think Griff's been showing up a ton, honestly. I mean, the B's hardly shown up as well, but I think this is going to be Humble's choice of trying to deal with this. Obviously, Stu, a little more of an aggro choice, I would say, compared to the Griff. Now they can speed their way along the map. If they get up close to Barley, Barley's in trouble. A lot of checkers and chess being played between these two teams. Set 3. Pivotal one for both sides. Humble and Foot Esports looking to get one on the board here. They want revenge against SK Gaming, this region's #1.
Gonna try and get it. Semantic getting it super nice and early on. He's gonna be pleased about that. Instantly breaks for Boss, so he's got a bit more maneuverability on this left-hand side and should be able to have a very good matchup against Gero now. But getting hit a little bit, you see the Hank having to retreat as well because he can't really deal with the pinch that these brawlers are going to provide.
Herbal Tonic coming out too, so don't need Barry. We have a healer at home. Navi in the middle of the map, working with these bubbles here. Gero taking on the range, and that's going to be a difficult matchup into the B. I really think Lou ideally goes into this Meg. That way they can get Ice Rinks down. The freezes allow Meg to get free shots on the board, and Navi just going to try and get a big burst of damage there. Escape forward from Semantic, now breaking down those walls. That's what I was imagining they would do with this strategy.
Yeah, lovely break, lovely rattled hive, really good stuff from Humble. Managed to get the Barley quite low, but he's healing up on his own accord now with those shots coming in. Semantic just retreating. Lukey going in. Oh, hypercharge swipe is nasty. Manages to get one and brings another one within the reach of Semantic as well. So he'll finish that one off. And they're getting up to 50% now. 32% ahead of their opponents who really haven't had a look in.
Tank on the right-hand side in the wide open is not going to have a fun time, especially with a powered-up Lukey. This red roster just clustered together. Semantic will get a takedown as well. Oh, and they're sitting ducks. Firing squad up the middle of the map. Boss with free reign and a hypercharge in the back pocket. This is looking disastrous for Foot Esports.
Well, Semantic just ensuring they've got the best break possible. Slow comes through again. He's going to use a super hit just to get the heals off, but it's not going to matter. Lukey pops a hypercharge, tried to get the swing off. It didn't happen. But so what? They've already got the percentage, they've got the game, and Humble going one up again.
Wow. Really good stuff coming out of them. I think the Barley made a lot of sense. It's a good pick. That was a great adaptation from Humble. And they're not using, I would say, rare brawlers, but certainly brawlers down the tier list. I think this is just Coach Kanan being in his bag right now. I mean, the fact that they grab the matchups that they do, they're making this Meg work well. Really solid stuff. I think this Stu is a really innovative way with the wall break to give them a huge advantage.
Yeah, I mean, starting a bit more aggressively this time. Now he's going to go straight in Semantic and die even quicker than last time. Not the best, but 5% on the zone. The wall break came through already, and Semantic still got super in his hand. He's going to be feeling pretty good.
Semantic already off to the races with supers galore. Lukey has a forearm ready to go for someone's face on the side of Foot. 20%. Foot still trying to get to double digits right now. They barely cracked it in game #1. Navi doesn't give a darn, just gonna be running straight at these people. Lukey now in the pea shooter form. Bubble being burst, doesn't make contact with Lukey. Geralt's trying to run him down, but Boss still rotating on this mid. Now in the wide open, much weaker.
Well, Lukey's gonna go down as he comes out of that. Still got a very good lead. Now he gonna try use that bubble popping on Semantic. Gets the connection, but his super didn't follow up for a kill. And now this is the first time we've actually seen Foot with control. So we'll see how Humble choose to try and break through this lockdown that they've got at the moment. But with Boss over the left, it shouldn't be too difficult.
I think this is about as good of a chance as you're going to get for Foot Esports. They're already being forced away. All it took was a giant tank running up the middle of the map. Last call going down on the ground. Navi still maintains pressure on this Indestructible on the right-hand side. Boss in the open, tapping, super connects with Gero. Impossible for Gero to survive there. It's the big shrimp just running off into the distance. Semantic comes back, grabs that kill, and it's all 3 Humble members posturing in the middle of the map.
I mean, I don't know what you can do to break this. Semantic got another super back and another one as well. He's cycling it. Great shots from Boss. Surely now he's going to die. Follow-up shot from Boss will seal that. And the Herbal Tonic couldn't even keep him alive. Now the hype charge comes in from Gero. He's trying till the last second, and that is going to be the game going to Humble. And that's the set along with it. A very confident, convincing Humble coming back in the 3rd set and taking the lead once more.
Sly little emote there. I saw the 2024 World Championship pin coming out. That might be a little shot at the 2023. That was the most convincing set we have for sure had in this match so far. It felt like Humble from top to bottom were just ahead the whole way.
It's a back and forth so far between those two teams, and we wouldn't have it any other way between two world final champions. Looking at the stats here, Stu Montic this time popping off one more time on this brawler boss with the most damage. Please give this man an MVP finally, Trev.
We can hope. We can really hope, because he is deserving of it here as well. His performance is incredible on this B. I'm not going to say he didn't have, he had a good matchup. I'm not going to say he didn't have a good matchup, but regardless of his good matchup, he still played it incredibly well and got the stats needed and got his team the game. I will say, good performance from everybody on Humble again, though. Like, it doesn't seem like there's ever a weak link when they're getting these big games in. So only one more needed for them now to head to the grand final to face off, their eternal foes in SK Gaming in the grand finals. It'll be a big one, but still got to get this one more set. And you can't count FUT out either. They entirely reverse swept Heretics. So why can't they get 2 in a row against Humble?
So far, whoever team took the sets took it in a 2-0 fashion. It's really just either we dominate completely or we don't seem to find our way into the map whatsoever. It's super interesting between those two. We talked a lot about the Berry coming into this draft. The Barley was a good alternative. After all, he has his herbal tonic to heal his teammates as well. But the Hank just did not work out the way they wanted it to work out so badly. Because the Stu was able to break open the map, B was having the time of her life, tapping away. It was also interesting to not see Lukey on the B. A little bit of a change there on the Humble roster as well. It just goes to show that everyone can play every brawler. It's not just Lukey on the long-ranged one every single time. Heading into a draft now for set number 4 here. Could already be the last one here. If Humble takes it, we are on Hideout, Kenny.
Very unique bounty map at that too. So Humble, of course, with an advantage here, being up 2-1. Bans come through. A double Bonnie ban. Jean goes out, Kaze goes out, and a brawler I'm going to keep in mind here is Kit, just because I'm curious if those combos come out or if the wide open will deter them from going with the little feline.
Yeah, well, Jae Young is the first pick, and obviously it's a good one. You got the ability to just heal, you got the ability to, create those slipstreams, speed people up. It's really nice stuff. And overall, it's a really strong first pick. It's just as versatile as it gets. So FUT Esports have got a lot of work to do if they want to be able to take these 2 sets in a row with a good start to the draft like this. And it's a brawler that Humble are so confident on as well. So they're going to be looking up a big hill to get this one done. Carl on the flip side from FUT, I really like it. It's similar in the rest of the maps at the moment on Bounty. Carl, you go in, get the blue star, and you're still decent no matter what the map is for the rest of the game.
Carl's also a blue star grabber, so going to have an opportunity at that depending on gadget choice here. I think they'll wait to see what the other side ends up selecting before they make decisions like that, but it's a good blend of aggression. They've got the tailspin, which can give you a shield as well throughout that, and now when pairing this with Gus, you get a shield out of him too. So if they need Carl to get aggressive to dive in on an enemy and has a decent amount of range with his pickaxe, it's a pretty strong 2-3 turn combo.
Yeah, it's a very good combination. The two of them synergize so well together as well. Angelo going to come in for them as well. Ooh, Ollie, little fast 4 and 5 picks here then from Humble, and we're back over to the 6th of FUT Esports. Angelo and Ollie. Ollie's a brawler that comes through, occasionally, and it just does decent. It's like one of those brawlers that you only pick it if you're confident in the pick, and clearly they are at the moment. So intrigued to see if Humble are going to be able to make this one work. Obviously FUT still have this opportunity of counteracting with their 6th pick. So something long range, even a B could work against the Ollie or something like that. They're going to go with the Squeak, something with a little less DPS than I was expecting with this quite heavy tanky brawler coming in.
So there's going to be a lot of zoning control coming out of Squeak here. Like what you said about Ollie, it doesn't show up a ton, but he kind of lives in Bounty and Knockout right now. The Hypnosis, just the way that Ollie was built, just makes a lot of sense and caters to those game modes in particular. So I like this. I think it's a pretty decent shot from both sides. The Squeak does surprise me as a 6th pick. It's got to be something that FUT are a little more confident in, because otherwise, if Ollie, of course, gets close to his face, going to be able to gun him down. But outside of that, pretty free reign. Humble up 2-1 here. It's going to be set 4. FUT Esports made a reverse sweep happen earlier today. Let's see if they can take a set off this other team.
Yeah, they've got to.
Now, Foot Esports have got well, not so much, a good amount of work to do. 2 in a row is needed. And so far, Humble in a good position. So the Blue Star went the other way, but they refragged it. Lukey getting healed up, having to retreat a little bit against Gero here, who's doing a very good job on that right-hand side against him, which is kind of unexpected. Obviously, he's got the advantage of the wall, but off the start, he wouldn't have had it. Now the flying hook comes in, goes for the spin. Not sure if he's going to be able to get out here. Semantic might be able to grab this kill with a bit of help, and he does. Boss so low, but the burst heal keeps him alive.
What a rotation out of the supers from Boss right there. Speed and heals combined to preserve his life. Really great stuff coming out of him. Navi on this left hand and has the long range. Semantic finds an isolated situation to go at Gero, and with the heals, he does stay up. Boss just there to support this brawler as he dives in every single time. What a synergy.
Yeah, a little overconfidence there from Lukey, but his gadget will get him out of harm's way. Has a super to place down now and does. Can't really get the burning hits though as his opponent just runs away. Semantic going in again on Gero, but he's been feeding a lot. That's a hypercharge ready to roll then for Gero, but Foot haven't even got a kill yet. And Humble looking ever so confident. Just a couple will flip this one entirely. Lukey will get another, and a burst heal from Boss, and a heal of his own will go a long way. Hypercharge super comes in and they just completely avoid it. So it really doesn't do a lot.
Boss with 5 on his noggin is a vulnerable brawler, but he just hasn't been left alone yet. Meow trying to siphon off where he can walk. Gero, of course, with a hypercharge on the right-hand end. Slowly moving forward. Heals just keep being dispersed from Boss, though. It's been hard to bring Humble down.
Yeah, there's a kill, though, and that's going to be the first one. Still not far off. Just Boss will flip this game on its head, so he's going to have to be very cautious. The other two still can die, and you expect a bit more aggression from them. Semantic might need to come in defensively here, but he's just going to play slow. Try get him here. Boss is so low, gets the burst heal. Can Gus get it done? He does get the kill, and that's going to be the stars going the other way. Everything was going Humble's way until the last second where they get the job done. Incredible stuff.
What a steal at the buzzer. Nicely done by Foot. About 500 HP made all the difference in the world. Humble convincing the entire duration of game number 1. All it takes is 15 seconds of good work, though, from Foot, and they will reverse all of it. Blue Star being grabbed by Gero here. Taken down. Lukey, the marksman, makes a great connection.
Yeah, there's another one as well. I think they quite like having these stars on Lukey as well. You know, like Semantic let him get that one because he's the one who's going to be staying alive for the most part. Semantic, Boss, they're the ones who need to go a bit more aggressive to get the work done. Here's the gadget. Just not going to make a connection. Gero going in onto Lukey, and I say he's going to be the one who's pretty safe. That was a little bit up to question there as Lukey does just narrowly survive with a bit of help from Boss. There's the burn down damage. Might even need to use his shield. Just not quite as he survives on 415.
Boss popped that gadget there for a little extra firing power, a little over 2k per shot when he does that. Heals being swapped over now. Semantic working this left hand in, finds Squeak. That's an easy freebie for him, but as a result, they're leaving themselves vulnerable in the back lines while Semantic walks this left hand in. It's Lukey diving away. Boss there to throw some slipstreams down. Gadget comes out. Not enough to connect with Navi, though. Has enough distance as Gus to keep the long range.
Yeah, Semantic going in, goes for the hypnotize, gets another one as well. He's like, no, you come here, we're not going anywhere. Gets another one, might even get the hypnotize here too. Brilliant stuff from him, and they make it 12. But this is what happened in the last game, and it was still turned around.
Plenty of stars to go around, but it's going to take a full team wipe here. Time running out. Ooh, and the damage even more dealt now. Hypercharge goes down. Boss has 200 HP to survive. Semantic feeling hungry, though. They feed the big dog, and now Gero, right-hand in, tailspin, won't make any contact due to Lukey's jump. Dives away. Boss healing him up as well. They're just one takedown from taking a game, and they will extend themselves to match point in filthy fashion.
I mean, that is a deserved set for Humble if it didn't get turned around in the first one. Little bit of a saving grace from Foot that they managed to turn the first one around, because this should be game to Humble. Now they get another chance. I mean, it's going to be tough to take the chance because they're getting absolutely decimated, but for our sake and the viewers' sake, I hope they do.
It's been incredible to watch both of these teams, but Humble just doing something special in this set. Just a unit right now. Lukey, long-range brawler, dealing with Gero. Pickaxe up and down the map as Boss goes to assist him now. Slipstream on the ground. Semantic once again working the left hand in and just taking advantage of these on-paper matchups. Every time he isolates a brawler, it just feels like he's going to win.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, great help as well from Boss in these situations. Providing such good heals. There's the speed. Changes to a little burst of pace there as well. Great again from Semantic. And it just seems inevitable that Humble are going to win this.
3 members still standing for Humble. 0 stars for Foot Esports. Not even a blue that they can muster up. Shield goes up on the left hand and Semantic Could be feeling frisky here. Has heals coming out of boss, and now will activate the super. Garo falls for the trap. Meow being walked as well. And Semantic just going for a stroll down memory lane. 9-0 here. Humble dominating.
It's incredible, it really is. There's a gadget though, and that did a lot of work. Semantic's going to go in, try hypnotize both from Lukey low on the right as well. He should go down to Garo. And as quick as this, it can turn boss so low too. But a little bit of a turn to the right there as he shielded up his teammate instead of just getting that killing blow on boss. Might cost him, but it got some great position, and this hypercharged Garo could be dangerous in the closing seconds.
Boss once again swapping over to the heels. Semantic feeling the heavy fire coming out of Garo, who has a hypercharged super at the ready. Na'Vi, Meow, couple brawlers to look at as well as they go for that gadget. No contact there, so Semantic holds.
Yeah, I mean, he can stop him from being in his super instantly as well with the gadget. Turns perspective, though, goes straight for Meow, gets that one. Can't quite get now, he done though, it is 1-star it. Garo swooping in with his hypercharge. Lukey forced to use one of his own, and he does survive. Extends it to a 3-star lead, and Naui is the next target of Semantic. He's going to go straight for him, and the killing blow is there from Semantic, and that's going to put the nail in the coffin for FUT Esports. Humble take it at 3-1 and move to the grand final to face off against SK.
Tale as old as time. Humble once again get their coveted rematch against SK Gaming. Humble with 0 grand finals wins this year. They would love to take one for themselves. Couple thumbs up coming out of Semantic. That's about as calm as you're going to see him look. A very energetic player, and I know he's been looking forward to this opportunity.
I know that too. They've been chasing that monthly final win all year long. Let's see if they finally can lift that trophy as well. They've lifted so many in the past, but monthly final is just not it. They're the eternal second. At least they did make it into the grand finals again, so congrats to them. FUT Esports, I said, where they feel most comfortable at is in the back foot, where, yeah, they did make it into a reverse sweep against Team Heretics, being 2-0 down. Now they've been 2-1 down Humble, but yeah, beating the world champion, the Brawl Cup champion, was just one size too large for them in the end, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disappointing for FUT Esports, but at the end of the day, they got through where they needed to get through today. They secured their spot in the postseason, which is a big thing for them. But we look onwards now to the SK Gaming versus Humble matchup. Humble not got the biggest of breaks here, straight into another matchup against SK Gaming, who have come up from that upper portion of the bracket. So this is going to be a great final. We've seen it a few times this year, and for the most part, it's gone SK's way, but we'll see if Humble can get a bit of revenge.
FUT made it into the World Finals straight to there without having to go to the LCQ, so they can still be happy with the result of today, and they still have something that Humble doesn't have. They did make it into a grand final. Actually also came second, so never mind. Both of them never won a grand final, but Humble now gets the chance to do so. Maybe 4th time's the charm, you know, because the grand final is going to be between Humble and SK Gaming yet again. We're going to head into a quick break. Get your friends into chat for this one. You won't want to miss it. Welcome back to the August EMEA monthly finals. To the grand finals, I hope you got dragged into chat from your friends if you haven't tuned in already, because this is going to be a match you won't want to miss. It's a rematch, granted, but so much is on the line for Humble. They have the opportunity to finally win a monthly final and add that to all the other titles they've collected over the last months. Ark, welcome back to you as well. Glad to have you here. I'm sure you watched Humble versus FUT Esports. It looked like FUT Esports had what it takes to turn this match around as well, just like they did against Team Heretics. What was missing?
mean, I think what was missing was just the fact that Humble are humble. Like, it's so hard in their mentality that they're so just like in the moment. They're not overly emotional anymore. They're just so grounded, and they just, nothing really sticks with them. You know, when it's a loss, they just wipe it off so easily. I know, it's just amazing to me that they're not able to lock in the monthly final win this year, despite the 2 that they won last year. They did get 1 of those 2 in the last monthly final of the season, so maybe it'll be the same again. I mean, is it too much to ask? You know, I mean, I'm trying to get a hashtag going on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it these days, for Boss getting MVP. It's not even close. It's not even close at the moment. It's really hard to see. I know Semantic's really wanting it, and I'm trying to help.
To be fair, in the previous matchup, he did pop off with both Lily and Stu quite heftily. So, yeah, he does definitely deserve the MVP as well. But even he himself wants Boss to finally get an MVP. So maybe we can get it for Worlds. We'll see. Or this grand final. Who knows? If SK Gaming takes it, you don't get the chance to vote for Boss. But if Humble does, for the first time ever, you get the chance to vote for Boss. So let's head straight into this one. It's SK Gaming versus Humble. 4th time around, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very SK Gaming-sided matchup throughout the year. Unless it's in person, then it's always Humble. But yeah, what a matchup it is. You've seen them play all day long. Joker Yoshi OP versus Semantic Boss and Lukey. Big matchup. You know, just points on the line, and I'm pretty sure they're in kind of 1 and 2 spots locked in as it is. But, you know, you want to look the best you can going into postseason. You want teams to be scared of you, because that's so much of that kind of postseason vibe. You know, teams just being afraid of what you bring to the table. This SK Gaming side, we know what they bring to the table, though. Tied on 1st seed at the moment. Well, tied on 1st seed, end of in EMEA now. So it's been an incredible year for them, and I don't think they'll want to end on a loss.
This match is our Classico this year, at least in this region. They've also played out in the finals of the Brawl Cup, where Humble did take a win. So at LAN events, they do seem to have the upper hand, but just never in the monthly final setting. Let's see what Joker has to say about that.
Humble, I hope you learned something from the last 3 losses, because now we will give you your 4th.
Okay, young man, very confident. Joker. They are ready to hand Humble their 4th loss. Let's see what we said. If that is gonna happen today, I want to see our predictions. The people that are watching right now still have some time to predict over at eventbrowsers.com. We also want to know what you think. Yes, Humble did win against SK on the global stage, but once again, in the 3 times they've made it into the monthly final grand finals, they've never been able to beat the mark.
Yeah, I don't want them to. I do. I just don't know whether it's going to happen, because it just seems like every time, inevitably, they fail to penetrate SK Gaming strategy. It just happens to be the one team that every single time comes up top against them. At LAN, completely different story. You know, Humble are absolute LAN demons, and I love their memes from themselves. They recognize it so heavily. But in the BSC Grand Finals this year, it just doesn't seem to happen against that one single team.
Humble is such a fun roster to watch. They've been sticking together ever since last year. Actually, no roster switches in the postseason, which is something we see from pretty much every other roster also coming into 2025. Let's see if Semantic goes into this match just as confident as Joker does.
SK Gaming, well. If that is not another Humble against SK Grand Finals. Can we get it this time? I hope so.
Joker already says we will give you the 4th loss. Humble says we hope we can win today. They're as humble as always. We're heading into the first map with a triple, which, yeah, a map where I would say Humble actually has the upper hand here, because SK just usually doesn't do as well on Brawl Ball maps as on other modes. But we'll see how things go down here. Looking at our votes here, it is pretty much split down the middle. It's a 50-50 match. Even though SK Gaming won the previous 3 monthly finals, where they've both been standing in the grand finals, I feel like Humble just wants this win so badly. So that's why I went with Humble here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it is a 50-50. Like, no surprise it's 2-2 for our caster predictions. That, however, is quite surprising. 85% to 15 in terms of public prediction. But yeah, I feel like it is a 50-50. Like, I could have genuinely gone either way. Just looked over at my second monitor, see match 7 predictions, please. And I'm like, I'll just press the first thing I see because I genuinely have no clue who's going to win this one. Yes, SK Gaming have won it like 3 times in the grand finals this year, but I do think Humble have a chance of being able to do it just this once. They might want it that little bit more, but SK just seem like Humble's kryptonite at the end of the day.
Yeah, for me, I had to go with my gut. And what I put on the event site was SK from the beginning of today. And I sort of deviated slightly along the way. And looking back, I feel like I just need to go back to my roots. And I want Humble to do this. I would be so happy if they proved me wrong. I mean, they've already earned it. They deserve it at this stage, but SK have just been that consistent thorn in their side. And I think that's all credit to SK. They've really sinned through Humble this year more than anyone else, and that's kind of a first, really. Despite last year them having struggles, they still got those 2 monthly final wins under their belt. This year, it's been a different story.
Humble wants to finally get that monthly final win. They've been chasing it all year. SK Gaming, their kryptonite, already played triple dribbles so far, so let's see if Humble gets something out of that little advantage, knowing too well what SK likes to play. SK played Willow, Charlie and Bull here before. Willow is going to be banned out this time around, going with Cordelius first pick. Pretty sure Cordelius was banned out in the previous match we saw SK play out on this map, and Cordelius has been showing up very often today as first pick because he's very good into tanks as well, also into mid to long range brawlers. Very solid first pick here from the side of Humble. Now, an answer for SK Gaming. Despite Willow being banned out, there's still some other options, some throwers open. If Cordelius doesn't play his jump gadget, a thrower could still come in handy here. But they're going to go with something a bit more solid. Hank is going to be left open. Shade was banned out. Those 2 brawlers also very good on this map, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another one of those things, isn't it? Like, Hank seems like an inevitability at, you know, the majority of maps where he's not banned and playable. You can bring what you want in against him, he's still going to do pretty fine nonetheless. So, Cordelius might be good against tanks, might be good against the majority of people, but also at the same time, you know, they've clearly just got a lot of faith in Hank and what they're able to do with that brawler. Charlie going to come in. It's just like Cordelius, good against mid to long range, good against short range. Like, it's just a versatile, good brawler that you can't go wrong with.
Larry and Laurie could be an option here for Humble if they want to choose to go for it. And I think they do have to, on some level, consider tanks as well. But I mean, the best brawlers really are banned. I mean, I'm loving these bans. They're so good. It really takes a lot off the cards. Nice. Larry and Laurie will be it. Finks is another possibility, maybe a Crow, but I mean, there is a lot taken off the board here. It does leave them open to a potential counter to the Larry and Laurie by SK in that final pick, though. So at the moment, definitely, I think something of a tankier idea would be good to be able to get some push potential here against the Hank, or something to even sort of hard counter it aside from the Cordelius. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far on the side of SK. I really am. They like to bring in some meeple sometimes on their side of things, but its low win rate doesn't necessarily mean it's going to come out tops. But the gadget is just so strong with meeple. That's where the winning abilities lie. Yeah, B, countering the Hank, I mean, that's kind of a good way around things. It was even going to be sort of like a tank counter or a tank itself, so I'm fine with it. But I'm liking what SK have got here.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that if Yoshi chooses to bring in some spiders, it might give some issues to Luki. And you're kind of expecting like a Barley or something, to be honest with you. It's going to be the kind of choice over the Larry and Laurie in terms of throwers in that matchup. And going to be good against the B and okay against the Cordelius as well. So I wouldn't mind it. They're going to go with the Jae Young on that side of things. So just choosing to use those slip streams and trying to get up close and personal with the throwers and also the heals as well, as opposed to just taking a throw themselves.
I like the Jae Young. It's going to help the Hank get into position for sure and provide a lot of support, but it has been rarely played in scrims, honestly. Surprising, actually. I mean, it's one of the best kind of places for it, you'd think. I mean, it certainly was upon release. Always Jae Young and Brawl Ball. We didn't see anything else but that as a very first early pick. Let's see how it provides that maneuverability for SK Gaming. Humble really looking for control off the back of this Larry and Laurie and that B combination with the Rattled Hive and the slows that it brings. So Hells missed there from OP onto Yoshi. Now aggressed by both Lukey and Semantic. A tough spot for him to find himself, and he will go down. So now a great opportunity for Humble. And they're going to be going straight for it with a perfect super from Semantic as quickly as that.
And it's a lovely showing from Humble off the start. It really is. They're doing a lot right in those circumstances. Heal's going to be switched to now. Weekend Warrior for OP here as well. Go for the pop. Oh, it doesn't actually get it off in time. OP gets some good burst damage down though, but this could honestly be a goal in itself. Little switch of position there, and Joker's so low. B trying to find this heavy sting onto him, but couldn't quite get the angle.
Well, defense holds so far for SK. You do need to start to bring some aggression to the mix. Nice tap there from Yoshi. Brings boss down incredibly low, but a gadget would heal him back up. Maybe it's on cooldown, maybe he's reserving it. There it is. And that's a good time for it as well to keep this pressure on. Joker needs to try to find somewhat of a connection really onto boss to Lukey to try to alleviate this left-hand side lane, ideally. Now making his way forwards as well. Speed coming in from OP. This is a good time for SK to strike, but they've got to keep Yoshi alive.
Yeah, has the super as well, so can heal up a bit. Gets a connection on Semantic too. They're going to need this to be a goal. Joker gets dragged into the realm. Surely OP can get this one done. Goes for the shot, but a shield activates and just stops that in time. Can't get the damage, and Semantic will clean up both.
Oh, I was wondering if it was going to bounce just over that line there for a second. Pushed into the corner by Semantic. A wise choice there by Humble. And SK know that strategy only too well. They're going to have to try to find their way forwards using this Jaeyoung speed and Yoshi's aggression. Good tap though from Lukey. Got a hypercharge now, so one tap away from super potentially here, and there it is. It does find Yoshi. He's really in a tough spot. Somehow managed to get the kill there as well from the torpedoes. Trying to get the ball now though, and Boss is the ideal person to defend it.
Yeah, the snipe was real nice. There's the hypercharged super onto the Cordelius as well, who should die coming back out of it. Actually gets the trade in somehow, and that's going to really hurt this SK push. OP can't really provide any heals from this right to the left-hand side because he needs to go for a goal. Gets slowed down here as well, might get killed, and probably will. I mean, that's going to be the game going to Humble. Can't help but feel like maybe they could have won that one if they just got that kill that Joker probably should have got after he came out the cocoon.
Yeah, tough one, but a close affair, no doubt about it. But Humble definitely looked much more comfortable, and for the most part seemed very much in the SK Gaming defensive area for the majority of the time. Now for SK, a chance to reset, but I still feel like the comp is not too bad at all. I think some of these heals, maybe landing a little bit more onto Yoshi, would go a long way here. He's the person that needs to really push forwards up the map. It's a tough call to balance the act between the speed and the heals of the Jaeyoung, so but definitely OPE, he likes to go on the aggressive himself, but there's a great gadget. What a weekend warrior for him. Pushing the ball forwards now, and Yoshi's got the ball. A quick little pass to the wall, and it should be safe and sound, and it is, and that's a very good response from SK, very quickly as well.
Yeah, very different from the last game. It was the complete opposite where Humble got that early goal in and then kind of just played a very defensive game from that point onwards. So we'll see if that's what SK do choose to do, just play a bit of defense. Wouldn't really be unlike themselves, would it, to just corner the ball and play defense, but going to be hard when faced against a thrower, I feel. Might be able to get this kill here on boss, and does. Might be able to finish the game, actually, if they go aggressive right now. Semantic very low, kill is there, and I think he even used his super at that point as well. This should be an OP walk, but he actually doesn't even go for it. Just heals up his teammates and plays it slow. There's the shot through, and actually not going to be a goal. Surprised to see that. Actually, maybe it will be. I just keep on going. Non-stop aggression, and OP hits the wall. Nightmare for SK, but Humble given a chance in this second game.
Yeah, tough spot there for SK. Could have been a goal. Very hard to say, to be completely honest. Very small margins of error. And now SK have got to defend yet again. Big heals coming out from OPE. Yoshi's being aggressed heavily. These missed shots from Lukey. Now the Spiderlings are going to cause an issue coming in from Joker. Slightly alleviating that right hand side, but Yoshi's still so low. Might have to use super here on an emergency basis, but doesn't use it in time. And now SK are really quite on the ropes, and this is where Larry and Laurie can shine. Joker can't push forwards. It's down to OP. He needs support. It's not there. Lukey will score it to tie up this game.
Yeah, Joker couldn't really risk using the super there. That might have stopped it or might not when he has the hypercharge and ready to go for this next one. Weekend Warrior being used by here. OP, hypercharge from Lukey. Doesn't actually get much back from it other than a slow onto Joker in that situation, but Yoshi going forwards has the heal as well. Slipstream used a little bit. Snipes coming out of those torpedoes. Semantic going forwards gets the hyper charge onto Joker. Should be the kill and will get OP as well. Surely, no, he doesn't. Just narrowly survives, and this one looks like it's going to overtime, and I don't really like that for the thrower.
Very important there for OPE to stay on his feet, secure that takedown of the Cordelius as well. That could have been a very dangerous spot for SK Gaming. Yoshi now, damage gear, rolling in, but look at these shots from Lukey. What a pinch and a bad time for SK Gaming. With a couple of seconds left, these boxes going down. This respawn is going to be really brutal for Yoshi coming in now with a hypercharge, and then just waiting for it to go down, and that's a mistake! These SK can clear off the line. Oh no! Humble could have had an opportunity there, and now SK can strike back, but now Yoshi falls, putting the ball forwards, but it might not be ideal time for it. Down to the middle of the map, and like you say, this might not dwell well for a thrower.
Yeah, but they do have that B. They just need to get him cocooned up for the SK side of things. The Spider's doing absolute work there as well, and if he can get a hypercharge, it's going to be so good just because of the Spiders coming in. Cocoon going to be missed there. Really unfortunate for Joker, and now it's Humble back on the attack as Semantic gets the Yoshi into the realm. As he comes out of it here, Joker should be able to pick it up, but he actually dies anyway. Shot to the left, and Humble takes set number 1.
Oh, that brutal return on the yo-yo from Charlie. If it had just been a little bit closer, he may have been able to stop that and prevent it from happening, but just poor timing coming out of the realm. Nothing that can really be controlled on any level, really, but there may have been a possibility there for a defense. Unfortunately for SK, that's not the case. For Humble, that's a flying start.
A much better start into game number 2 from SK Gaming overall. They really needed Yoshi to stay alive. As soon as he was down in game number 1, Humble was immediately able to score early into game 1. But then in overtime, it just usually goes the way of whoever has B on their comp. And this time, it was also in the hands of Lukey again, who we all know to be one of the best Bs in all of EMEA, if not in the whole entire world. After all, they are the defending world champions. So yeah, SK Gaming, as kind of also predicted, Brawl Ball is just not their map or mode, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough one for them, but it's not the start they will have wanted. There's a few opportunities here where I feel like SK could have maybe scored, but they didn't manage to get it in nonetheless. I mean, that one could have gone in. He wouldn't have known that they shot the wall, to be honest with you, but could have scored that in the end. It's a rough one for them, but as you say, I don't know if they come into that expecting to win Brawl Ball against Humble. Obviously, they're going to give it their absolute best and try to win it, but might not be their game mode. We'll be on to Knockout next, which is a bit more slow, calm, and composed.
At least they did look better in game number 2. They looked a little shaky in game number 1, had some moments, needed a moment to even find into the mode itself. But yeah, it's a good sign that they didn't get shaky after that, but instead took it as a motivation to do better in game 2. It was really just B on overtime, which, yeah, is so hard to win against. Heading over to Bell's Rock now, another map where we finally might be able to see some sharpshooters arc. I know one person who's going to be happy about that.
Crying out for it, but is it the meta for it? That's the thing. I just don't know. It really is a tough one, isn't it? I think for me, best we're going to probably get out of that is an RT and a Gus, in all honesty, or a Bonnie. And the Bonnie's not that exciting, is she, really? Let's be honest. But Brock, is he a sharpshooter? I mean, you know, not in my book. But long range affair, it can certainly be done. I think that balance between the aggression of those long range sharpshooters with throwers and potentially, you know, somewhat of a spanner in the works with something tankier, or also just more of an assassination. It is an assassination meta that we're in ideally, so I'm looking more for those kinds of brawlers.
Humble loves to play tick on this map. From SK, we do see some more sharpshooters like the Bell as well. I guess Bonnie is also long range if you want to counter, but she's actually going to be banned out. Tick also banned out from the side of Humble. They know how valuable he is on a map like this one. Jean as well. And then Gray, Charlie, and Kit banned out from the side of SK Gaming. So Gray usually paired with tanks. They do not want to see him on this map. They just witnessed how good Humble is with the Ollie, for example, and Ollie and Gray is a deadly combination on Bell's Rock as well. There is the sharpshooter Ark was hoping for. What are you hoping for, Trev?
I mean, listen, I'm always hoping for Tara, but it's never going to happen here, is it really? So a little bit sad about that one, but I do like the Angelo. I think the Angelo's a solid pick. It's just one of the more versatile sharpshooters, so I don't mind that coming in. Ban's, in my eyes, very good as well. I would hate to see a kit here for many reasons at this point. It really does change how the entire knockout dynamics work, so glad to see that banned out the way. They're going to go with an RT, which honestly, for a brawler who's meant to be like one of the better knockout brawlers because of how versatile it is, I see it lose so much, to be honest. The hypercharge is ridiculous, but it's trying to get to that stage, which is the problem. And, you know, as far as the sharpshooter form of him goes, it's very hard to connect shots, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel you. I love the hypercharge, but you rarely see it pop up in Brawl Esports. There is the Gus. I quite like that pairing for Humble, for sure. I mean, Brock wouldn't be the worst of ideas here for SK. It will allow the Angelo to do a lot more, and you need that control. Any eventuality of someone pushing forward is going to cost some valuable grounding for this Angelo. So, but certainly in the hands of SK, I really do like it. I feel like they are very, very consistent with it. Certainly, they're going to be a little bit cautious about the Ollie that Humble might choose to bring in later on down the lines, or maybe even snap it out for themselves. But, you know, Bell, for example, pretty safe brawler, could be good for marking the RT here. Sprout going to come in. Oh, that's a risky time in the draft to do so. I'm all for it, and we know Yoshi is capable with it. And one thing about SK, though, is they are so good at being versatile with swapping brawlers between themselves, and I do love that about them. They don't necessarily get pigeonholed to their specific brawler type. So, but again, at this stage in the draft, you know, there's plenty of time for Humble to come with a really hard counter to this.
Yeah, I imagine they kind of try and account for that in their last pick to stop them from going as much of a counter to that Sprout pick. So we'll see what they choose to go here. Brock actually wouldn't be in the brawl that I expected, but surely we're going to expect to see some heavy aggression here from Humble. Or just a thrower of their own, I imagine. Tick being banned out leaves them with a very limited amount of throwers who are going to be able to do anything against Sprout on this map. So either a sharpshooter or, you know, kind of a bit of aggression here, I'd imagine.
I do like the Grom idea, but it has drifted off. I mean, it used to be so prevalent on this map, and it just doesn't seem to be the case anymore. But the question is, do Humble even go through? Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they're not going to match it. They're going to try to counter it, and this is going to be really tough. But SK, they've got to stay very much a unit here and be cautious. I know that Humble love Miko. Semantic's an amazing Miko player. But again, Humble are very similar to SK in that respect. They don't tend to necessarily play favorites with their brawlers. They just tend to, you know, you saw Semantic popping up with Lily, but I mean, Lukey's an incredible Lily player himself. They're so good at being able to be open towards such a wide variety of brawlers here, but no doubt about it. This is a problem for Yoshi. He's going to be really careful. Look at Semantic going straight for him as well, wasting no time at all, and it's going to potentially fluster SK now.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would fluster me, but better hope for SK's sake that they've got more of a bottle than I have, to be honest with you. OP is going to be forced to jump away from it. Semantic will just go straight back in, get that kill. And Yoshi down to 480 as well. Shield pop by Lukey to keep himself in the mix and allow Semantic to continue this aggression. And this is worrying for SK's sake.
Yeah, really worrying. Kanan's cooked, and no, I've got such strong memories of, I'm pretty sure it was running into Semantic when it was streaming at one point, and I was playing a throw, he was playing Miko, and it was brutal. It was unranked, and I never let myself live it down. It was a tough one. But I'm not SK Gaming, and they're still making it look as easy as it was that day. Straight onto Yoshi. Yeah, and Yoshi will fall. 2 versus 2, the trade is there. Joker going to be able to heal off the back of this. This is a great chance for SK. They've got to capitalize. I think OP should probably consider breaking some of these walls as well. If they do win this round, they might want to shape the map whilst they got the time now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough for Sprout at that point, but at least it'll kind of hold the Miko off a little bit more. Super comes in from OP here, wants to try and win this round. Misses a couple of shots, forced to jump here as well. Joker goes for the killing blow, but didn't wind that shot up enough. Joker goes in again. Has to jump out. Super used to heal himself up, but they're just going to stay away from this, let it burn out so he doesn't do any poisoning shots.
Yeah, nice from Joker, but he has got to heal, and Boss is very tanky now. What can OPE here do realistically? Gonna try and get some utility along the way, but I think it's obvious what his intentions are. He will go to the gas. It's not going to make much difference. It's the game over, and Humble will take it. It's a very tough one here for SK, and dare I say outdraft already. There's still potential for them to be able to bring something out, but it's just such a hard thing when you're playing a thrower and a Miko's showing. You're always on the defensive. You're always paranoid and having to focus on just keeping that brawler at bay. I think OP needs to break some of this defense, actually, to be completely honest, because like when this brawler is in your back lines, you know, you can't miss a trick.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult here for them to do anything against this Miko. I'd honestly say this might be over now, but maybe they've kind of got to get some of the other brawlers down and then go for it. He goes in and actually lands back on a shot when he retreats, so maybe they've got something figured out. Semantic quite low, but we'll just jump away and avoid these shots. I'm losing my ability to speak, but now choosing to go in and back out straight away again. They seem to be managing it better this time, but it's still such a worrying thing for them to have to deal with.
Yeah, when you see it being played like this well, they really have to land every single shot and do SK with a very important pickup, by far the biggest pain taken care of. 3 versus 1 now, and Boss on such low HP will fall. This is the best shot that SK have got of bringing back this game, and they cannot falter now. 1 round in the pocket, 1 more for the game. They've got to continue to suppress this Miko.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be real tough to make any of this work. And they did manage to get him. What a shot that was from Yoshi, getting that bounce off the wall to get the kill. Samantha's going to go down again. Surprising to see him going this aggressive and trying to do the same thing after it just failed in the previous time. But this is a much better look for SK Gaming. Must have figured something out in between these 2 games, as it's just night and day difference in that Miko matchup.
I agree about that shot, by the way. Yoshi literally having to predict where the Miko's going to land, and well in advance. It was quite a pinnacle moment, actually, which did make a difference. Now Luki being aggressive big time, just evading that last shot as well. Boss lurking in that mid. Big hypercharge wall going out for Yoshi. This looks like it could be very much around here for SK, which will make the game. We're all tied up. A very key moment now, because SK have got a chance. They've got a very tough comp to face off against. And I'm surprised that they were even able to get a game after that first one went so swiftly by. They've been able to hold on. But for Humble, they are a squad that are just so dangerous. I think Semantic might be choosing to be a bit more like reserving in that regard. Maybe waiting his time just a little bit more, but he's still very much a threat, make no doubt about it.
It really is. Samantha just coming around the flank this time, waiting on the right-hand side. Might choose to try and take Yoshi down here, and does get him. He was so low and couldn't heal at that point, so just a double jump from Samantha will get the job done. And I don't see this being a position they can win from. Like, I don't think that by any means Sprout's the brawler that deals with the Miko, but it's going to be very difficult in a 3v2 situation to drag this one back.
Yeah, Samantha's doing great work. OP down to 282. Can't find the finish. Samantha goes down, but look at that. The trades are perfect in favor of Humble there. Just really calm, very calculated stuff. And now with that round, 1 round away from a set, and that'll be massive for Humble. Again, a team that have failed to win monthly final all year long, if you can believe it. The reigning champs as well from Brawl Cup, the victors there. But yet the monthly finals have always evaded them in the grand finals. Will today be that same day? Joker low, OP low, and Luki clears it up. This should be Humble claiming a set surely here. Luki with the shield for good measure. They get it. Humble are 2 sets up. This is huge.
I mean, honestly, seeing these drafts and seeing this gameplay, I'm not surprised they're 2-0 up. They seem to have the draft every time. They're playing better, and this is the Humble that, you know, we should be seeing win these matches all year long. They should have at least had 2 of these matchups, including this one, against SK Gaming, because there's 2 very evenly matched teams, and it was very surprising to see them being beaten all year long in the grand finals.
The one thing I don't want to see in this finals is a 3-0. Even if Humble finally gets their monthly final win, and that is a great story in itself, I kind of want to watch those 2 teams battle it out for a little bit longer. Humble continues to make great strides here towards the August monthly final trophy, but make no mistake, SK is still very much in this race. The Miko pick at the end, their last pick, was an absolute genius pick here. SK Gaming once again with a control-based comp. We saw them play Bellsrock in their semi-final against Inner Circle as well. And that's the same struggles. They somehow overcame it against Inner Circle, but here it was just Humble with too much pressure, especially in that 3rd and final game. I felt like SK can come back in the game number 2, but Humble just completely rolled over them in game 3 arc.
Yeah, but for SK, it's a big blunder, you know, like Sprout's got so many counters at that stage in the draft. You can't be doing that, you know. I mean, Miko's definitely the strongest of those counters, I would say, but there's definitely others which could still have been viable. This is what Humble are so good at. They play the draft. They're not looking necessarily at their scrims and kind of like what they like to play as comfort picks. Everything is purely what counters what. And for SK to make that kind of mistake, to leave a free last pick for Humble to do whatever they wanted, it just left them just hindered. I was surprised they managed to get even a game, honestly, in that set as well, because it was looking so obvious that Humble were going to be able to make it whatever way round it went. And going into this, which could be our last set, which is insane to think, for SK Gaming, you know, they are yet to get off the board here.
It's insane indeed to think that it could end here in a 3-0, Humble finally taking a monthly final win, and in what a way. Now heading into draft, we're in Crystal Arcade once again. I always love to see Lily on this map. It's also the one map where SK Gaming was clip farming with her last month, so let's see if Humble is gonna leave her open. SK also likes to play Terra here. Once again, Trev would be happy, but she's actually going to be banned out. They like to play Janet in mid. Double banned here though. She's just super strong. Always able to get out of danger fairly quickly thanks to an ult. Sometimes even a gadget with the gems. But yeah, Lily's actually left open. And of course SK is going to pick her up here. Humble still has many answers open. Lily, first pick is quite risky. She is a tank after all. And yeah, there's still some options open here for them to pick. Charlie, for example, would make a great gem carrier. She's also a good lane into Lily. Let's see if we're going to see something like that from them here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't hate Lily as a first pick. It's one of the more versatile kind of like tanky assassins. Like you can, if you're getting bullied all game, you can still turn the game around with one hypercharge. So we'll see how that plays out. Sandy going to be brought in as the first pick from Humble, and that I do like. I feel like the sandstorms are just unreal on this map. Can cover half the mid and the entire side. It's great to reclaim those positions. So I like that, and obviously Sweet Dreams as well in certain situations, as we saw earlier, can, you know, get double connections and great value. So really good from Humble again. I like this start to the draft. They just need this one set as well. So SK have got to make this perfect.
Liking the start here from Humble. Sandy is a fantastic brawler pick. Now the Draco also, which is the perfect combination, allowing him to get even closer to enemy lines under that shielding of that invisibility. It's really nice in terms of synergy. SK Gaming now, they both banned the Janet, which is interesting. Is their top SK Gaming pick, but I wasn't expecting SK to necessarily ban it. So that's quite key here. Realistically, Kenji could be an option here, something to bring back the flow of action. Joker, they could combine it also with this. This could be nice brewing here. Bring in the Charlie, which would be a great counter to Kenji, and then following it up would be nice. All the Carl, wouldn't be opposed to that either. All the Carl's one of those is really where I'm thinking SK might have a shot here, because they do need this set. There's no which way round. This has got to be a winning draft. And the Charlie can also counteract the Draco. It'd be nice to have something as well to be able to go on that aggressive, that tankiness which you kind of need. Max is another one that they float around sometimes as well. One of those kind of brawler picks which is not really played by many, but in SK's hands, that would be quite nice also. Oh, that wasn't the one I was thinking.
Not what I was thinking either. I was expecting something like a Shade, something like that, still on the table. And just very dangerous on a map like this. So we'll see what they choose to go. Ruffs is definitely a bit of a rogue one in my opinion. Not that it's bad, but, you know, I wouldn't have expected to see it. Jay Young comes in then for Humble. Something a little bit more versatile to play through the mid, as that's what they were left needing. So going to be able to provide some good heals, some good slipstreams to both of those teammates from that mid portion of the map. So I like this. I really do like what Humble have got on the table, and I'm slightly worried for SK.
Yeah, I'm very worried for SK. I'm not really convinced on these drafts for this grand finals, and I hope that they've got something up their sleeve here. Again, I'm with you, like, Ruffs isn't a bad brawler by any means. It can definitely have some good synergies, but, I mean, with what Humble are cooking, they don't really seem to have the strongest advances outside of the Charlie into the Draco. Lily, of course, for OPE. I'm looking at him. He's going to be a playmaker now, and he is that kind of player. He's got the brawl which he'd like to have, so he's got to pop off already. Humble, just clear house, leaving just Yoshi alone in that mid. Not a great start for SK.
Yeah, that's 4 gems as well, which means 2 off the opponent's side. OP's going to go in. Semantic will just pop this gadget and absolutely rain fire. He's going to go into that cocoon and just save himself. Let Joker fend for himself as well. But a super available from OP, which can be a big change in the game if he manages to land it on boss when he's unattended.
We joked off stream about the idea of the fact that I've, sort of predicted Humble every single month and they've always lost. And maybe this is what it took, swapping sides to give them that boost. And so far it's working. I mean, Humble are just all over this game. SK now finding some foothold in this mid, but they've got so much time to catch up for. 3 gems to the 6 of Humble. And OP falls as well. That's going to allow a great opportunity for Humble to be able to push forwards now with that Sandstorm, will also get into a really great spot for this push. The only saving grace is this hypercharge for Yoshi.
I mean, yeah, it's going to need that, I think, at this point. Ruff's not doing too much at all. There's the hypercharge, and it really does nothing. He doesn't even die. He doesn't even get remotely close to dying. And he needed to use that on the gem carrier. They've got to hope that they're going to be able to do something with OP here. But hypercharge coming in from Semantic, doing a good job of avoiding it. Joker's just going to throw down a little power up there as well. Maybe get it to OP, who can try and make something happen. But there's the countdown starting. He has a super, but no hypercharge is going to hurt him a lot.
That bought so much time for Humble. They are split in terms of gems, but oh, that's a great stun there. Yoshi's too low. He can't enter the sandstorm even. He's going to come back, no way around it. And Humble are just absolutely dominating this grand finals. It's just so easy. And they're so calm and collected in the process. Semantic looks kind of bored even. It's honestly impeccable. Impeccable drafts, impeccable gameplay.
Yeah, I'm feeling maybe a little bit betrayed with my prediction, to be honest with you, Ark. I'm not gonna lie.
You and me both.
Like the drafts, the gameplay, it just seems all a little bit off for SK Gaming. Very much question this Ruffs, which I honestly didn't even realize was playing in the last game. But OP is going to have to be the one to make some big moves in this one, because if it continues like the last, which so far it is, it's going to be a tough game to watch again.
I mean, Yoshi was in a good spot to take down Semantic there, but I mean, Semantic's bought so much time for his team every step of the way, and already having that super, it's cost SK so much time already. There's a great takedown though, those gems are dropped, and OP should be able to get away with this as well. No, didn't quite get out of that bush, but Yoshi will, and that's kind of ideal for SK, let's be honest. He's the gem carrier anyway. He's the one that wants them. It allows OPs to continue to go on the aggressive, get 6 now. It's better from SK, but I mean, it's not too much better. This can still go very wrong.
Yeah, looping around the left, OP doing the same, and he does get that kill. Hypercharge in hand as well, and this is better for SK Gaming. OP has the hypercharge, which can just go straight for the gem carrier, but to be fair, the gem carrier is not really worth too much at the moment anyway, so might be worth holding that for a little bit of a later portion of the game, just in case something goes incredibly wrong. But a Sandstorm will reclaim all control for Humble, and on match point, they're in a great spot here.
That was fantastic from OPE. Oh, and now Boss falls as well. Can they get these gems? They probably can, but Yoshi can't outstay his welcome. So he just takes 2. That's not being greedy, that's being smart. Lukey hovering over this gem, but goes down immediately. SK is starting to groove now. That's going to be a countdown for Yoshi. And now they're just going to escape with these gems. Boss is going to have to come in clutch, and he goes down as well, minimizing the chances of Humble for a reset.
Well, OP's got a hypercharge as well. Needs to take the strongest member out, and that is the Draco. Does a good job of that, and 3 seconds left. It's not going to be this one where Humble take it all. Still a chance in this next game, but SK starting a bit of a comeback.
It's still match point for Humble. SK have got a big mountain to climb still to full reverse sweep, but this is a potential start. They can get this game, survive on a little bit better. They are a momentum-based team. They need this pickup to bring themselves back to life, to survive this draft, which I feel is going against them. But that was definitely a big sign of life that we needed to see from them if we want to see them potentially give a bit more of a back and forth in this affair.
Yeah, it really is. Wall break coming in then from Joker, and that's just leaving that power up on the floor for now, which is definitely something Yoshi should pick up, just because he's going to be the one who's going to want to survive for the most part instead of going up and down in deaths. Draco coming in. OP will get the super, should be able to get a couple of shots in, didn't cycle it out. Joker using a super a gadget of his own, and they eventually get that kill, but look at this lead that Humble have managed to get going. Joker's going to pick up the power up, and OP needs to start working for another one of his supers.
Yeah, we need to see OP really pop off now. He might choose to change targets, considering it. Hypercharge popped, missed it onto Lukey. Finds actually Boss instead some gems, but not going to be able to get out in any way, shape, or form. But Joker in a good spot now to pinch with Yoshi to try and buy some time. Meanwhile, Boss now coming back in with the help of that speed should reach the party just a little bit faster. It's 7 gems to Humble, 1 lurking on their side, which SK need to pick up really here, and they do. Split slightly, but now it's just about buying up for all that time which they've lost. Luki comes with a huge stun. Down goes Yoshi, and Joker has to pick up the emergency gems there. 2 more, and Humble will be on countdown.
Yeah, well, OP's got a hypercharge, which means this can be turned around. Semantic's going to use one of his own to let them start the count. Yoshi cocooning himself, but OP just going up, trying to get this 1v1 situation against Boss. But he can take it against Semantic to reset this. Does get the reset off. Now trying to stay alive in their spawn, but that's Boss with 10. And this is the count to end it all.
10 seconds on the clock. Humble on the cusp of getting their first monthly final win this year. Can they do it? It's Boss with the gems. He's got to hold on, and OPE is going to surely fall here. Yoshi misses the cocoon, and that is it. Humble are your August monthly final champions. It took the entire season, but finally they get one on the board.
I mean, what a game that was from Humble. 3-0 against a mighty opponent like SK. Seemed like SK didn't really show up. And honestly, Boss and Lukey don't even look too pleased with the win, but at least we got a little bit of a reaction out of Semantic there. Thoroughly deserving of this win, and it finally comes at the end of the year. It's boding well for postseason as they want to make a run for another World Finals win.
Congratulations to Humble. I'm super happy for them. I kind of had a feeling they really just wanted it more. They wanted to finally win a monthly finals. We could see it in not only the gameplay, but also in the drafts. And not to take away anything from Humble's gameplay here, they showed us very skilled mechanics. They also just had the better draft now 3 times in a row. I mean, picking a Ruffs and Charlie into a Sandy, I've seen better from SK Gaming, honestly. Joker can't really use his sandbags for this matchup, despite it being super good into the Draco and Jae Young. And whenever Lukey had super, and he cycled them quite often, SK Gaming had to fall back, and it was super hard for them to come back into the game. 12 kills on Semantic. That makes him Lilymantic, Stewmantic, and Dracomantic today. Probably gets the MVP again, Nark.
Probably so. We'll still try to get Boss MVP. One day, I'm sure it will happen. I imagine Semantic will definitely be petitioning for that at the World Finals by a long shot. Maybe get some Humble shirts, actually, guys. That could be a good shout. Feel free to give me a cut. I think if you get everyone in the crowd back in that, then it might very well happen. But it's going to need a big push, I feel.
It's gonna be a rough one. Let's see if we finally get Boss an MVP. I feel like if anyone would be able to get MVP from the side of SK Gaming, Yoshi would have been a good choice here. He once again showed us amazing gameplay on the Charlie. I really liked him in the semi-final as well. But oh well. Humble takes it in the end. It's a 3-0. And I'm super happy to have Semantic with us in the interview here as well. I assume the other two are in the background as well. Welcome to the show, Semantic.
Boss to my right, Lukey to my left right now. That is out of the frame. Hello.
That's what I figured. I'm doing super good. I'm very happy for you. You finally made it happen. We've seen you come close so many times this season. What made today different?
I think we felt way more comfortable in this meta. It felt more natural to us. We knew how to like pick brawlers. And it also is like more 50-50 drafts overall, like in the whole game right now, which just means like skill has a bigger factor. Still not the biggest, but has a bigger factor, and we can feel more confident. For example, like, yeah, sorry. That's it.
No one's stopping you from carry on, Semantic, by the way. Take as long as you need with your interview questions. A massive congratulations, obviously, on coming second in the EMEA region, and a big congratulations on your first win of the year as well. I think looking onwards to the postseason, obviously, you're not going to be at LCQ, so you've got a bit of a break before World Finals. What's the preparation going to be looking like? Are you going to be taking a break again, or just powering all the way through?
Yeah. 100% we're going to take a break first, so we can the last 2 months of Worlds, when we know when Worlds is and where Worlds is, of course, that we're going to grind for the last 2 months, just fully in the game, like block everything out, and for now, take a vacation. I think like Boss is immediately going tomorrow morning, I think. So yeah, we're just going to relax a bit and maybe chill, you know?
Again, congratulations, Semantic. I mean, this is the best I've seen you guys all year. It was such a great grand finals. Speaking of breaks, it kind of segues nicely into my question, really. Going back to June, talk us through that period of this season, because it was definitely a tough time and the leaderboards changed substantially. How do you guys mentally recover from that, to come back as strong as you have? And, you know, how do you intend to learn from those mistakes to being, you know, able to go to the World Finals as fully prepped as possible?
So one of the reasons why we didn't qual on June is for sure because we took a too long break because of World Cup, because we felt like we deserved it by winning World Cup. Unfortunately, it was, if you're like 1 week behind in Brawl Esports, you're just gone. Like 1 week not scrimming is a massive difference, and it's a really big difference, and like it just mattered too much. Plus on match day, actually, we just didn't perform too well. So it was just that, honestly, but we didn't perform too well. So we just said, yeah, happens. A loss is a loss. We go next. We learn from it. We will not do the same mistake again. And ever since then, I think we have been doing great again.
So if you could send one message to the teams you face at Worlds, what would it be?
We're going to defend our title. So be aware and make sure you're not getting outdrafted.
One last question for you. How will you be celebrating your final monthly final win tonight?
Unfortunately, we're gonna do content with Humble. So yeah, boss actually only because he's going tomorrow. So a nice celebration for him. But we're definitely gonna celebrate somewhere outside, eat nice dinner or something. It's gonna be good. Also, the only monthly final win of this year, we are gonna celebrate for sure.
Well, congratulations once again. Have a great dinner, guys, and yeah, see you at Worlds.
Humble, code semantic, guys, don't forget.
Yes, make sure to use code semantic in the shop. But yeah, I think we're missing one amazing voice that guided us through the day here. We have Trev, Ark, and who was the last one again? Oh, it's Kenny. Hello. Nice to have you back. I'm sure you watched that match. It was quite a quick one. A 3-0 for Humble. They definitely deserve their win today, though.
Very deserving, and honestly a little shocking in the fashion that they did it. I think SK Gaming are a phenomenal team. I really think that coming into this month, they looked like a team that not only could win this region, could win at World Finals. I really believe SK Gaming have that upside, but there's something about Humble when it matters most. The last couple years, they just seem to come through. Love that you asked that question, Ark, of them bouncing back as well, because they fully bounced back at this point. Love that they're learning from those mistakes and just being honest with themselves. I think this is a team that with preparation is fearsome for any team on the planet.
Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Has anything changed from before the show, Trev?
I honestly don't know if it has, to be honest with you. Am I losing it? I think it's pretty much the exact same now. I mean, we've got the lock-ins of the SK of FUT Esports and Novo going to the World Finals, honestly, which is a big thing. But SK Gaming remain at the top, even though they do take a 3-0 loss in their last grand finals, or the last monthly finals of the year. Humble stay in second. Heretics, FUT Esports, and Novo Esports all going to be going to the World Finals, which is absolutely huge for them, and especially Novo. I love the fact that they've kind of come in their big breakthrough debut year and gone all the way to the World Finals. A massive congratulations for them. Even though they did have a disappointing last monthly final, I think they are very deserving of this World Final spot.
Well, FUT and Novo have swapped places, but they would have been locked in for World Finals, and they both are now, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference, really. Let's have a look one more time at who made it through and who got those tickets for World Finals and LCQ, Ark.
Well, here we go. EMEA all locked up, as is East Asia. Again, I'm really looking forward to seeing this LCQ specifically. For Reply Totem, who didn't qualify for this monthly final, that's their chance of redemption. Papara Supermassive, Experian NXT, of course, as well. And Inner Circle, some really stacked rosters there as well. And, you know, it's crazy to think that, you know, we're going to see Crazy Raccoon in their first LCQ. Navi will be trying again to try to make good on their previous mistakes at LCQ. So it's going to be an absolute blast. And we're only halfway through this month as well, so so much more still to come.
That's the regular season for EMEA in the books as well. 2 more Worlds tickets claimed by FUT and Novo, LCQ locked for NXT and Inner Circle, and 1 last monthly final trophy awarded. Guys, what's your final thoughts on today's day overall? Any highlights, and maybe what's something you're looking out for next weekend, where we still see North America and South America battle it out? Trev, we start with you.
That was very accented of my name there. I absolutely love it. I've had so many different iterations of how you say Trav in different accents, to be honest, so I won't blame you for it. But yeah, I mean, it's been an incredible weekend. So happy to be back with the best region as always, EMEA, always on top, baby. I knew I could get a kick out of that, and Kenny had pulled a little face, so I had to say it. But yeah, really pleasing to be with the EMEA region all year long. It's been incredible. Same with East Asia yesterday as well. So pleased it's ended this way. Congratulations to the teams who have qualified to Worlds and LCQ, and obviously I look forward to next weekend to be seeing who we put in those slots for South America and North America as well.
Yeah, this regular season has been an absolute pleasure to cast. And honestly, I feel like we've had the highest level of competition that we've ever seen in the BSC. I think today, just super happy for Humble. They really deserve to get that monthly finals win going into the World Finals. And, you know, they absolutely did it in a convincing fashion at the same time. I think going into LCQ, going into the World Finals, I think there's going to be many more exciting moments to come where we're going to see teams just really come into their own on that world stage, gaining that all-important experience, and the competition just could not be more exciting.
LCQ is going to be a toughie for a lot of teams, but I think EMEA has a lot of solid rosters that are going to be entering it. It wouldn't surprise me if multiple teams from EMEA, just like Brawl Cup, come out on top. Looking forward to that, and of course covering next week in North America. Y'all got your plug in for EMEA. I'm getting mine in for North America. It's going to be super exciting. Still playoff spots left to be determined. Love my home region, but EMEA are still on top for now.
Today, it was Humble's moment, finally getting the monthly final win they've been gunning for all year. SK is still close to season out on top of the leaderboard, carrying their momentum straight into the post-season. From start to finish, the race in EMEA has been fierce, unpredictable, and packed with storylines. Now it's all eyes out on South and North Americas. Next weekend, it's their turn to decide who's going to LCQ and who's heading straight into the World Finals. Thank you for riding with us all season long. We'll see you next weekend for one last showdown. You won't want to miss it.
One, two, three, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. Don't disappoint. Making the party jump. Time to make your body bump. Let's light the dance floor up and do it like we want. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Get busy.